Bartholomew Cubbins. Everyone in position, please. Ready for the event.
This is Berlin. The resistance will be easily met, and the books destroyed. The time for books being passed. The stage is set. There's no need for books now, for their work is done. They merely confuse the children's minds, except, of course, the one I wrote myself. Superior children must have simple minds. One book, not many, and one plain desire.
Thank you, Berlin. We now return you to the studio.
Sit still, my soul, and remember, 32.5 inches center to center, section after section, section after section, section after section. And if you don't know the name of your dealer, just write your name on a postcard.
Barometer reading 29.52, unsteady. Next broadcast of weather conditions at 6:45 p.m. You will be amazed at the prevailing low prices. Allied Chemical, $1.79. American Smelting, 48 3/4. Continental Can, 45.5. DuPont, 186.5. International Harvester, 57. Radio Corporation of America, 6.5. Union Pacific, 93 3/4. U.S. Steel Common, 60.
Here is a breakfast treat. Cinnamon Twist sunk early today by a direct hit between the two forward gun turrets. Observers in the attacking plane said flames shot upward 1,500 feet into the air. Keep tuned in for your favorite flames, upward shooting.
This dark adventure that we know as rain, this condensation of all mortal pain measured in inches, preserved by mulching, this is the liquid part of sorrow, failure in the inundated furrow. How old is rain? There must have been long centuries of rain, and sun following rain, eons when the rain fell sometimes boisterously, sometimes quietly, on a world infinitely receptive to rain. I like to think about those early rains, wetting the aloof woods, descending coolly on untraveled seas, converging in the eventually navigable streams, time motionless. The world so still and pure. Rain on palmetto leaves, making the sound of rain. In calm centuries, still free of trouble and still innocent of gain, just long, cool, unobserved rain. Earth was a solitary drinker then. How many million summer showers Earth sit quietly and quite alone, standing at the bar of time, its foot cocked up upon the rail, thinking its green, immeasurable, long thoughts. How many million times the sun, bursting primordial barriers of cloud, came forth upon the glistening land and shone. Sit here, my soul. This is the Yankee Network prophesying rain. Rain in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. Rain in the Ozarks. Rain on the banks of the Wabash, along the Swanee River, rain. Rain on the roof of my old Kentucky home where the sun shines bright before and after rain. Rain in Ohio, in the Lehigh Valley, on the sidewalks of New York. Rain in East 11th Street, in the Erstadel, on Lake Ladoga in the rain. Rain in the jungle in the night, and in the morning of the world. Sit here, my soul, and let it rain. How lovely is thy dwelling place. Where shall I find freedom? On the dial? What number on the dial, please? Is it between the magnetic mines and the ABC shoe polish? Or is it that humming that I hear between the well-informed source and that incomparable substance that has been toasted to a rich golden brown? Perhaps it has escaped the box and lies hidden somewhere in the shelves alongside the radio. Perhaps it is in the new shelves I'm about to build. That's where it is, in the books, all written down. I must remember to instruct the young, so they will know where they are going. It is of the utmost importance that the young be told in plain words where they are going. That much was demonstrated by our success in the occupation of Belgravia, where the stupid inhabitants, 600,000 of them, were taken by 3 light companies and 1 brass band. They cheered the band. I must give detailed instructions. What the objectives are, what rules obtain, what to look out for on the way, how best to deal with prisoners and the unsympathetic elements. I must equip them with the most advanced weapons and show them how to use them. Books are their weapons. Strange as that may seem, books, ideas, the same old swords, but brighter now for having shown themselves imperishable. First, of course, books must be burned. This tempers them and makes them hold their edge. The enemy will take care of all that. I mean the book burning. The fires will soon be set. A day will come and you will smell it in the air, the unmistakable aroma of charred books. This happens when someone comes along who hates and fears the irritant of truth, the quiet disrespect of libraries. These old burnt books, if only the incendiaries knew it, are like burnt pastures in the spring, cleansed, ready for the new growth pushing through. It's never hurt yet, this burning of the books. Oh, the pages burn all right. Words, songs, conclusions, the dots and commas, the immediate dream. But when the fire cools, there yet remains the fine, imperishable ash. Young man, fear not the destroyer and the flame. Truth laughs at these. Fear only your own mind, where truth neglected can so soon abort. Things must be right if anything's to grow. Oh, spark unquenchable, ember that will not cool. Oh, youth, if only I could make you see. This is your sword. This is your double-bitted axe. This is your miracle of gasoline chemistry. Books seem so ineffectual beside a tank. Nevertheless, your enemy fears them in his heart. He knows they'll find his heel at last. Young man, advance. Stand here. Stand so. I shall instruct you where to go. If we are to retake the fort, it is vital that we be in possession of certain strategic ideals. And I don't mean railroad centers. You've got to hang on to the things that must be hung on to, and let the superior races worry about the iron ore. Let me now fit you out. I give you this bright western star to be your armored motor car. I give you songs old poets made, new forged into a stainless braid. Truth, however hard to bear, will guard your rear. I give you tolerance and mirth, love of rain and the wet earth. Without these you must not go forth. Wear justice handy in your belt. Our lines will be spread out over an immense front, too wide to specify, yet no one need go far to find the war. The foe is everywhere. It is for you to dare individual combat. There is no leader in this strange campaign. Your secret thoughts, quick to wander, will be your commander. This is the gist of our attack. This our strength, our cause, our victory. Young man, be brave. It is yourself that you must save. Forget the railroads and the ore. Remember what you're fighting for. I will be there with reinforcements. See these shelves? I have begun. I'm throwing trained regulars into the breach, section after section. Alice! Pinocchio! To arms! The war is here! Ina! Dorothy! Bartholomew Cubbins! Everyone in position, please! Ready for the event! Young man, take your position. Do not wait for drums. This is a drumless war. Sit still, my soul.
You have just heard Radio in the Rain, a dramatic poem by E.B. White, spoken by Dwight Weist. This was the second of two poems presented by the Columbia Workshop this evening. The first was titled Nightmare at Noon and was the work of Stephen Vincent Benet. Bernard Herrmann conducted the orchestra, and the production was directed by Earl McGill. Next week at this same time, the Columbia Workshop will present the delightful fantasy The 500 Hats of Bartholomew Cubbins by Dr. Seuss, prepared for radio by Stuart Ayres and Nyla Mack. Howard Lindsay, co-star of the current play Life with Father, will be heard in the leading role. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Workshop presents The Devil with Walter Kinsella as Cassidy. Tonight's workshop drama, a story based on an Irish legend, is by Basil Heater, a young writer represented for the first time on this series. The production is directed by Guy Della Chapa. Cassidy and the Devil by Basil Heater. It is a bitterly cold midwinter night. New York streets are deserted and ghostly. In a dimly lit alley, huddled at the foot of a gigantic bridge that rears its steel cables into the darkness, is a comforting little square of yellow light shining from the doorway of Mike O'Ryan's Bar and Cafe. Mike's regular customers are grouped cozily along the bar.
Yes, sir. Ah, what a story you tell, Michael.
But it's true. Even if he is a city fellow from Dublin and better acquainted with the chimney pots and with all the hills and lakes and rolling meadows of Killarney. Anyhow, to make the story short, here, shut that door there, mister. Sure, it's enough to freeze the blood in our veins, holding the door open on a night like this.
Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen. It was the cool wind itself that whipped it out of my fingers.
Aye.
Ah, but it's a nice place you have here. So warm and friendly. I wonder, was there ever a prettier sight? A cosy bar, the lovely bottles shining in rows, and a group of friendly fellas gathered round.
Well, what'll it be, mister?
Well, now, I think a nip with the regular would be the best thing for warming the blood on a night like this. How much is it?
It'll be 25 cents.
25 cents. Have you none a little less expensive?
I have not. There's only the good wholesome Irish served here. None of your cheap 15-cent brews.
Dentist myself will have to go cold. For faith, I've not a penny in my pockets. I don't suppose, seeing as how is such a bitter cold night, you could see your way clear to letting me have one on account.
I could not.
You couldn't.
I've never set eyes on you before. Why should I do any such thing?
To be truthful with you, there's no reason at all. But I tell you what I'll do. Set me up for one, and I tell you the most marvelous, the strangest and creepiest story that ever your ears have heard. Would you do that, man, now, dear? Sure, and it's like nothing you've ever listened to before.
It's not your stories I'll accept, but your cash. If you've not got that, then out with you. Come on now, out!
Easy does it there now, Michael. Maybe the fella has a story worth hearing. Anyhow, it's worth 25 cents of my money to find out. And you, stranger, down your grog and talk away, and make it good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're a gentleman that does all Ireland proud.
There you are.
That's better. Well, now, to start with, this story begins a long, long time ago back in the old country. And it's all about a fella named Patrick Cassidy, which is none other than myself. I was a lazy, loud-mouthed rascal, a blacksmith by trade, and I had a little house, and I had a little wife, and we had our little quarrel.
You brute! You beast!
Here now, steady on. There won't be a plate left to eat off.
You villain! You ruffian!
So it's all you want, is it? Very well, who can play at that game of pretty...
You white-cheater! You scoundrel!
So you've had enough, eh? You run into the bedroom and lock the door. Very well, my pretty, my little dove, my sweet, affectionate little wife. Whoosh. There's someone at the front door. Who could that be now? Oh, there. Who is it?
It is a lonely traveler seeking shelter.
Oh, by my blood, you've come to the right place. Here's shelter of plenty and company of the best. Oh. Step in now. Come in. Let's have a look at you.
I would not bother you this way, but I'm a-weary from much traveling.
Sure, man, dear. Sit down and rest your feet. There's one beggar to another I would offer you the hospitality of the house, but the cupboard's as bare as Ball Crowley's head.
Have you nothing at all, then? As you can see, I'm a feeble old man and faint from hunger.
Aye, is a skinny old thing you are. Well, maybe there's a bit of bacon the rats left behind. Ah, there we are. A rind of mouldy old bacon and a crust of dry bread. It's the best the house affords. Well, if it's not to your liking, speak up and I'll have it myself.
Oh, no. Give it here. I'll eat it. So this would have been your supper, eh?
Well, it would that. As a matter of fact, the old lady and myself were just having a bit of a discussion over it. A friendly little argument, you might say. Tell me, do you think it's decent for a husband and wife to be after having these little tiffs like?
Indeed, I do not. But it's a privilege few married couples would deny themselves. There now. It's much better I'm feeling after the bit of supper. And I'll show you I'm not ungrateful.
Well, not ungrateful indeed. But what can an old beggar be doing for the likes of me?
Patrick Cassidy.
Who's that? Who called me by name?
I called you Patrick Cassidy. Look at me now and pay attention to what I say.
Is it you, old man? Surely 'tis a great change in your voice, and 'tis the grand and mighty sound to be coming from such a skinny little body. Which no, but even that's changing. All of a sudden you appear to be 9 feet tall, and surely there's a wonderful bright light all around you.
Patrick Cassidy, do you not know me?
Indeed, your worship, and I do not. But if it's a little crust of bread and a bit of bacon has made such a difference in you, why then I'm wondering what a full meal would do.
Patrick Cassidy, shut your mouth and listen to me. Know then, little man, I am no ordinary mortal. There stands before you none other than St. Patrick himself.
Oh, my goodness. Sure, and is it really you, your worship?
It is indeed.
And have you come back to chase the snakes out of Ireland again, your lordship?
Be quiet now and listen to me. Long ago I made a vow that someday I would return to Ireland in the shape of a poor old man. And the first person I met who was kind to me, I would reward with any 3 wishes he desired.
3 wishes?
In truth, Patrick Cassidy, it is a strange thing that you should be that person, for everyone knows what a villainous-hearted rascal you are. But when you gave me your supper, you earned the reward. So speak up now for your 3 wishes, and be quick about it, for I've no time to waste.
3 wishes? Well, no, Your Honor, could you not make it 4? After all, it was a good bit of bacon and...
3 wishes, I said. Hurry now, be quick about it, or you'll have none at all.
All right, your lordship, 3 wishes. Now, let me see now, well, now, first, your worship, there's the big sledgehammer in my blacksmith shop. I wish you to put a charm on it so that if anyone picks it up and begins to hammer, they may not put it down again until I give them leave.
Granted.
Granted. Then there's the old rocking chair here. I wish you to lay a charm on it so that if anyone sits down and begins to rock, they may not get up again until I give them leave.
Granted.
And now for number 3, your lordship. Let me see. We come to my old purse. I wish for you to put a charm on my purse so that if anything gets into it, it may not come out again until I give it leave. And that'll be...
Granted.
But, Your Honor, I was just about to get around to what goes into the purse. Could you not spare me a few £1,000 for a...
Indeed, I could not.
You could not.
You've had your 3 wishes, and now you must abide with them. Goodbye, Patrick Cassidy. Goodbye, Patrick Cassidy.
Sure, and he's faded away before my very eyes, and me without a penny more than I had when he came. But anyway, I've got me 3 wishes, and I'm thinking someday maybe they'll come in handy. Ha, 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 ha! And so, gentlemen, that's how it was. I had a visit from the great St. Patrick himself, and he'd give me any 3 wishes. But there wasn't a bit of good I'd be getting out of them so far as I could see. After that, things went from bad to worse. The cupboard got to the point where even the mice was moving out. As my wife, Kate, why, she, good woman that she was, couldn't put up with the sight of me any longer. One fine day, I drove her to such exasperation that she shouted out,
"Oh, the devil take you, Patrick Cassidy! The devil take you!"
I'll be delighted to, ma'am.
Well, who may you be?
Your wife mentioned me just now.
Sure, I did not.
Oh, a friend of my wife, is it? Well, you know, a friend of mine. Out with you.
Now then, Mr. Cassidy, let's not quibble. How would you like to take a little journey with me? I have in mind a bit of traveling I think would suit you fine.
I'll go on no journey with the likes of you until I know your business. Come on, speak up now, man. How did you get in here so sudden? What is your name?
Nicholas Brimstone.
Nicholas Brimstone. Oh, Pat, it's...
Oh, my. Is it the old Nick himself?
At your service, sir?
Well, the devil take me.
That's just what I intend doing, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, sure, and I thought there was a bit of a funny smell about you. No offense meant, you understand, but Faith, you do give the effect of a package of matches left out in the rain.
Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Cassidy. There's an uncommonly large amount of sulfur where I come from, and it does provide rather an unpleasant odor. It's an unfortunate social handicap which I've never been able to overcome.
I thought as much.
But I fancy that after we've spent some time together, you'll soon become accustomed to it.
Well, be that as it may, I'll just get to the windward of you for the time being. There. That's better. So, Nicholas, you want me to go away with you, you say?
At your wife's suggestion, sir. Of course.
Now, look here, Mr. Brimstone. I didn't mean...
Don't be interfering, Katie. This is interesting. Now, tell me, Nick, have you those plain and fancy entertainments for your guests I hear so much about? The burning pitch, the red-hot pokers, the boiling oil.
Oh, yes. We still have the old standbys. But there are also some new improvements I am very anxious to have you see.
Come now, Nick. Come on. You may take me for a blackguard, but never for a fool. Why should I go along with you now? You and the Cassidys are the longest living family in all Ireland.
Frankly, Mr. Cassidy, I just can't wait until you die. Your conduct is the scandal of the whole country, and all the members of my little fraternity are looking forward with great eagerness to the pleasure of having you among us.
Oh, they are.
Yes, indeed. Why, we've even gone to the expense of installing a new heating system for your special benefit.
Very well, then, Nick. Since you desire the pleasure of my company so much, you must pay for it.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, you speak in the tone of a businessman. But what is your proposition?
I'll make a deal with you. Give me £50,000 in cash in 7 years' time, and when the 7 years are up, I'll go along with you willingly.
£50,000.
£50,000.
7 years' time?
7 years' time.
Oh, well, very well, Mr. Cassidy. It's a deal.
And I want good, solid cash. Now, none of your checkbooks for me.
No sooner said than done.
Oh, my goodness. Careful now, careful. They're rolling under the table. Oh, the beauties, the darlings. What a pretty sight they make.
7 years, Mr. Cassidy. 7 years to the day. I'll be back, Mr. Cassidy. I'll be back.
It's a delightful party indeed.
Sure, and why not? Don't everybody say that Pat Cassidy gives the finest parties in all Ireland?
True that.
Sure, and over there there's a duke, and there's a baron, and there's 3 duchesses in the garden. Butler, bring another dozen cases of champagne. Open up another barrel of caviar. Sure, and is it not the grand party? Did you ever see the like? Laugh and be merry, everybody. For sure, who knows if there'll ever be another? So, gentlemen, that's how it was. Old Nicholas Brimstone left me a beautiful, shining fortune of £50,000 in hard cash. And in 3 months' time, I was the most popular man in all Ireland. In 6 months' time, I was associating with kings. And a year later, I hadn't a penny to my name. Sure, and I blew through that tremendous fortune like you'd go through an old paper bag. At the end of the year, me and the old girl had to go back to the blacksmith shop. And I took the pound and horseshoes again for a crust of bread and a bit of bacon. And one day, I was standing there in my shop, when all of a sudden...
Good afternoon, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, my, but you gave me a start. Sure, it's a nasty habit you have, Nick, of popping in out of nowhere like that. But anyway, good day to you. And what brings you to these parts?
7 years, Mr. Cassidy? The 7 years are up.
Sure, and you do speak in riddles. Explain yourself, Nick. And, by the way... I just like to bring it up, but that smell of burning sulfur is worse than ever. Is there nothing you can do for it?
Mr. Cassidy, we made a bargain. £50,000 in 7 years' time. Today is the end of the 7th year. Your time is up, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, sure, it's a devilish memory you have. Very well then, Nick. Since you insist on the pleasure of my company, I'll go along with you. I'll just go into the house first and say goodbye to the old woman. And by the way, Nick, I hate to leave a job of work undone. Here's this horseshoe, only half finished. Pick up with the hammer now and straighten it out while I'm gone. Go on, Nick. Be a good fella. Give it a whack.
All right, Mr. Cassidy. Since you go with me so willingly, I'll help you with the shoe. There's this right, Mr. Cassidy?
That's it, Dick. Just hammer away at it. Keep a hammering.
Mr. Cassidy. Oh, Mr. Cassidy. Where are you?
Well. It's a fine job you're doing, Nick.
So you're here at last. Where have you been the last few months?
On a little tour of the country, Nick. Sure, and I've always maintained a man should travel before he gets too old to enjoy it.
Oh, have mercy on me, Pat.
Sure, and you're a mighty workman, Nick. The anvil's half worn through. Why don't you put the hammer down?
Have pity on an old devil, Pat. If you keep me at it much longer, it'll be the death of me.
Well, no, Nick, I'm not a hard man. I'm willing to listen to reason.
Tell me what you want, Pat, quickly.
The same deal over again. Another 7 years and another £50,000.
Oh, done, Pat, done. Only let me drop the hammer.
Very well, then, Nick. I'll take away the charm. You may stop your hammering. Now leave the money on the floor. Be off with you before I set you to work again. That's how I gave the devil the bad end of a good bargain. And I took my cash and I went to Dublin. And I bought a fine house. And again I gave me great and glorious party. Oh, what a time we had. And sure enough, the same thing happened all over again. I went through my £50,000 in one stupendous bust. And at the end of the year, I hadn't a shilling left to my name. And I had to give the fine house to my creditors. And me and the old girl went back to the blacksmith shop. And one fine day, I was standing by the forge, wishing for a bit of something solid to put in my stomach. And all of a sudden...
Good day to you, Pat.
Well, if it isn't the old Nick himself. Come back for another bit of hammering, have you?
Indeed, I have not. I have come for you, Mr. Cassidy. Your 7 years are up, and you'll not trick me with that hammer again. Come now, get ready. This time it's my turn, Mr. Cassidy.
Aye, Nick. I guess you've got me right enough. I'll just go into the house and say goodbye to the old woman.
Oh, no, Mr. Cassidy, I don't trust you. I'll not let you out of my sight again.
Oh, sure, Nick, and how could you suspect a poor, decent man like myself? However, since it's the distrustful nature you have, why then come along with me and see for yourself. Katie, you remember Mr. Brimstone? Him with the peculiar odor?
Sure, and I do. How are you, Mr. Brimstone?
I'll just be a minute now, Nick, packing up my thing, but while I'm about it, make yourself comfortable. Sit down in the grand rocking chair there, Nick.
All right, but you be quick. I've no time to waste.
Is it not the lovely chair itself, Nick? Did you ever in all your life sit in anything more comfortable? What is it, Nick? Sure, you've got the funny look itself on your face. What's bothering you, Nicholas, old friend?
I don't seem to be able to get up out of the chair.
Is it the truth you're telling me, Mr. Brimstone? Sure, and that's a queer thing altogether, isn't it?
Oh, you've tricked me again, Mr. Cassidy. You haven't played fair with me.
Those are unkind words, Nick. Sure, and all I did was ask you to sit down. Is it my fault if you can't get up again? Katie, heat up those tongs in the fireplace.
All right, Patty, darling.
Tongs? What are you going to do, Mr. Cassidy?
Nicholas, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to change the shape of your features for you. Sure, and it's your nose in particular that bothers me most.
No.
The dear thing isn't long enough, Nick. I'm going to give it a bit of stretching for you.
Oh, no, please, Pat. Don't do anything rash. Leave my nose alone. I like the shape of it as it is.
But I'm going to teach you a real lesson, Nick. Sure, and I'm going to make a rare beauty of you. I'll give you a nose, Nick, and what a nose.
Here you are, Pat. Nice and rosy red.
Good and hot are they, Kate. That's it. Give them here. You're going to thank me for this, Nick. Now then. Oh, it's a fine kind of voice you have, Nick. And it's a beautiful nose you're getting. Sure, and the darling thing stretches like a piece of soft wax.
Oh, you're a fine fellow, Pat. And you will have your little joke, too.
You know, it just occurred to me what a fine weathercock it would make. Kate, get up on the roof there and grab hold of the tongue.
All right, Pat.
Kate, and I'm going to stretch your nose up the chimney, Nick, and put the darling thing out in the open air where all the neighbours can admire it. And there won't be one of them but will agree that it's the finest weathercock in all Ireland.
Oh, now, Pat. It's very decent of you to go to all this trouble, Pat. But really, I prefer it a few sizes smaller.
Are you up there, Kate?
I'm here, Pat.
Now get a good hold on the tongue. All right now. Pull. Oh, that's fine. Sure, and if you could only see your beautiful nose, Nick, sticking up in the air as noble as a flagpole. Hey, Katie, put this old derby hat on top of it and tell me which way the wind is blowing.
Oh, Pat, have mercy, Pat. What do you want of me?
The same thing, Mr. Brimstone. £50,000 in another 7 years.
Done, Pat, done. And there's your money. Now, let me out of here.
Very well, Nick. I give you leave to get up out of the chair. Look at him run away. Faith, he's always in a hurry, that one. Sure, and I thought he might stay for a cup of tea. So, gentlemen, that's how it was. I got me another 7 years of grace and another £50,000. And by this time, I was such an expert at going through a fortune that in 10 months' time, me and the old lady had spent the whole thing and hadn't a halfpenny left to split between us. So, we had to go back to the dirty old shop again. Ah, but I didn't regret it, gentlemen. No, not one bit. There was only one thing that bothered me, though. That was old Nick. I figured this time he'd be bound to get his revenge. And I wondered what fine scheme he and his devils were cooking up down there in the regions below.
Ah, fine. That's fine. Keep the fires good and hot. This time I hope to have more success with our friend, Pat Cassidy. You've got the trick, haven't you? Why don't you disguise yourself? Eh? You'll be bound to fall for that, and then you'll catch him. I wonder. He's a very clever man, and a very wicked one. The thing that interests him most is money, Chief. Yes? Think of something that has to do with money. Say, that's a good idea. I'll disguise myself as a half-crown and lay down on the table right in front of him. And then when he picks me up and puts me in his pocket, I'll leap out and say, Patrick Cassidy, come with me. That's wonderful, Chief. He's bound to. You'll get him sure this time. Remember, I want more coal put on the fires. I want it especially hot here when I get back. Yes, sir. I'm planning a very warm welcome for our friend, Mr. Cassidy.
Katie, dear. Come over here to your Patrick.
What is it you want now, Pat?
Shh. Not so loud, my pretty. Closer. Like a good wife.
Sure, what's got into you now?
Shh. Look there on the table. Ethan has every resemblance to a half-crown.
Well, Ravine, it is indeed. A real solid half-crown.
Now, I ask you, what would a half-crown be doing in this house? I don't like the look of it.
You can be sure it can't be none of your doing. For if you knew there was an extra half...
Stand real still there, Katie, like a good girl, and be quiet. Now, I'll just be walking over that way, like this, sort of gazing round the room. And I'll be taking my purse out of my pocket all of a sudden, like this. Into my purse it goes. Ha-ha, I got it.
Sure, no sooner do you put the half-crown in your purse than it begins to bounce around, like the devil himself had got into it.
Certainly, I think he has. Oh, there. Is that you who's got into me purse, Nick?
Oh, yes, Pat, it is. Let me out like a good fellow, won't you?
Sure, and I'd like to do that little thing for you, Nick. But this is a very peculiar purse. There's a charm on it. And once the thing goes in, it's very difficult to get it out again.
But all you have to do is to pull the purse string, Pat. Just pull the string and let me out.
Oh, so you can pop out and drag me off down below? Sure, and wouldn't I be the big fool to do that? Oh, no, Mr. Brimstone. Now you've caught yourself good and proper, and I'm going to warm your bones for you.
Pat, what are you going to do?
Sure, and you'll find out soon enough, Nick, old boy. To tell you the truth, I'm a wee bit disappointed in the way you come sneaking up on me in the shape of a coin. It's downright unfriendly of you, Nick. So I'm just going to give your ribs a bit of squeeze with the hammer.
Oh, now spare me, Pat, spare me. Remember, I'm an old man. I'll give you another 50,000 pounds in another 7 years. Only let me go.
Oh, no. I got you for fair this time, Nick, and I mean to give you something to remember me by. There, you old dog. How do you like that?
Oh.
Is the right way. There, you think.
Hey, I'll double it, Pat. 100,000. Oh, anything, Pat, anything. Just ease up with the hammer and let me go.
Do you hear that, Katie? What do you say? Shall we let him out?
Not till he let you out of your end of the bargain, Pat. No more 7 years. Tell him you'll not go with him at all, and triple the amount.
Do you hear that, Nick? Do you hear what my wife says? Triple the amount and let me out of the bargain. If that's agreeable to you, why then leave the cash and be off with you and never show your ugly face in this neighborhood again.
Agreed, Pat, agreed. Anything at all. Only let me out. All I want is to get my home where I can find some peace and quiet.
Very well, then. Out you come. But leave the cash. And now scat! And that's the way it was. Nick left the money and ran off. And I never saw him again from that day to this. So I took the great fortune and became a fine gentleman. And I hobnobbed with dukes and kings and led the wonderful life indeed. Until finally, I became an old, old man.
And what happened then?
What happened? Then I died. Yes, gentlemen, I died. I went to sleep and never woke up again.
Who knocks at the golden gates of heaven?
I'd like to come in.
Have you any references?
Yes, I'm a good friend of St. Patrick's.
We'll see about that. Oh, Patrick, here's one who claims to be a friend of yours.
Don't you remember me, Your Reverence? Sure, and I'm poor old Patrick Cassidy. Him you gave 3 wishes to?
Yes, you rascal. I remember you very well. But you're on the wrong floor, Mr. Cassidy. You have to go downstairs, Mr. Cassidy. Downstairs. Take the elevator. It goes right to the basement.
Yes. What do you want?
I want to come in.
What's your name?
Patrick Cassidy.
Cassidy? Cassidy, he said. Quick, Donald Chief, he's here. Cassidy? Patrick Cassidy? No, don't let him in. Put up the chains, bar the doors, fasten the windows, nail down the shutters. Keep him out. My bones still ache from the last time he got hold of me.
And so, gentlemen, that's how it was. I couldn't get into heaven, and I couldn't get into hell. That's why you see me wandering around on such a bitter cold night. And that's how I come to be here, right here in Orion's Bar and Cafe, under the Brooklyn Bridge. Would any of you gentlemen care to set me up again?
Tonight, the Columbia Workshop has brought you Basil Heater's Cassidy and the Devil, with Walter Kinsella as Cassidy and Arthur Vinton as the Devil, Nicholas Brimstone. The production was directed by Guy Della Choppa. The score for tonight's workshop was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Other members of the cast included Kenneth Delmar as St. Patrick, Jeanette Nolan as Kate, Whitford Kane as the bartender, Jeffrey Bryan as the gatekeeper of heaven, and Ted DeCorsia as the Devil's assistant. Next Sunday night only, the Columbia Workshop time will be given over to a special gala concert in connection with the inaugural of President Franklin D. Roosevelt for his 3rd term. Some of the nation's outstanding actors and musicians will participate. The next workshop production, 2 weeks from tonight, will be called This Is From David. The original story was written by Meredith Lasser, and the adaptation has been made by Jacques Fink and Draper Lewis. Harry Clark speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mystery Playhouse, a rebroadcast for the servicemen and women of the United Nations.
Good evening. This is Peter Lauren. The circumstances leading up to horror and tragedy are many times as innocent seeming as a Sunday school picnic, and the perpetrators of evil appear often as ordinary, normal human beings. Yes, but they are capable of conceiving acts of diabolic destruction, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Listen now to Mr. Boris Karloff in Those Who Walk in Darkness. We look in on a scene taking place in a private room at Bayside Hospital. A man with heavily bandaged eyes lies restlessly in a bed. At his bedside are his wife, Valerie, a nurse, and a famous eye surgeon, Dr. Paul Wade. Dr. Wade looks strangely and intently at his patient before he speaks.
The dressings at midnight and again in the morning, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, what did you find? Will I be blind? Is it very bad? Now, take it easy, Mr. Denton. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. You're sure? You aren't just saying that. I'm quite sure. Valerie, did you hear that? I'm not going to be blind. Valerie, where are you?
Right here, darling.
Did you hear? I won't be blind. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, darling, it's marvelous.
You don't sound very excited. Valerie, don't you realize I'm going to see again? She doesn't sound excited because I don't want you to be excited, Mr. Denton. You've got to relax. Try to sleep. Sleep? With this ungodly pain? My eyes feel as though they were on fire. That will stop as soon as the opiate I gave you takes hold. You'll be comfortable, I'm sure. Now, good night.
You're going now, Doctor?
Yes, I'll look in on your husband in the morning.
Stephen.
Yes, Valerie?
Do you mind if I step out into the corridor for a moment?
But you promised not to leave me. I'm afraid, Valerie. Everything's so dark.
The nurse will be here, dear, if you want anything. I just want to ask Dr. Wade some questions.
Questions? But he's already told us that...
Yes, Stephen, I know. But I'd like to find out about the treatment and how I'm to take care of you when we get you home, you know. Just little things.
All right. But hurry back. I want you near me.
I will, dear.
Good night, Mr. Denton. Good night, Doctor. And thank you. You're quite welcome. After you, Mrs. Denton.
Thank you.
I suggest we step into the consultation room across the hall. We'll have more privacy.
All right.
Here we are.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a long time, Valerie.
Yes, Paul, it has.
Almost 10 years, isn't it?
About that.
Strange that you should have called me, of all people, to treat your husband's eyes.
Oh, I was panicky, Paul. I didn't know what to do. It all happened so suddenly. Stephen was working in his laboratory at the house when suddenly I heard a violent explosion. I ran in and found him clutching his eyes and screaming, "I'm blind." First thing I thought of was an ambulance. then you...
Why didn't you think of me 10 years ago?
That's not fair, Paul.
Was it fair to turn your back on me and then to marry a man almost twice your age?
Paul, please, why bring up ancient history?
It isn't ancient history to me. I've never forgotten you.
Paul, about Stephen's eyes.
What about them?
I have a feeling that you weren't telling him the truth.
You're right.
Oh, you mean he's not going to regain his sight? He's going to be blind? Oh, Paul.
You don't expect me to be terribly concerned, do you, Valerie? After all, he did take you away from me.
Don't be vindictive, Paul. It wasn't Stephen's fault. He didn't even know of your existence.
And you never told him that we were on the point of being married.
No, never.
It's rather ironic that we should meet again at the bedside of my rival, your husband, a man who may forever walk in darkness.
Don't say that, Paul. It's horrible.
But unfortunately true. A moment ago, you told me not to be vindictive. I'm not, really. But if I were, I could have my fill of vengeance if I told him about us. And then told him that he'll be blind forever.
You wouldn't, Paul.
Or I might take another form of revenge. I could tell you that an operation is called for. A very delicate operation.
Are you trying to say that there might be a chance?
Yes. But supposing I refuse to perform the operation?
Paul, you're joking. You can't mean that.
Perhaps not. But you call me vindictive. Suppose I operate and my scalpel slips. What if he dies?
That would be murder. You're not a murderer, Paul. You wouldn't risk your professional reputation. Why must you torment me this way?
You really love him, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Then forget the things that I've been saying. I want you to think of me as a friend. I want you to trust me.
I do trust you, Paul.
Thank you. Now as to the possibility of surgery. Here is the situation. The transparent film over your husband's eyes, the corneas, were burned and torn by the explosion. They've been so damaged that blindness will result, even though the eyes heal.
But you think an operation would cure that?
Possibly, although it's a very delicate job. The injured cornea must be peeled away and replaced by a fresh, healthy one.
Where can you get healthy corneas?
From the eyes of the dead.
Oh.
It isn't quite as horrible as it sounds, Valerie. You know, dying people often will their eyes for just this purpose. We maintain what we call a corneal bank. It's much the same as a blood bank, only but there's this difference. Corneal tissue can't be stored more than 48 hours. It must be fresh, or it's no good.
You have some available in the bank?
No, that's the trouble. I'm afraid we haven't.
But there's got to be some, Paul.
I don't know where, Valerie. Unless...
Unless what?
I was just thinking. Last night, one of the interns asked me to look at a charity case that puzzled him. He lives in a dirty little shack near the waterfront.
Yes, Paul.
I stopped by and examined him. I found an incurable condition. There's no way to save him. He won't live more than a day or two. But his eyes are healthy.
You mean you think he might...
I don't know. You'd have to have his consent, of course.
Take me to him, Paul. I'm sure I can make him understand.
Oh, it may not be so easy, Valerie. He's a strange person. A mystic and a spiritualist.
Let me try. Just take me to him.
All right. We can go there now.
How can anyone live down here, Paul? Wet streets and fog rolling in from the river. I shudder.
You'd be surprised where people are forced to live. That's the house over there. That gray shack.
Does he live alone?
No. There's a toothless old woman. I don't know where he picked her up, who keeps house for him. She's rather hideous and, I suspect, a bit demented. So don't be frightened when you see her.
I'll try not to be.
Here we are. There's no bell.
Those foghorns are giving me cold shivers.
Yes, they do sound eerie. Here comes the old woman.
Yes?
We'd like to see Chandra, please.
You can't. He's getting ready to go away. Chandra's going on a long journey.
Yes, we know. We'd like to see him before he leaves. We are friends of his.
Eh?
I said we are friends of Chandra. I was here last night. Don't you remember?
All right. Come in. His room's at the end of the hall. You know the way. I have to stay here by the stove. I'm cooking something. Yes, something for Chandra's journey.
I see. Come, Valerie.
Something for Chandra's journey.
Paul, she's ghastly.
But harmless, I'm sure. Here. This is the room.
Dark in there.
Yes, but there's a lamp burning. But the wick is down. I'll turn it up. There, that's better.
Paul, there on the cot. Is he alive?
Yes, still alive. Chandra. Chandra.
Who calls Chandra?
It's Dr. Wade. You remember me? I was here last night.
Yes. Chandra remembers, but it is too late. I am going away on a journey.
I know. That's why I've come. I brought a young lady with me, Chandra. She has a favor to ask.
Chandra has no favors to grant. Soon I will start to the other side.
Let her tell you what she wants, Chandra. Now go ahead, Valerie.
Chandra.
Well?
Chandra, my husband suffered an accident. An explosion. His eyes. Oh, Paul, I can't. You tell him, please.
All right. Can you hear me, Chandra?
I hear you.
So this young lady's husband just lost the sight of both his eyes. He'll be completely blind unless I perform an immediate operation. Unless I take parts of two healthy eyes and place them on his. She's asking that you give her your eye. Do you understand?
I understand I am visited by those who would rob me.
But you're going to die anyway.
Die? No, you are wrong. There is no death. I am going on a journey.
Please help me, Chandra.
No, I will need my eyes. I will need them to see into the great beyond, to guide me through eternity. The eyes are the windows of the soul.
I'll give you anything you ask.
No, I said no. Oh.
Oh. Something's happened.
He's dead.
Then it's all right. You can take his eyes.
No, I can't. He refused you.
Paul, listen to me. A doctor's first duty is to the living, to heal them, to make them whole. What responsibility have you to this lifeless thing?
It's a matter of professional ethics, Valerie.
Paul, you've got to do it. For me. Blindness would drive Stephen out of his mind. He's always hated the dark, like a little boy. Paul, please.
It wouldn't be right, Valerie.
It's a matter of life and death, not right or wrong. Paul, you have your surgical kit with you.
Yes, but...
Paul, please. I beg you.
All right. Close the door. Well, it's good to be home again, Valerie. That hospital room was beginning to get me down.
It's going to be even better once the bandages are taken off.
Yes. Just another week, that's what Wade said. Oh, he's a good doctor, Valerie. I like him.
I'm glad.
Imagine being able to see again after all these weeks of darkness. I've never liked the dark. Why, it will be like coming into a new world. Yes. Tell me, what sort of an operation was it, Valerie?
Well, I don't know.
You sound like you're trying to hide something.
Oh, don't be silly, Stephen. Oh, that must be Paul. Dr. Wade. No. I'd better let him in, Stephen. I think Jenny's in bed.
Good evening, Mrs. Denton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Sorry I'm so late, but I had an emergency call.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Hello, Doctor.
Well, how is the patient?
Oh, fine, thank you, and anxious to get these bandages off.
Patience is a virtue.
Yes, but blindness is a curse.
Don't be so morbid, Stephen. You're very lucky.
Yes, I know I am. It's a warm night, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, a lovely night. Stars and a new moon.
They say a new moon's a good omen if you look at it over your left shoulder. Did you know I was superstitious, Doctor?
Well, I guess we all are in one way or another.
Yes. Oh, would it be all right if we took a short walk in the garden while Valerie makes some coffee? That is, if you have the time, Doctor.
Yes, plenty of time.
Well, can't I come along?
Oh, no, this is a stag party. You fix some coffee for us like a good girl, and we'll be back shortly.
All right.
Here, we can go out through the terrace.
Here, let me take your arm.
Thank you, Doctor. What a gorgeous night.
Yes, isn't it? See how the moon is... Oh, sorry, old fellow. I forgot for a moment.
That's all right. I'll be seeing it soon enough, thanks to you. And now you're seeing it for me. Over my left shoulder, I hope.
Why, no. It's the right one.
That's bad luck. Oh, but you couldn't possibly bring me bad luck, Dr. Wade. Not after giving me back my sight. You'll never know what you've done for me.
No?
No. You can't possibly know how much it was because you're not in love with Valerie. Valerie's my life, Doctor. So young, so beautiful. Without eyes, how could I see her beauty? I'm getting on in years, you know, and there'd be very little left for me if I couldn't look at Valerie and see the warmth of her smile. Oh, I don't expect you to understand that. Nobody can understand it except the one who's in love.
Perhaps you're right. It must be very pleasant to see with the eyes of love, even though the eyes are borrowed.
Borrowed? What do you mean?
Oh, why, nothing. Nothing, really.
That's not the truth, Doctor.
Shall we keep walking?
No, I want you to explain what you meant when you said my eyes are borrowed. It had something to do with the operation you performed, did it not?
Now, look
I won't be put off. I told you I was superstitious.
Give me back my eyes.
Who said that? Dr. Wade?
Who said what?
Give me back my eyes.
There, a strange voice.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes, I heard a voice saying, give me back my eyes.
Give me back my eyes.
There it is again, Doctor. Oh, for the love of heaven, whose voice is it? Tell me. Tell me, I'm blind. I can't see.
I think perhaps we'd better go in, Mr. Denton.
No. I tell you, I heard a voice.
Oh, but you're tired. Now, come.
But all right. I can't understand it. I swear I heard a strange, hollow voice.
There was no voice, at least. None that I heard. Here we are. Step up. That's fine.
Back so soon?
I think you'd better go right to bed, Mr. Denton. You're tired and unnerved.
Yes. Yes, I will.
Coffee will be ready in just a few minutes.
Oh, I think I'll retire, Valerie.
Is something wrong, Stephen?
He's tired.
Oh, here, let me help you.
No, don't bother, please. I can find my own way. You stay with Dr. Wade. Doctor, are you sure we didn't hear? I'm positive. I see. Well, good night. Good night.
I'll be in shortly, Stephen.
All right.
What happened, Paul?
I'd rather not discuss it.
Please, you must tell me.
Well, it's something I've been worried about.
What do you mean?
I haven't brought this up before because I was hoping against hope that the thing I feared was not true.
Paul, you don't have to hide anything from me. Is something wrong with Stephen?
I'm afraid so. I'm afraid the explosion injured his brain as well as his eyes.
Oh, Paul.
It isn't going to be easy to take, Valerie.
What happened in the garden?
He said he heard a strange voice saying, "Give me back my eyes." Oh, I shouldn't be telling you this, Valerie. You're trembling.
Oh. I'm thinking of that Hindu, Chandra. You said he was a mystic, a spiritualist. Do you think it's possible that... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
No, Valerie. I'm afraid Stephen's brain has been affected. And the horrible part of it is that I'm convinced that complete insanity will set in eventually.
Stephen.
I heard what you said, Doctor.
Oh, Stephen.
It's all right, dear.
Stephen, darling.
Come back into the bedroom, Mr. Denton. I want to talk with you. No, Valerie. You stay out here. Or better yet, go and get me some hot water.
Hot water?
Yes, I think I'll change these bandages and I'll want the water boiled. So watch it for at least 6 minutes.
Very well. I'll go to the kitchen.
Now, Mr. Denton, shall we go into your room?
It's no use, Doctor.
Let me guide you. There. That's fine.
I know you're trying to cheer me up, but I tell you it's no use, Dr. Wade. I understand. I'm going mad.
I'm sorry you overheard. After all, I could be wrong. Although
you know it's true.
I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Denton.
Give me back my eyes.
That voice. I tell you, Doctor, I keep hearing that voice.
It's nothing. Your imagination is working overtime. Now, I'll get you a sedative. Valerie! Oh, here you are. I thought you were in the kitchen getting some water for me.
No, I didn't go. You didn't fool me asking for hot water.
Fool you? I'm afraid I don't understand.
You monster. You horrible monster.
What are you talking about?
Get away from that door. Let me go into my husband. Let me tell him.
Just a moment.
Get your hands off me. Let me go. I should have known right from the beginning. Instead, I trusted you, had faith in you.
Valerie.
Holding me. You make my skin crawl.
Valerie, I demand an explanation.
You'll get it, all the explanation you want. I suspected something wrong when you sent me for hot water. That was just to get rid of me. Get me out of the way for 6 minutes. But I didn't leave this front room.
Now, listen.
I did listen. Bedroom door didn't quite latch. I saw what you did. He couldn't see you because his poor eyes are bandaged. He's blind. But I saw your lips move, and I heard you say the words, "Give me back my eyes."
Valerie, will you please let me...
If you don't get your hands off me, you unspeakable monster. Trying to drive Stephen mad, playing on his superstitions, his fear of the dark, of the unknown, to turn him into a raving maniac.
Valerie, be quiet.
Quiet? Why, you filthy, desperate... What was that? Stephen! Stephen! He shot himself. He's dead. Oh, Stephen.
Valerie.
Go away. Go away.
Valerie, it was all for the best.
The best?
Let me talk to you, Valerie. I can explain everything.
You murdered him.
I did it for you, darling, for us. Come into the living room and let me explain.
You murdered him. Just as if you'd held that gun to his head and pulled the trigger yourself.
Please, darling.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Valerie, believe me, I did it to free you from a man who didn't deserve you. I did it so that you could know happiness with me. You're young, Valerie. You have years ahead of you. You're entitled to everything in life. You understand? Come into the living room. There, that's it. We're going to be so happy together. Let me close the door and shut out the last memory of what has gone before. Now, our life is before us. Here, sit down.
My head, Paul. I have a terrible headache.
I'll get you some aspirin. Where is it?
In Stephen's laboratory. I'll get it.
Let me help you. There.
I think it's on the middle shelf. Turn the light on, Paul. The switch is on the right.
I have it. Let me get the aspirin for you.
I can find them more easily.
I've been thinking, Valerie. After this is all over, we're going away on a trip. Perhaps somewhere off in the mountains, or... You've got the wrong bottle, dear. That's not the aspirin.
No. It's one of Stephen's chemicals. It's acid, Paul. Sulfuric acid.
Oh, Valerie, put it back on the shelf. That stuff will burn.
No, Paul. No, you cold-blooded murderer. You're going to know what Stephen knew before you forced him to take his life. You're going to know what it is to walk in darkness.
Valerie.
Forever. Down my eyes!
There, my friend, is a young lady who takes literally the old adage, an eye for an eye. Thank you, Boris Karloff and cast, for keeping our growing reputation for horror quite intact. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, please, I want you to visit the green room. The players are rehearsing our next performance. Come. Come, come.
Watson, what do you know about this man Damery?
Damery? What Damery?
Lord Damery, of course. You seem to have his photograph in all the society weeklies.
Well, naturally, the fellow's a household word in society.
Yes. He's a man of the world with a natural turn for diplomacy, and he's asked me for a 4:30 appointment, which I've granted.
You mean that Lord Damery's coming here, but it's 4:30 now. Look at the mess.
Oh, yes. Sherlock Holmes and the elementary Dr. Watson, played by Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, respectively, will appear in our next tale of mystery. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
We bring you Creeps by Night. The Blue Network presents the international star of stage and screen, the master of mystery, Boris Karloff, in Creeps by Night. How do you do? This is Boris Karloff, inviting you to join with us for another dramatic exploration into the unknown darkness of the human mind. Our theme tonight is revenge. We have chosen for you a story that plumbs the very depths of one of man's primary emotions. The eternal seeking of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. This is the story of a man who waited 20 long and heartbreaking years before the opportunity came to seek vengeance. But when it did, he stalked his prey with the cold and horrible stealth of a black panther. Creeps by Night presents Boris Karloff as George Miller in The Final Reckoning. Our scene is the warden's office at the state penitentiary. A middle-aged man, his shoulders hunched and his hair prematurely gray, stands before the warden's desk, clothed in an ill-fitting prison-made suit. His face is yellowed with the pallor of long confinement, but his eyes, set deeply in dark-shadowed hollows, are bright and clear. Looking at him, the warden speaks.
Well, I wish you'd reconsider, George. I don't like to see you walk out of here in your condition.
I'll be all right, Warden.
Don't be a fool. You've just gotten over a bad case of pneumonia. Why not spend an extra week or so in the hospital? Let Doc Reed put you back on your feet.
My time is up at noon today, isn't it?
Yes, but we'd glad to.
That's when I'm leaving. The moment that noon whistle blows.
You're in no shape to travel. Look at you. You're still sick, man. Deathly sick.
I've been sick for almost 20 years, Warden. Ever since those iron gates out there closed behind me. I've waited a lifetime for the cure. Planned for it. Now I'm going to get it.
Oh, you're just being stubborn, George. I don't understand it. You've been a model prisoner in every way. In the entire history of the penitentiary, only 3 men have had life sentences commuted. And you're one of them. And yet, in a matter that concerns your well-being, you act like an obstinate fool. Why?
Because I've got something to do. Something very important.
What's more important than your health?
The thing I've got to do.
Wait a minute. Are you going to do something that might land you back in here? Is that it?
Don't worry, Warden.
You know, come to think of it, George, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Something personal.
Go ahead.
In all the years you've been here, why have you refused to see visitors or mail? Why did you completely cut yourself off from the outside world?
Well, it all boils down to this. A man ages a lot in 20 years. His voice changes, and his way of talking. His features change. He becomes an entirely different person. Especially in a place like this. Just knowing that you're hemmed in by 4 walls, it does something to you. Something... Well, that's the answer.
It's no answer at all.
Yes, it is. I didn't want anyone to see me age, to see the changes that were coming over me. The way it is now, with the George Miller who's walking out of here at 44, is nothing like the George Miller who was brought in at 25. They're 2 different people. No one outside this prison will ever recognize me.
And is that what you want?
That's exactly what I want.
Why? You've got nothing to be ashamed of. You've paid your debt to society.
There's another debt I have to pay to myself. It's been owing for a long time.
I don't like the way you're talking, George. What's behind all this?
20 years, Warden. The best part of my life. A minute ago, you asked me to look at myself. I don't have to look. I can feel it down inside. I'm an old man.
An old man at 44.
Self-pity is a bad thing, George.
I'm not pitying myself. I'm thinking about what brought me here. You've got the record right there in front of you. I said I was innocent then, and it still holds. I'm innocent now.
That's a closed book. Why not let it stay closed?
Because there's an unfinished chapter still to be written.
Remember, you haven't served your full term. You'll be on probation for 5 years.
I'll remember. I've had a long time to think it over.
Incidentally, while we're at it, there's one more thing that's been puzzling me.
You'd better hurry. It's almost noon.
6 months ago, when it seemed pretty certain that your commutation was coming through, you made a strange request. You asked to be relieved of the job of running the prison library, a job you'd held as far back as I can remember. And you asked me to assign you as an apprentice to the prison barber. I granted that request, but I wondered about it at the time. Would you care to tell me why you suddenly decided to become a barber?
I thought it might be a good idea to learn a trade.
That's not true, George.
There's the noon whistle. That means I'm a free man, doesn't it?
Yes.
Goodbye, Warden. Take care of yourself.
You haven't answered my question, George.
You mean, why did I suddenly decide to become a barber?
Yes.
I told you. I wanted to learn a trade.
And I told you that's not the truth.
You're right, Warden. It isn't.
I hear George Miller's out.
No kidding.
Yeah, got his sentence commuted.
Did they so?
If he does, he better start moving.
Charlie, this is Duke. I just got tipped off. George Miller's out. Wonder what Ace will do.
You want to hear something, honey? George Miller's out. Boy, would I like to see Ace when he gets a nose.
George Miller's out. George Miller's out.
George Miller's out. George Miller's out.
Well, what'd you learn?
It's true, Ace. They commuted his sentence. He got out yesterday.
What did I tell you? I spend $100,000 a year on smart lawyers, and where do I get my information? From a hophead. A barfly.
But Ace.
Oh, sure. I'm out of my mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. George Miller's dead. He died in prison 10 years ago.
Well, that's what they told us.
Who told you?
Our sources of information.
Your sources of information. Don't make me laugh.
Now look at it.
And I'll get out before I lose my temper.
If you don't even...
Get out, I said! His sources of information. Vera, get me a drink.
Oh, Ace, honey, don't get yourself all upset.
Shut up.
Ace,
Shut up and stay out of this. None of your business.
Is that a nice way to talk? Who is this George Miller?
I said it's none of your business. What's that?
Just a doorbell. I'll answer it.
Wait a minute.
Now what?
Don't open that door till you find out who it is.
A ball of...
You heard me. Find out who it is first.
Okay. Who is it? Who is it? No answer, Ace.
Damn. Miller, trying to trick me.
Ace, where's the sheet?
Take it easy. Keep your voice down. Now listen to me. In case anything happens, he threatened me. I had to protect myself. Do you understand?
Yeah, but... Ace, what are you doing with that gun?
Never mind. You just follow orders. All right. Open the door. Slowly.
Ace, honey.
Open it, I said.
There's nobody here.
What's that on the floor?
No!
What is it?
A rat! A dead rat!
Hello. Benny, this is Duke. You hear about Ace?
Yeah, somebody left a dead rat outside his door.
No, that was yesterday. I mean today.
What about today? You got another one?
Yeah. It came in a box. In the mail.
Holy smoke.
Ace is ducking out of town. He's scared stiff.
Where's he going?
Up to his hideout in the mountains. Take the car onto the back, Chuck.
Okay, boss. What about the bags, Ace?
Chuck will bring them. Come on.
How long have you had this place in the mountains, Ace?
Oh, a couple of years.
Sure is gloomy looking.
Hell, what did you expect? A summer resort? All I want is a place to hole up. Lay low, the boys get Miller. Well, there should be a bell around here.
Somebody in the house?
Don't you ever get tired of asking questions, Vera? I told you on the way up there's a caretaker. The bell doesn't work.
Well, if you ask me, this is all a lot of crazy...
Nobody's asking you.
Ace Donnelly running away from a stir bomb.
Pipe down. Somebody's coming.
Good evening, Mr. Donnelly.
Oh, good evening. Is everything all set?
Yes, sir. The master bedroom is ready.
We'll go right up. This is Miss Carroll.
How do you do?
Hello.
You're not the same man was here last year, are you?
No, sir. That was Edward, my cousin. He's been ill, and I've been substituting for him. My name is Walter.
Okay. Bring up a couple of brandies. We'll be upstairs.
Yes, sir.
I sure hate to be holed up in a place like this for the rest of my life.
Well, just say the word, and Chuck will drive you back into town.
I'm just kidding, Ace, honey.
Well, stop it. Right now, I'm not in a kidding mood.
Okay.
Now, there. What's wrong with this room?
Well, it's very nice.
Plenty of space, 4 closets, double exposure. What more do you want?
Nothing, darling. Just a kiss.
Now, wait a minute. Close the door.
Since when were you bashful?
Now, look, Vera. Get one thing straight. I came up here to play safe. There's a guy gunning for me. Until he's out of the way, I'm not taking any chances.
Sure, I understand, honey. What I don't get is why you're so afraid of this George Miller, whoever he is. What did you do to him?
In case I sent him up, put her behind bars.
Did you?
You know, one of these days, Vera, you're going to ask the wrong question.
I know. It's none of my business.
That's the ticket.
Did you tell me one thing, Ace?
What?
Those dead rats. The one we found outside the apartment door, and the one that came by parcel post in that little wooden coffin. What do they mean?
What do you think they mean?
I don't know. It's got something to do with George Miller.
Well, you guessed right. Miller's trying to get me jittery. He knows I've got a bad heart. Planning these things to tell me he thinks I'm a rat. A dead one if he has anything to do with it.
Hey, Tom.
Now, don't worry. I'm safe up here. The boys will get Miller. Yeah?
It's Walter, sir, with your brandy.
Okay, come in. Just put the tray down on the table.
Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir?
I guess so.
What about our luggage, Ace?
Oh, yes. Did my man bring the bags up?
Yes, sir. They're in the hallway, sir.
Well, bring them in, will you?
Yes, sir.
Soda or water, Ace?
Yeah, I'll take it straight.
Where shall I put the bags, sir?
Oh, just set them down any place.
Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir?
Yeah. And don't forget to lock up.
I won't, sir. Good night.
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 Oh, that yes and no, sir, routine is going to drive me nuts.
He talks like one of those fancy movie butlers.
Looks like a zombie.
Here's your drink, honey.
Yeah. How about you?
No, I better get the bags unpacked first. All the stuff would be wrinkled.
Well, here's how. I needed that drink. Now, maybe I can relax.
Sit down and take it easy, honey.
You know, it's not going to be so bad staying up here for a week or two.
Hey, how do you open this bag, Ace?
Which one?
Yours. Black leather.
Oh, there's a little gadget on the lock. Just press it and it snaps open. You got it?
Uh-huh.
And we'll get a good rest.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Look! The bag.
What?
Another dead rat.
Talk, Chuck. Talk, you double-dealing skunk, or I'll split your skull.
Ace, believe me, I didn't do it. Honest, I didn't.
Talk, I said. Spell it.
I ain't got nothing to spell.
Now, listen, Chuck. I know your kind. I know them from way back. You'd sell your mother for cash on the line. George Miller got to you. He paid you to slip that dead rat into my suitcase. Get up. I don't trust you either. I don't trust anybody. You're all a bunch of blood-sucking double-crossers.
Boy.
You heard me. You'd like to see me dead, wouldn't you?
You're out of your mind.
Now, get out, both of you.
No.
Get out, I said. Get out of the house and stay out. Yeah, who is it?
It's Walter, sir, with your brandy.
Oh, bring it in.
This is the last bottle, sir.
Yeah, well, put it down.
Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir?
Yeah, that's all. Who is it?
It's Walter, sir.
Come in.
I thought perhaps you'd like something to eat, sir. It's been 3 days since you've taken any solid food.
Yeah, 3 days.
I brought an omelet and some toast.
Oh, thanks, Waller.
Quite all right, sir.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
You've been pretty nice to me, Waller.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, pretty nice. And I'm the kind of a guy who don't forget. I don't forget if a guy's nice to me. And I don't forget if he stabs me in the back.
Neither do I, sir.
Come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir.
It's all right. Come on in and close the door.
Yes, sir.
What do you got there, Waller?
Well, I thought now that you're feeling a little better, sir, that perhaps you'd like to be shaved. Been almost a week, you know.
Yeah, don't tell me you're a barber, too.
I have been a barber, sir.
Well, I could use a shave, I guess, all right.
If I may say so, sir, I think you'll find it very refreshing.
Okay, go ahead. Where do you want me?
The chair you're sitting in will be all right, sir. I'll get some warm water in the bathroom.
You know, Waller, I've been thinking. When I go back into town, I'm going to take you with me. Yeah, I could use a man like you.
That's very kind of you, sir.
I like people like you around me. People who don't ask questions or get in your hair. Take care of what you're supposed to, and that's the end of it.
I try to keep my place, sir.
You got the right idea. Now, what'll I do? Lean back?
In just a moment, sir. I'll have to fasten the strop to the back of the chair. I want the razor good and sharp.
You'll need it sharp for this beard.
Yes, sir.
You must have been wondering about me these last few days, Waller.
No, sir. Not particularly.
You mean you wouldn't like to know why I've been hiding out here in the mountains?
Sure, you must have a good reason, sir.
Yeah, you can say that again. Someone's gunning for me.
Gunning for you?
Uh-huh. Somebody trying to get me. Guy named Miller. George Miller.
The name sounds familiar.
He got a life sentence for murder about 20 years ago. Yeah, there was quite a story on it in the papers. He killed a girl.
Did he?
That's what the jury thought. They gave him first degree with a recommendation for mercy. That saved him from the chair.
What did you think?
What did I think about what?
Lean back, sir. I'm almost ready for you.
Hey, isn't that razor sharp enough yet?
Not quite. I haven't used it in some time. What did you think about George Miller's conviction, sir?
What's the difference what I thought? The jury cooked his goose.
Did they?
Yeah. Oh, come on. Well, if you're going to shave me, get to it.
I'm ready now. Lean back, sir. I'll soap you up.
Okay.
I assume this George Miller is out of prison now.
Yeah. Got a commutation. Hey, you sure you don't need a lawnmower to get this beard off?
I can do very well with a razor, sir.
You know, I'm going to feel like a new man when you get through.
Yes, a completely new man.
You're a funny guy, Waller. You talk like a college professor.
I've had a lot of time to read and study in the past 20 years. A lot of time.
Yeah?
That's enough soap. Now just relax, sir. Does the razor pull?
Nope. Feels all right.
That's fine. Nothing like a good, sharp razor.
Yeah.
Now, don't move. It's rather difficult shaving you in this chair. If you move, I may cut your throat.
That's not funny.
It wasn't meant to be funny, Ace.
What did you say?
Sit back, Ace. One slip and you're finished. You're a dead rat.
George Miller.
That's right. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Ace?
George, you wouldn't kill me in cold blood, would you?
This isn't cold blood, Ace. This is hot blood, heated for 20 years. That's how long I've waited. Feel how sharp the razor is.
No, George.
Be careful. Doesn't take much to split a throat from ear to ear. You know that.
George, I'll give you anything you want. Name your price.
You couldn't meet it. Only one thing can pay for those 20 years.
George, I've got a bad heart, you know.
Yes, so I've heard.
All I'm asking for is a break.
Did you give me a break when you framed me and set me up for life?
I figured you'd beat the rap. I never thought they'd convict you.
Then you admit framing me.
Yeah, but I never figured...
You admit that you killed the McGuire girl because she knew too much, because you wanted her out of the way.
Yeah, but...
That's enough, Ace. It's more than enough. Now feel the razor on your throat. Cutting.
No, George. No.
Cutting deeper.
Down.
Deeper. You said you'd be a new man when this was over. But you're wrong, Ace. You're only a dead rat. Who is it?
It's there, Ace. Have come back.
Come in, Miss Carroll.
Oh, hello, Walter. Is Mr. Dinelli... Oh, there he is. You're shaving. Ace, darling. I couldn't stand being away from you. I had to come back. I couldn't... Walter, what's the matter with him? Is he asleep or something?
I'm afraid not, Miss Carroll.
Why is he slumped in the chair? Why are his eyes staring that way? Why doesn't he move?
He can't move. He's dead.
Dead? Oh, no. Walter.
Yes, he's dead. And my name isn't Walter, Miss Carroll. My name is George Miller.
George Miller? George Miller?
Yes.
Then you killed him?
No, Miss Carroll, I did not kill him. You don't see any blood, do you?
But he's dead. You said he was dead.
I'm afraid I played rather a gruesome joke on him. You see, I was shaving him with a very sharp razor. After I told him who I was, I held the back of the blade, the dull side, against his throat. As you know, he had a bad heart. Unfortunately, it couldn't stand the strain.
You murdered him. You got the chair for this.
You're wrong, Miss Carroll, quite wrong. Ace Dinelli died of a heart attack. That's what a medical autopsy will show.
You caused it. You brought it on.
That would be very difficult to prove. I figured this out so carefully, Miss Carroll. I paid with 20 years of my life for a murder I did not commit. And now there's nothing the law can do to me for one that I did commit.
Creeps by Night has just brought you Boris Karloff in The Final Reckoning. Be with us again next Tuesday night at the same time over most of these stations when Mr. Karloff will present another weird mystery of the mind, The Hunt. Creeps by Night is directed by Dave Drummond. Original music is composed and conducted by Al Sachs. The entire production is under the supervision of Robert Maxwell. We bring you Creeps by Night. Network presents the international star of stage and screen, the mastery of mystery, Boris Karloff, in Creeps by Night. How do you do? This is Boris Karloff, joining with you once again for another exploration into the unknown darkness of the human mind. Tonight, our story illustrates in terrifying terms the oft-repeated theme of this program. There is no mystery greater than the mystery of the mind. It is for you to decide whether these weird and ghastly happenings were a figment of man's imagination or a tragic reality beyond man's understanding. Creeps by Night presents Boris Karloff as Loomis Horton in The Hunt. Our scene is the Horton farm, 50 acres of rich, grazing pasture almost on the edge of the Louisiana bayous, the legendary swampland that for centuries was the spawning ground of black magic and voodoo. The night is warm and dark, its heavy silence broken only by the hum of insects, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional deep-throated croak of a bullfrog off in the swamp. Suddenly, the shadowed outline of a human figure appears at the edge of a cypress grove behind the weather-beaten Horton house, and a soft, whistled signal rides the still night air. For a long moment, there is no response. Then, a door at the rear of the house opens quietly, and a girl crosses to the cypress grove, her eyes searching the darkness.
Jeff?
Right here, Julie.
Jeff, you shouldn't have come. He's in one of his black moods tonight. I gotta go right back in. He'll kill me if he finds me here.
He won't kill nobody. I'm getting fed up with him ruining your life, Julie. Got a mind to tell him a thing or two.
It won't do any good, Jeff.
What rights he got keeping you from getting some fun out of living? That's what I want to know.
He's my brother.
That don't give him no right to pen you up. You ain't one of his stinking sheep.
Jeff, please not so loud. He'll hear you.
I don't much care if he does.
Please, Jeff. I'll be the one to suffer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Julie. Only it makes me mad clean through when I think of him treating you the way he does. I want to marry you, Julie, and take you away from here. There's stories going around the village.
What do you mean, Jeff?
I don't like to say it, Julie, but folks are talking about your brother Loomis.
Talking? I don't understand.
Well, Bud Peebley and Bill Mason come through here night before last hunting coon. Said they saw Loomis out in the east pasture, digging a grave.
A grave?
Yeah. He's burying something. You know what it was, Julie? Got any idea?
No, I don't, Jeff. But
what?
Oh, I shouldn't be telling you this, Jeff.
It won't go no further, Julie.
Promise.
Hope to die.
Well, I heard Loomis talking with the hired man. I heard him say something comes out of the swamp at night.
Out of the swamp?
Yes. They don't know what it is. But come dark, Loomis hardly never goes without his shotgun.
Sound like voodoo to me, Julie. I gotta take you away from here. It ain't healthy.
Oh, you can't, Jeff. Not till I'm 18. Not for 2 months yet.
How am I going to sit around for 2 months thinking about you shut up in a house with that crazy man?
You got no right to say that, Jeff.
I got every right. Digging graves at night. Burying Lord knows what and talking about things coming out of the swamp. I ought to say something to him about all this.
You can say it right now.
Oh. Evening, Mr. Horton.
Get back into the house, Julie.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Horton.
Get into the house.
I'm going, Loomis. Bye, Jack.
Julie, wait.
Let her go.
You got no right treating her like you do.
I got a right to do as I please. She's my sister and she's underage. Now get off my land and don't come back. If I catch you here again, I'll horsewhip you.
I don't scare easy, Mr. Horton.
No? Perhaps I got something in the house that may change your mind. I'll give you 5 minutes to get off my land.
I'll leave when I'm good and ready, and not before.
I'm going back indoors for a shotgun. And if you're still here when I come out again, you'll get a load of buckshot. Remember that.
Dirty low-down skunk. Just let me catch him once off his own land. Just once. I'll beat his ugly head off. What's that? Sounds like a wolf from it. Well, there ain't no wolves out here. No. There ain't wolf crowd. Something else. Come closer. Sneaking through the cypress grove. I wonder what it is. Maybe I better...
I'm afraid there's not much I can tell you, Professor Taylor, except that it happened 5 weeks ago. State police moved in on the case right after the boy's body was found. Frankly, we didn't get very far. It's still an unsolved mystery.
I see. You know, of course, why I'm here, Sergeant.
Well, all I know is we had a letter from the state university saying you were coming down to do some research on the case.
Yes, exactly. Now, as I understand it, Sergeant, the boy's throat was considerably lacerated.
Worse than that. There wasn't any throat left.
You're convinced it was an animal?
Well, what else could it be? No human could rip a throat open like that.
Were there any tracks?
No, the ground was pretty hard. And what stopped us cold was our bloodhound couldn't pick up a trace of scent. No animal scent anyhow.
How about humans?
Only the Hortons and the hired man, Andrew. They don't count. Thing happened on Horton land, so naturally you'd expect to find it.
Yes, of course. Tell me, this Horton you mentioned...
Loomis Horton, his name is.
Does he keep a dog? A savage dog?
No, won't allow one on the place. We investigated the dog angle, but there isn't one like that in the whole parish.
Curious. Very curious. Where is the Horton farm located, Sergeant?
About 7 miles out of town. County road.
Did the boy live or work there?
No. According to Horton's story, Jeff Tuttle was calling on young Julie. She's Horton's sister. Jeff left about 9:30, and a few minutes later, Horton heard him screaming for help. Horton ran out the back of the house, found Jeff at the edge of a cypress grove. Stone dead.
Mm-hmm. I'd like a little talk with this Horton, Sergeant.
Well, no, I don't know. He's a queer duck. Doesn't take much to strangers. And doesn't take much to anybody, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Well, he puts in most of his time looking after his farm and his sheep. Keeps one hired man. Between the two of them, they manage pretty well. Then there's his young sister, the girl Jeff Tuttle was calling on. He doesn't let her out of his sight. Keeps pretty much cooped up in the house. Nice-looking girl, too.
Mm-hmm. Would it be possible to drive out to the Horton farm tonight, Sergeant?
Let's see, 10 minutes to 8. It'll be dark by the time we get there.
Well, you're not afraid of the dark, are you?
I'm not afraid of anything I can see. Let's go.
Is it much farther, Sergeant?
About a mile. Professor, look at that.
Look at what?
There, ahead, crossing the road. Is that a dog?
Good grief. Speed up, Sergeant. Hurry before it's gone. Look how its eyes gleam in our headlights, like yellow fire.
That's a dog. It's the biggest one I ever saw.
I'm afraid it's no dog, Sergeant. Quick, swing to the left. Keep your lights on it.
Yeah. You notice anything?
Starting to run, heading for the cypress grove.
Yes, but notice the color, that peculiar gray.
Gone.
And the fangs, the pointed ears, the way it moved. Didn't it remind you of a wolf?
Let's go after it.
No. Wait, Sergeant. No use. Not in this darkness. We'll never find it in that thick grove.
Guess you're right. You really think it was a wolf?
I said it reminded me of one.
Well, we don't have wolves in this section, Professor.
Yes, I know. Sergeant, I think it's time I told you the kind of research I intend doing. Do you know what lycanthropy is?
No, can't say I do.
Well, it's a form of madness, a disease of the mind. Those who are afflicted with it imagine they've turned into wild animals. They develop a taste for blood and often commit violence when the spasm seizes them. Once the seizure is over, they return to normalcy with no knowledge of what occurred.
Sounds pretty horrible.
Yes, it is horrible. You understand there's no physical change except the deepening of the voice, as far as we know.
What do you mean, as far as you know?
Well, some authorities believe the disease may be so deeply rooted in certain human beings that when a spasm seizes them, their actual physical appearance is altered. They take on the form as well as the habits of wild beasts. They're called werewolves, men who turn into wolves.
What?
Well, what's the matter, Sergeant? Why did you jump?
It just kind of hit me. Bloodhounds not finding any animal scent, and that gray thing we just saw running across the road.
We mustn't leap to conclusions, Sergeant. No true werewolf has ever been found, although there are many alleged eyewitness accounts claiming that such creatures have been seen, particularly in the Balkan countries of Europe. Thus far, though, we have no positive scientific proof that werewolves really exist.
Hope they don't.
So do I, Sergeant. I devoutly hope so. But the case of this young man whose throat was torn out presents some aspects I'd like to investigate.
I'm beginning to see what you're thinking about.
I suggest we drive on to the Horton farm, Sergeant. Doesn't seem to be anyone home.
There's a light upstairs, out in the parlor. Seldom goes out at night.
How old a man would you say he is?
45, 6. Somebody's coming.
Yes? Who is it?
Sergeant Moran, State Police.
Just a moment.
Sounds a little out of breath. Don't be scared when you see him, Professor. He's not too pretty to look at. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Horton, but...
What do you want?
This is Professor Taylor of the State University.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Horton.
Yes? What is it?
May we come in?
I was just going to bed.
We'll be just a few minutes. After you, Professor.
Thank you.
Professor Taylor came down from the university to do a little investigating on the Jeff Tuttle case, Mr. Horton. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sick and tired of answering questions. I've told you all I know. What more do you want?
You can explain it better than I can, Professor. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. Well, you see, Mr. Horton, my investigation is purely scientific. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the police.
No?
I'm merely trying to determine whether the brutal attack on the young man was made by a human or an animal. Or perhaps a combination of both.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you've heard of werewolves, haven't you, Mr. Horton?
No, and I'm not interested. I told you I've had enough of questions. Hasn't a man a right to a little privacy?
Well, there's no need to get sore about it, Horton.
I don't like being questioned. I don't like to have people barging in on me at all hours of the night. This is my house, and I'm going to live in it the way I see fit, which means without uninvited visitors.
Of course, Mr. Horton. It isn't my intention.
And another thing. I own the property from the county road to the bayou and north to Kurt Silves' pasture. If you took the time to notice, the land's posted. Now, this is a warning. The next person, man, woman, or child who sets foot on my land is going to get a load of buckshot. Is that clear?
You're in a bad humor tonight, Horton.
Never mind my bad humor. Get out. Both of you. Get out and stay out.
Mother, what's the matter? Why are you shouting?
Julie!
What are you doing in the kitchen? Didn't I tell you to stay up in your room?
But no, mister,
Don't how you dare come down that rear stairway with my back's turned.
I just wanted to find out if you'd asked Andrew about my lambs. How many were killed?
Get upstairs to your room or I'll...
Go and Loomis, don't be angry.
I presume that was your sister, Mr. Horton? Lovely girl.
Good night, gentlemen. Get off my property and don't come back unless you're invited.
I'm sorry, Professor. Looks like we're being asked to leave.
Oh, it's quite all right. Thank you anyway, Mr. Horton. Perhaps some other evening you'll grant me a few minutes of your time.
Now you know what sort of a job we had with him.
I must say he isn't very sociable.
Yeah, watch the steps. They're not too solid.
Oh, yeah. His sister doesn't resemble him in the least.
Oh, she's rather pretty. You hear how he screamed at her?
Yes. Poor child.
Might as well head back to town, I guess. Horton didn't rise to your bait when you mentioned werewolves, so looks like a hunt will be the next best thing.
A hunt, Sergeant?
Yes. Get a bunch of men together and beat the cypress groves for that animal we saw crossing the road. Might even risk going into the swamp. Wolf or whatever it is, I won't be satisfied till it's killed.
I'm afraid I feel the same way, Sergeant. But before you organize a hunt, I wonder if it's safe to do a little snooping around here first.
What do you mean?
Something the girl said disturbed me. Something about lambs being killed.
That's right. She did say she wanted to know if Horton's hired man had told him how many of her lambs were killed.
Yes, and that may be significant. Werewolves are supposedly fond of slaughtering sheep. Do you think we might talk with the hired man?
Chances are he's over in the barn. He's got a room there built out of a horse stall. You can take a look.
It might be a good idea.
It's over this way. Keep an eye out for Horton. He may come gunning for us. I don't trust him.
I wouldn't be too concerned. Men who rant and roar are rarely dangerous.
Wait a minute, Professor. Hold up.
What is it?
Somebody's hiding behind that bush on your left. All right. Come up with your hands up or I'll shoot.
Watch it, Sergeant.
Shine your flash on him, Professor.
Yes, certainly.
There. What? It's Andrew. The hired man.
I ain't doing nothing. Honest, I ain't.
Why were you hiding behind that bush?
I got scared. I heard voices in the gravel.
What were you doing out here?
Burying the sheep and the lambs.
What was that? Since when do you bury sheep and lambs?
Well, these got to be. Mr. Holton said so. They run afoul of the critter.
What critter?
Only the Lord knows. We got strange goings on round here. Mighty strange. Always said 'twas too close to the bayou. 'Tain't healthy. Them swamps is full of things.
Where are you burying the sheep, Andrew?
Right over there. Put 'em in the truck guard, Mr. Horton said. Good and deep.
Let's have a look at them, Sergeant.
All right.
See? There they are. 4 ewes and 2 of Miss Julie's baby lambs.
All with their throats torn out.
Yeah. It's the critter from the swamps. Same one got Jeff Tuttle.
When did this happen, Andrew?
The lambs got took night before last. We lost 3 ewes on Sunday and 1 last night.
Has it ever happened before?
Been going on most 2 years. Not regular, though. Months will go by and the critter don't show up. Took a shot at him once, it did.
When was this?
Last spring. Seen him behind the pump house. Like to scared me half to death. The way his eyes glowed like the swamp fire. Wasn't trying to draw no bead. Missed him, I guess.
What did he look like, Andrew?
Couldn't tell. Too dark. All I seen was his eyes glowing yellow. Might have been a sheep-killing collie, though. One of them wild ones.
I very much doubt it.
You're thinking of what we saw on the road tonight, Professor? That animal, whatever it was.
Yes, if it was an animal.
Why do you say that?
Just look at these dead sheep. See where I'm flashing my light? Their back legs there. An ordinary animal would have nipped the legs and torn at their rumps. There's not a mark on them, except at their throats.
Somebody's coming. The gravel's crunching.
Must be Horton. Back behind the bush, Professor. We don't want him to catch us here. Don't say anything, Andrew. Keep low. Here comes.
by the bush.
How long is it going to take you to get those carcasses buried? All night?
It ain't too easy in the dark. Do better with a lantern.
I told you, no light. Hand me the other spade. I'll help you. Start shoveling.
Kind of like a shame to be putting good meat underground.
How many times must I tell you it isn't good meat? It's poison.
Don't look poison.
I say it is. And I'm warning you. Shut your mouth about it.
You hear that, Sergeant?
Yes. I'm going to try to sneak back to the house and talk to the girl. You better come with me.
All right.
Keep down and follow the path, but stay off the gravel. I've got a hunch we're going to uncover something tonight.
Yes. Perhaps more than we realize.
No, I'm afraid. If I say anything, he'll kill me. You'd better go. Don't let him find you here.
Now, don't worry about us, Julie. We want to help you. Why does your brother keep you locked in the house?
He says it's for my own good. But that's not true. I know why he does it.
Why?
There's something going on. Something he doesn't want me to see. Something that isn't human.
What do you mean, Miss Horton?
I can't explain it, but I'm sure he murdered Jeff. I'm sure of it.
There. Now, what makes you so sure, Julie?
That night. The night Jeff was killed.
Yes, go on.
He sent me into the house. He was out there alone with Jeff. It was dark. Pitch dark.
Go ahead, Julie.
I heard their voices. My brother was shouting at Jeff. He said he'd kill him if he didn't get off the property.
I think we'd better get her out of here, Sergeant.
No, I can't go. I can't.
Why not, Julie?
He'll follow me. He'll do to me what he did to Jeff.
Sergeant, someone's coming. Huh? I hear footsteps on the front porch.
All right, quick, get her out the back way. Take her to the car and wait for me there. You know where it's parked. On the county road, right at the entrance to the farm.
Yes. Well, come, my dear.
No, I'm afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Everything's going to be all right.
Julie. Julie, where are you?
She's gone, Horton.
What are you doing here?
I want to talk to you.
Where's my sister? What have you done with her?
I told you she's gone.
Where is she? Answer me. Where is she?
You don't have to worry. She's safe.
Safe? Safe? Tell me where she is.
Horton, take it easy. She's with Professor Taylor. We're going to take her away from here.
You're going to take her away. You're going to take her away. Over my dead body.
Don't be a fool, Horton. Put that face down. Put it.
Julie. Julie. Julie!
Sergeant, wake up. Oh, you gotta wake up. Terrible things is happening. Sergeant. Please wake up. I hate it, I tell you. I hate the critter. It's come from the swamp again.
What happened?
Sergeant, it's me, Andrew. We gotta go after it.
After what?
The critter. I hate it, howling for blood.
Where? Where'd you hear it?
Out near the county road.
Good Lord. Help me up. Hurry. Are you sure Horton came this way, Andrew?
Yep. I seen him running crazy like. Then I heard the howling like a wolf howl it was. Only worse. Never heard nothing scared me so. Froze my blood.
How much further do we have to go?
Gate's up ahead. Road's just beyond there.
Here. You take the flashlight. I'll handle the gun.
Keep looking sharp.
Don't worry.
There's the gate. It's open.
Swing your light.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold it.
Lord, the mercy.
What? It's Professor Taylor. Lying in the road and Horton's bending over him.
He's all covered with blood.
Horton! Horton, get away from him! Get away or I'll let you have it.
No!
You got him.
Professor, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Horton.
He's dead.
You're bleeding, Professor. Better get your doctor.
No, wait. Across the road in the bushes near the cypress grove.
What?
Is it?
It's the swamp critter.
Shoot, Sergeant. Shoot into the brush. Don't let it get away.
I think you got it.
Good.
Come on, Andrew. We'll take a look.
Coming.
Flash your light.
There. In the bushes. Lord of mercy. What is it?
It's an animal. With a human face. Must be a werewolf.
Dead, ain't it? Shot through the head.
Yes. Come on back. You were right, Professor. Looks like a werewolf.
That's what it is. It attacked me. Horton fought it off.
What? You mean he had nothing to do with it?
No, but he knew all the time. He'd known for years.
What did he know?
The werewolf was his sister, Julie.
by Night has just brought you Boris Karloff in The Hunt. Be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time over many of these stations when Mr. Karloff will present another mystery of the mind. Creeps by Night is directed by Dave Drummond. Original music is composed and conducted by Albert Sachs. The entire production is under the supervision of Robert Maxwell. This is the Blue Network.
We bring you Creeps by Night. The Blue Network presents the 13th in a series of dramatic explorations into the vast and unknown darkness of the human mind. Tonight, in the absence of Boris Karloff, who has been your host on this program of mystery, we take the opportunity to introduce the man who henceforth will serve as your guide and companion along the dark and often terrifying pathway of the unexplored.
He will come to you only as a voice, since for reasons best known to himself, he prefers to remain anonymous. He stands before me now, ready to lead you into the dim and distant world beyond the realm of human understanding. Creep by night presents its master of mystery, Dr. X. Good evening. I have been asked to serve as a master of mystery on these weekly pilgrimages into the unknown. To choose for you stories that peer deep into the tortured souls of men and draw aside the shadowy curtain of the mind. For the time being, I shall have to be known only as Dr. X. My identity cloaked in the very darkness of which we speak. Perhaps some of you will recognize my voice. If you do, I pledge you to secrecy. It will be my duty on this program to select for you stories that have been drawn from the mystery of life itself. From time to time, I will invite leading actors, men like Peter Lorre, Bela Lugosi, Edmund Gwenn, Basil Rathbone, and others, to participate in our dramatic exploration. But enough of talk. Join with me now as we see unfolded before us the weird chronicle of the Walking Dead. Let me take you to the Black Island of Haiti, deep in the Caribbean, to a coffee plantation some 40 miles from the city of Port-au-Prince. It is long after dark. The night is hot and sultry, deadly quiet, save for the rhythmic beating of native drums off in the distance. At long intervals, a human voice cries out, rising above the drums like the dismal wailing of a lost soul. On the porch of the cottage adjoining the plantation office, a man stares out into the darkness, obviously waiting for something. Suddenly, a car swings into the open gate, its headlights blazing. It pulls up before the cottage, the gray-haired man carrying a black bag, gets out. He mounts the steps, and the man waiting on the porch greets him.
Dr. Nelson?
Yes.
I'm Walter Craig, manager of the plantation.
Glad to know you, Mr. Craig. Sorry about being so late, but your call to the public health office somehow got lost in the shuffle. We've been under terrific pressure these last few days.
It doesn't really matter, Doctor.
Too late, eh? One of your foremen, wasn't it?
Yes. He's still alive, but I don't think there's much you can do for him.
Well, I'll try. Where is he?
Across the road in that hut. But before you see him, I think I'd better tell you something about this.
Go ahead.
The man's name is LaRue. He's a Frenchman. He was released from the penal colony last April on probation. He came to me for a job, and I took him on because I needed help badly.
I see.
I put him in charge of a crew of native pickers, and he seemed to work out fine. He drove them hard, but he brought the crop in, and that's what counts. 10 days ago, one of his crew was found dead in the field. Someone had hit the poor beggar over the head with a baling hook and split his skull. I questioned a couple of them, but, well, you know how they are. Tight-lipped. All I could learn was that LaRue had an argument with the man just before the body was found. LaRue, of course, denied killing him. But that night, the rod of drums started to beat. They've been beating every night since.
Why?
The natives are certain LaRue murdered that beggar. They've been trying to put the hex on him. Hear that? It's the death wail. They know he's dying. They know it because they're killing him.
Oh, now, hold on, Craig. It's all right to talk about native customs and black magic, but you can't kill people by beating drums and wailing.
Doctor, how long have you been in Haiti?
6 months. But what difference does that make?
I've been on the island for 15 years, and I've learned one thing. There's a great deal that goes on down here that we know nothing about, that we can't explain.
Oh, now.
You can call it voodoo or black magic or anything you wish, but it's there. Let me tell you what's happened.
Go ahead.
The more they beat those drums at night, the more LaRue drove the devil during the day. I warned him to lay off, but he laughed. The night before last, I caught 2 of them sprinkling graveyard dirt around his hut.
What's graveyard dirt?
They believe that dirt dug from around a corpse can maim and kill.
That's rubbish.
Maybe it is. But remember this. These natives are experts on poison. They use dogwood root and bamboo dust, both deadly and with no known antidote. They use dried and powdered lizards, and some stuff they get out of the gallbladders of alligators. Maybe there is something in graveyard dirt. I don't know.
I doubt it very much.
Well, at any rate, after I caught those two, I told LaRue he'd better get off the island if he knew it was good for him. He said he'd think it over. But they didn't give him a chance. This morning he couldn't get out of bed. His legs were paralyzed. I watched him all day, and the paralysis kept creeping up his body. He can scarcely breathe now, and he can't talk. All he does is mumble.
That's strange. Let's get a look at him.
I'd better tell Miss Carlyle you're here. You'll probably want to come along. Incidentally, he doesn't know anything about this except that LaRue is sick.
Who's Miss Carlyle?
Her father owns this plantation. He died back in the States last month. She came down a week ago to look things over. She's inside the cottage.
I'd rather not have a woman present when I examine him, Craig, if it can be helped.
Well, all right. Follow me. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
The drums. They've stopped.
Oh, that's fine. They're beginning to get on my nerves. Come on.
No, wait. Do you hear anything? Low voices and the shuffling of feet?
No.
I do. I'd better get a flashlight.
Good Lord. What's that?
I thought something was wrong. They've surrounded LaRue's hut. That's Miss Carlyle. Excuse me a minute. I'm out here on the porch.
What's happening? All of a sudden, those drums and that chanting. Oh, there's someone with you.
It's Dr. Nelson of the Public Health Office in Port-au-Prince.
How do you do, Miss Carlyle?
Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Doctor. What's going on out there, Mr. Craig?
The natives have surrounded LaRue's hut.
Why?
I don't know.
We better get to him, Craig, before they do some damage. That racket certainly can't have a dying man.
It's too late now.
Too late? What do you mean?
There's only one way to get along with the natives down here, Miss Carlyle. Don't interfere with them. Leave them alone.
That's all well and good, Craig, but you say a man's dying in that hut. I may be able to do something for him.
Of course, it's ridiculous. Order them back to their cabins, Mr. Craig.
They won't take orders now. They're wild with religious fervor. That chanting you hear goes back 1,000 years to when there were savages in the jungle.
Do you mean to say that you're going to stand
Just
by?
a minute, Miss Carlyle. I'll send the houseboy over to see what's going on. See inside?
Yes.
Bobo! What's more?
I don't quite understand why you can't order them away, Mr. Craig.
You'll understand if you're down here for any length of time.
Here comes the houseboy.
You call me, sir?
Yes, Bobo. Go over to LaRue's hut and see what's happening.
No, monsieur, no. No can go. Him make Bokor chant. La rue, lieu mort. Bokor make l'amour.
What's he saying?
He says LaRue's dead. That's the Bokor chant we're hearing. They're going to take his body away. They're going to turn him into a zombie.
No, monsieur.
Of all the ridiculous nonsense.
What's a zombie? What are you talking about?
A zombie, Miss Carlyle, is a corpse that's been brought back to life. Down here, they call them a walking dead.
You mean to stand there and tell me that you believe that?
I don't believe or disbelieve, Miss Carlyle. All I know is that for centuries, the natives of Haiti have conducted weird rites. Sober here will tell you. Some of their ceremonies that make your hair stand on end.
Is that any reason for letting a man die with savage drums beating in his ears?
He's already dead.
How do we know?
They never used the Bokor chant except over a corpse.
Now, look, Mr. Craig, I own this plantation, and you're employed by me. And I insist that you order those natives away from their hut.
Don't lose your temper, Miss Carlyle.
I'm not losing my temper,
Listen
but
to me a moment. I've had 15 years of Haiti. 15 years of learning how to get along with native help. You're not in the United States now. This isn't Georgia, Alabama. It's the West Indies. You're a foreigner in a strange land. A land where the roots of voodoo and black magic grow deep and strong.
We know all that, Craig, but the fact still
Just
remains...
a minute, Doctor. I've seen men disappear on this island. Vanish off the face of the earth. They were men who laughed at native superstition just the way you're laughing at it.
Don't be stupid, Mr. Craig. Nobody's laughing. We're trying to save a man's life. Why did you call Dr. Nelson from Port-au-Prince if you didn't intend him to examine LaRue?
Yes. 40 miles is a long way to come to listen to native drums.
Neither of you can understand what I'm driving at, can you?
All I know is that a human being is lying in that hut, deathly sick. When I saw him this afternoon, he was in pitiful condition.
Nobody's denying that, Miss Carlyle.
Now you say he's dead, just because you hear some chanting and some drum beating. And you refuse to order those natives away so the doctor can examine it.
It isn't that I refuse. It's simply
Never
that...
mind.
If you won't order them away, I will.
Miss Carlyle, come back. Miss Carlyle. Please, don't let her go over there alone. Quick, Doctor, after her.
We'll never find her this way, Craig. We'd better go back to the house and phone for help.
We've got to find her. I don't trust those devils tonight.
I never saw anything like it. She ran across the road toward the hut, and before we could get to her, they swallowed her up like an avenging cloud. And then they were gone.
That's how they work.
Did they take LaRue's body with them?
Yes. Come on. We'll take a chance and bust in on their ceremony. I may be able to keep them in check.
Are you sure it's safe?
I'm not sure about anything. Keep that flashlight off. I don't want them to know we're coming. Let's go.
You know, it's always been a mystery to me why the authorities haven't stepped in to control these natives.
They've tried, but it doesn't work. This stuff is a religion with them.
That's no excuse for killing and kidnapping.
They only kill when someone has done them harm. LaRue had it coming to him.
What about Miss Carlyle?
He tried to interfere in one of their sacred ceremonies. Hold up a minute. Huh? You can see the light of their torches.
Where?
Over behind their shack. See them flickering?
Oh, yes, I see them now.
Listen, the devil. It's enough to make your blood run cold.
That poor girl, if she's alive, must be out of her mind.
Let's get a little closer. And keep your eyes open. They move like ghosts in the darkness. You can't hear them until they're on top of you.
I certainly never expected to be stalking natives when I joined the public health service. I'll tell you that.
Let's go. Sneak up behind the shack and see what they're doing.
All right. Incidentally, Craig, how many of them do you think there are?
About 200.
Good Lord.
Under ordinary circumstances, they're quiet and peaceful. Oh, I should have known better than to keep LaRue on the plantation or listen to his doing.
Well, it's too late now to blame anyone.
Over this way, Doctor. Crouch down. There. You can see him now. Hold up.
They're all kneeling in a circle, except the one in the middle. Who's he?
The Bokor, I guess. The head man.
Oh. He stopped chanting. Now what?
I don't know. Anything can happen. Don't move.
It's a new chant. He's asking me questions and answering.
I've heard that before. I don't like the sound of it. But, Doctor, you stay here. I'm going to walk right into that circle.
You better be careful, Craig. That automatic isn't going to be much help against 200 maniacs. They're liable to tear you to pieces.
I doubt it. Anyway, it's worth a chance.
But wait, I better go with you.
No, this isn't your affair. It's mine. In case I do run into trouble, get back to the house as fast as you can and put in a call to the police.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Wish me luck.
Good luck, Craig.
What was that? It's Hobo. He's crawling up behind us.
I wondered what had happened to him.
Go back out. Bad stay here.
We've got to find the girl, Hobo, the missing lady.
No. Booker managed to make full chance. Back.
What? The chant. It's the kill chant.
Go back. Trouble bring missing lady.
You know where she is?
Trouble find.
Is she alive? Ask him.
Missing lady lives, Hobo.
Trouble find. Trouble bring back. Go.
All right. Come on, Doctor. Back to the house.
I tell you, Craig, I don't trust your houseboy. It's been almost an hour since he sent us back here. The drum stopped beating long ago.
He's always been trustworthy. He's been with me 15 years. Let's see if that phone works now. Maybe we can get through to Port-au-Prince.
What good will it do? They can't get here in less than an hour. And anyway, the whole police department couldn't tackle 200 of them.
Hello. There's something wrong with the line.
I've got a feeling we'll never see that girl again, Craig. Dead or alive.
I warned her not to interfere. Why didn't she listen to me? Why didn't she stay where she belongs, back in the States? Haven't I enough trouble down here without this?
Now, don't lose your head, Craig. Take it easy. Raving and ranting isn't going to get us anywhere. I suggest we go out there and look for her again. The drums and the chanting have stopped. Maybe they've calmed down.
I'll go out. You get into your car and drive over to the Larimore plantation. It's about 10 miles from here on the road to Port-au-Prince. Get some help.
You think there's time for that? Where are your other foremen?
They're both in Port-au-Prince loading a coffee cargo. You would be away tonight of all nights. But anyway, I think that's the best plan. You go for help, and I'll see if I can locate Sobo.
Wait. I hear someone coming, Craig.
Don't open the door.
Why not?
I'll open it. I've got a gun. Who is it? Who's out there?
I bring missing lady back, man.
Get the flashlight off the table, Doctor. It's my houseboy, Captain Carlyle.
Good Lord.
Where is she? Come on. Hurry her inside, Sobo. Flash the light on the steps, Doctor.
Yes. Yeah.
Easy, Sobo. Easy. Watch the steps.
The drums are beating again.
Right up. All right, carry her in, Sobo, and put her on the couch. Close the door, Doctor. Be sure it's locked.
Yes, all right.
Put her down, Sobo, carefully.
Let me look at her, Craig. In the meantime, get some water.
Water, Sobo.
You're all right now, Miss Carlyle. Just relax. Open my bag, Craig. You'll find some spirits of ammonia.
Right.
There now. Just relax.
There you are.
Oh, thank you. Now, just breathe deeply, Miss Carlyle. That's fine. Once more. There we are.
Here comes the water.
Oh, pour some in the glass.
Put it on the table, Sobo.
Feel better now, don't you?
Here you are, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Now, drink this, Miss Carlyle. Here, I'll hold your head up. There now. Just lean back.
It was horrible. Simply horrible.
I don't think you better talk for a while.
I've got to tell you. They put his body in a grave. An open grave.
A room?
Yes.
What happened when you ran across the road toward the hut?
I don't know. Suddenly they surrounded me. I could see their teeth flashing in the darkness. I screamed, and that's all I remember until I woke up.
Yes?
I was lying on the ground. They were all kneeling around the grave. His body was in it. There was a torch burning. One of them was chanting.
What's that?
Sobo says the man chanting was the Bokor. The one who makes the dead rise and become zombies.
Oh, I think you've had enough of native superstition tonight, Craig. Let's stick to the facts. How did you get away from them, Miss Carlyle?
No one was watching me. They were all watching the body in the grave. I crawled off in the darkness, and Sobo found me, brought me back here.
Yes, well, it's all over now. You had us worried for a while. I think you'd better try to get some sleep.
I can't sleep. All I can see is that poor man's body.
Don't think about it.
Isn't there anything we can do? Isn't there some way of giving him a decent burial?
You might as well know what this is all about, Miss Carlyle. LaRue murdered one of the natives.
Oh.
Murdered him 10 days ago. They've been out to get him ever since in their own way. That's why the drums were beating every night. I told you it was their usual ceremony, just so as not to frighten you. But it was more than that. They were seeking revenge. And now they've got it.
You mean because he's dead?
That's only part of it. They're going through the zombie ritual now. That's what you saw at the open grave. According to their belief, they can bring LaRue back to life. Make him a living corpse who'll obey their orders.
Well, then why were they putting his body in a grave?
That's part of the ceremony. They bury him until midnight. Then the corpse rises as a zombie. That's right, isn't it, Sobo?
Why, it's the most ghastly thing I ever heard of.
And the most ridiculous. I wouldn't be too sure about that, Dr. Nelson.
How long does the person remain a zombie?
As long as they want him to. The Bokor, the head man, controls that. They can stop it at will.
How?
You're asking me questions I can't answer, Doctor. Questions I wouldn't even attempt to answer. But this much I know. There are zombies on this island right now. How they came into being, I don't know. But they're here.
I don't believe it.
I hope I never have to prove it to you, Doctor.
Do these zombies talk and act like human beings?
No. It's a horrible thing to say, but they look dead. Their eyes are hollow and their skin has no color. They walk like people in a dream, heavy-footed and leaden. When they try to speak, all that comes out is weird mouthing. It isn't very pleasant, I can assure you.
And that's what they're going to do with LaRue.
I suppose so.
Why?
Revenge. As I told you, he not only killed one of them, but he drove them unmercifully. Once he's a zombie, they'll drive him, make him sweat. He'll become their slave. Do anything they order.
You know that's nonsense, Craig.
I'm not so sure, Doctor.
Have you ever seen a zombie, a living corpse?
Only once. And I never want to see another.
You mean there are actually people who've been raised from the dead?
Of course not. You can take it from me as a position that death is final. Absolutely final.
Perhaps throughout the rest of the world. But not in Hades.
Now listen, Craig. All your men seem to do is frighten this girl. I think perhaps the best thing, Miss Carlyle, would be for you to drive back into Port-au-Prince with me. Just midnight. We'll be there at 1:30. How about it?
I don't know.
It's a good idea. Chances are nothing's going to happen, but... What is it, Sobo?
Step on porch.
What? He says he heard steps on the porch. Don't be alarmed. I don't hear anything.
Easy.
Where's the flashlight?
I have it here in my pocket.
Wait. Don't move.
What's that?
Sobo's right. Someone is on the porch. You stand over there with a flash, Doctor. Right. Get back, Sobo. I'll open the door.
No, Dick. No, no.
Back, I said.
Craig, listen. Somebody. No. No. No, don't leave me.
Doctor, take her into her bedroom and come back here. Hurry.
Yes, come, Miss Carlyle.
Please don't open the door.
Get her out of here, Doctor.
Come, my dear.
Sobo. There's nothing to be afraid of. I know, but we'll take care of him. Dr. Nelson.
Yes, I'm coming.
Stand back. Step right on the door.
Curious that I've seen this zombie, are you, Craig?
Whatever it is, it didn't sound human. Set now?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to open the door. Keep that light steady, Doctor.
The door's locked, you know. I locked it when we came in.
I know.
Craig, perhaps it might be better to...
Don't worry, there are 6 bullets in this automatic. That should be enough. Get ready now. Here goes. There's nobody out there.
Careful, Craig.
Porch is empty.
Are you sure?
Positive. Come on there with that flashlight. You too, Sobo.
We heard heavy footsteps, didn't we?
And that weird moaning? Yes, but there's no one here now. Flash the light around. That's it. See anything?
No. Not a thing.
Well, there may be some footprints in the driveway. Let's check.
It's hard to tell at night.
There's a good clear print.
That could be mine when I got out of the car. Matter of fact, it is. I suggest, Craig, that we lock up and remain in the house until daylight. No sense taking chances.
Probably the best idea. What I don't understand is...
Good Lord, that's Miss Carlyle.
Come on, Solo, follow me. What room is she in?
We're going into the hall.
What happened?
The window. He was standing at the window.
Who was standing at the window, Miss Carlyle?
Maroon. Yes. I've never seen anything so horrible.
You're sure it wasn't your imagination?
No, I saw his face. It was like a death net. His lips were blue and his skin was ghostly white.
Good Lord. Solo. You stay here with Miss Carlyle. The doctor and I are going out front. If you see or hear anything, yell.
Please don't go far.
We won't. Come on, Doctor.
What do you make of it, Craig?
I don't know what to make of it.
You think she really saw someone at the window?
Wouldn't be a bit surprised. Watch those porch steps. I noticed one of them's a little rickety.
What do you propose to do, Craig?
Take a look around. Stick close and keep that light swinging. That's fine.
I really think it'd be much better off if we locked all doors and windows.
Hold up.
What is it?
I thought I heard someone moving up ahead. Swing your light slowly to the left, across the road. Easy. Hold it.
Lord in heaven. It's a man staring at us.
It's LaRue.
He's running away.
Keep your light on him. LaRue! Stop or I'll shoot!
You missed him. He's ducking in that hut.
His own hut. We've got him now. The 2 front windows in the door are the only exit. Come on.
Right.
All right. It's far enough. You take the gun, Doctor. I'll go back with some rags and some oil.
Rags and oil? What for?
I'm going to set that hut on fire.
Craig, are you out of your mind? You can't burn a man alive.
What makes you think he's alive?
He's got to be alive. We saw him running.
You still won't admit that strange things happen here on the island, will you?
Strange? Yes.
All right. If you think he's alive, we'll take him alive. Get down low and crawl toward that hut. Keep your light out. Ready?
Yes.
Oh, the hut's open. When we get close enough, flash your light through.
You say you can't get out any other way?
No. The door or the front windows. I'm watching them all. If this 38 doesn't stop him, nothing will.
Is this far enough?
I think so.
I'm ready if you are.
Go ahead. Flash the light through the open door.
The hut's empty.
No, it isn't. He's stretched out on the bed. See him?
Yes. What's he doing that for?
I don't know. Keep the light on him. Come on.
This may be a trap, Craig. Be careful.
I'm watching him. Hold the light steady.
Steady as I can. Are we going into the hut?
Yes. Come right behind me. Well, there he is, Doctor.
light, Craig. Let me get a look at him. Keep it on his face.
Miss Carlyle was right. His lips are blue, his skin ghostly white.
Are you sure this man is LaRue, your foreman?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
What do you mean?
Is this the man you saw running into the hut?
Yes, of course.
And you were right. Evidently, strange things do happen on this island.
They do?
Yes, Craig. This man has been dead for 3 hours.
That, my friends, was The Walking Dead, dramatized from eyewitness accounts of unexplained incidents that have taken place on the island of Fiji. If perchance you are interested in further exploring the subject of zombies, may I refer you to the book Tell My Horse by Zora Neale Hurston, available at most public libraries. In it you will find what I believe to be the only existing photograph of a human being who allegedly has risen from the dead. Or if you wish, you may write me, and I shall be happy to suggest further reading matter. Next week at this time, it will be my pleasure to welcome as our guest the celebrated English star of motion pictures and the theater, Mr. Edmund Gwenn. Mr. Gwenn will assist me in presenting a psychological drama that will serve to illustrate how often the mind of man leads him to his own destruction. Until next Tuesday, then, this is your Master of Mystery, Dr. X, leaving you with Creep by Night.
Creep by Night is produced by Robert Maxwell. Original music is composed by Paul Preston and conducted by Joseph Stopak. Tonight's drama, The Walking Dead, featured Jackson Beck as Walter Craig, Ed Begley as Dr. Nelson, Mary Patton as Miss Carlyle, and Juano Hernandez as Sobo. This is George Burns speaking. This is the Blues Network.
We bring you Creeps by Night. Tonight, once again, we introduce the man who has agreed to serve as your guide and companion on these sometimes terrifying pilgrimages into the world beyond the realm of human understanding. The man who, for reasons that cannot be presently explained, must keep his identity a secret. Creeps by Night brings you its anonymous master of mystery, Dr. X. Good evening. This is Dr. X, joining with you for further research into the shadowy darkness of the unexplored, the darkness of the human mind. I wish first, however, to thank you for your letters commenting on last week's broadcast, The Walking Dead. Many of you requested that I reveal my identity, and a few of you hazarded a guess as to who I am. In due time, perhaps, I will be able to step out from under my cloak of mystery. But for the present, I ask you to bear with me, since I shall have to be known only as Dr. X. Tonight, I have a rare treat in store for you. Mr. Edmund Gwenn, the celebrated English actor, is our guest. The story I have chosen is drawn from the casebook of medical science and concerns itself with the often ghastly power of fear. Yes, we are all slaves to fear in one form or another. But the fear that forms the basis for our dramatization tonight is undoubtedly the most horrible of them all. It is the fear of... But wait. Let me draw aside the curtain and bring you Mr. Edmund Gwen as Ramsey in The Strange Burial of Alexander Jordan. For more than a century, the old Jordan house has stood on a gentle slope, mistress of the surrounding 400 acres of birch woods and pasture lands. And now, inevitably, death seems near to the last of the strong men who have always owned it. Aged, irascible Alexander Jordan. In his faded, musty bedroom, the shades are drawn against the hot morning sun. And in the half-darkness, his pale, hollow cheeks blend into the color of the pillowcase. He stirs as the door opens and his doctor enters.
That you, Rutledge? Yes. Come in and sit down. Close the door.
What's the trouble, Alex?
Had one of my cataleptic fits last night. A bad one. I'm going to die pretty soon, Rutledge.
Suppose you let me do the guessing.
Don't interrupt. I'm not afraid to die, mind you. I've never told anyone this, but my greatest fear is that it won't be death, and they'll bury me alive.
Oh, I think we can be pretty sure if it comes to that.
Don't be so positive. 38 years ago, a young butcher who called himself a doctor pronounced me dead when I had a cataleptic fit. Near got me buried, too, if I hadn't come out of it on time.
That was 38 years ago.
Could happen again. Rutledge, I don't care if I sound like an old fool. All my life, that scared me. The idea of somebody mistaking one of those fits for death. The only nightmares I ever have, I wake up in a coffin. I put my hands up and I feel the lid there. Sometimes it's wood, sometimes it's cold glass, but there's no room to turn around. I put my hands down and I can feel the silk lining. They have me dressed in a swallowtail. They have a stiff collar on me. I reach up to tear it away. I can't breathe. I have to have air. Panic grips me. I try to shout, but no one can hear me. I beat on the coffin lid with my fists. I try to break the glass, but I can't do it. I haven't enough room. And pretty soon I know that I'm dying. Really dying. In the cold horror of the grave. Because somebody mistook one of my cataleptic fits for death. I don't want that to happen, Rutledge. And that's why I called you.
Oh, you're just getting worked up over nothing, Alex.
Listen to me. When the day comes and my nephew Ramsey or his wife Martha calls you, I want nobody but you to come, Rutledge. I don't want any other doctor to pronounce me dead. Is that clear?
Don't worry.
I want you to go over me very carefully. If you're absolutely satisfied that I'm dead, you can go ahead with the funeral. But I don't want my body embalmed. I don't want anything done to me except to put me in a coffin. I'm getting a lawyer here to write all this down this afternoon, Rutledge. But I wanted you to hear it, too. I want my coffin put in the vault down by the birch woods. That's why I built the vault right on this property, so that nobody would ever bury me underground.
All right. It'll be done just as you say.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not finished. This is the most important part. I want a large brass bell placed on the wall over the bed where Ramsey and Martha sleep. I want wires connected from that bell to the vault. Electric wires.
What for?
I want a push button attached to the ends of those wires, and I want the button placed in my hands as I lie in the coffin, so that in case I'm not dead, in case I awaken, I can ring the bell and let them know.
Well, I must say, Alex...
I don't care what you say. I don't care what anyone says. That's the way I want it.
All right, Alex. That's the way you'll get it.
Yeah. Make sure I do.
Well, I've got to run over to the Pritchards. Nora's having another baby. Taking that digitalis faithfully?
Yeah. Foolishness. But I'm taking it.
That's good. Goodbye, Alex. Get out and soak up some of that sunshine. I'll see you Thursday.
Send Martha in. Alone.
All right.
Just a minute there. Dr. Rutledge?
Oh. Hello, Ramsey.
I'd like to know why you came this morning, Doctor.
I came because I was sent for.
Why doesn't somebody tell me when the doctor's been sent for? Is my uncle all right?
He's not dead, if that's what you want to know. Not quite yet. See that he keeps on taking that prescription I left. He wants to see your wife. Alone.
Martha?
You heard me. Goodbye, Ramsey. I know the way out without your help.
Goodbye, Dr. Rutledge. Martha, wipe your hands. He wants to see you.
What did you say, dear?
I said wipe your hands. He wants to see you.
Is the doctor still in there? Is he all right?
The doctor's gone. He wants you in there. Alone.
Oh, for goodness sake. Now what?
Just a minute. Why is he asking to see you alone?
Why, Ramsey, how should I know?
Something's up. Rutledge was in there a long time. Why wasn't I told he was sent for?
Why, well, you were in the fields this morning when he asked me to call the doctor.
Next time, you tell me when he sends for people. And listen, when you get in there, watch what you say.
Why, Ramsey, I don't know what you mean.
You know very well what I mean. Just listen. And don't babble. He mightn't like my ideas about what to do with this place after he's dead. Go on in there now. You've already wiped your hands 6 times.
Yes, Ramsey, dear. You want me, Uncle Alex?
Yes, come in and shut the door, Martha.
Yes, Uncle Alex. Was the coffee all right this morning?
Yes, fine. Where's Ramsey?
He's in the kitchen.
Sit down, Martha.
Yes, Uncle Alex.
I want to talk to you, Martha. Lawyer Gaines will be here sometime this afternoon to fix up my will.
Oh, Uncle Alex.
Got a feeling my time is drawing near, Martha. And I just want to make sure that worthless nephew of mine doesn't get his hands on the Jordan place. Whatever made you marry him, Martha? Never mind. None of my business. But I could have told you he was no good. Never has been. I wouldn't trust him with the farm. He'd sell it before my body turned cold. But I trust you, Martha.
Thank you, Uncle Alex.
Yes, I've thought it all over. I'm going to leave the place to you. At least you'll have a roof over your head and some land you can call your own. You like it here, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. I'd be perfectly happy to stay here the rest of my life.
Well, that's fine, because it's going to be yours, all of it.
Oh, Uncle Alex, you make me want to cry.
No, none of that.
I'm sorry.
There's one more thing, Martha. One important thing.
Yes, Uncle Alex.
I've given Dr. Rutledge some very careful instructions about my burial.
Oh, please, Uncle Alex.
Nothing to be afraid of, Martha. When it comes, it'll come, and that's all. Rutledge knows what to do. He'll tell you. And I want you to promise me that you'll follow the instructions.
Yes, of course, Uncle Alex, on my word of honor. As God is my witness.
Thank you, Martha. Well, by Jove, you've made me feel a good deal better knowing I have someone around I can trust. Matter of fact, I think I'll get up for supper tonight. Tell Ramsey to come in and help me dress after Lawyer Gaines leaves. And tell him I don't want him in here before then.
Yes, Uncle Alex.
And don't breathe a word about this to Ramsey.
I won't. If you need anything, Uncle Alex, call me.
Yes, I will.
Oh, what did the old buzzard want?
His lawyer's coming this afternoon. You're to go in and help him dress after the lawyer leaves.
He's having supper at the table?
Yes. Bring in one of the special hams. I'll bake it with pineapple.
Did it take you 10 minutes in there to decide on baked ham with pineapple for supper?
What we decided is none of your business.
What do you mean, what you decided?
I said it was none of your business. Better get out and feed the chickens.
When did you start giving me orders?
Oh, go on out of my kitchen. I've got work to do.
What did you talk about in there?
Ramsey, you're hurting my arm.
I'll hurt more than that before I'm through. What's the lawyer coming for?
Would you like me to tell him you haven't fed the chickens yet?
Something suddenly made you awfully cocky, it seems to me. Tell me what it is. Right now.
Ramsey.
Tell me, I said.
Ramsey.
Let go of her, Ramsey.
Oh.
I was only...
Get out of the house before I lose my temper. Go on, get. I'm going. If this ever happens again, Martha, you let me know.
Yes, Uncle Alex, but you shouldn't have gotten out of bed this way.
Oh, don't worry about me, Martha. I'm all right.
Bacon and eggs for his breakfast.
And why not? Did you fix the fence post over on the west pasture?
Never mind the fence post. Give me that tray.
You tend to your own business. I'll take the tray into him. Your breakfast, Uncle Alex? That's funny. Uncle Alex? Uncle Alex? Oh, my Lord. Ramsey! Call Dr. Rutledge! Ramsey!
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to Edmund Gwenn in Creeps by Night right after these messages.
Stan Freeberg here. The Radio Spirits catalog features thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. Call right now and Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog absolutely free. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
And now, let's return to Edmund Gwenn in The Strange Burial of Alexander Jordan on Creeps by Night.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he have everlasting life. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.
What's the matter with Martha, Doctor?
The funeral was evidently too much for her. I gave her a sedative and put her to bed upstairs. Where's the undertaker?
Down at the vault with the electrician. They're waiting for you so they can close the coffin. Of all the stupid things, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes, but we're observing his wishes to the letter.
Brass bells and electric push-buttons rot.
Perhaps it is, but that's how he wanted it. And incidentally, as administrator of the estate, let me remind you that according to the terms of the will, either you or Martha must remain within earshot of that bell upstairs for 7 days. You understand that?
Yes, to my life. I'm beholden to a woman. That.
You could do worse, Ramsey. This is a nice place. I wish it were mine.
If I had my way, you could buy it in a minute.
Well, that's neither here nor there. See that Martha gets some rest. I left a bottle of medicine on the small table beside the bed. She's to take it according to directions if she has trouble sleeping.
Good Lord, what's that?
Her uncle wanted a bell loud enough to be heard. He certainly got it.
Doctor, do you suppose...
Take it easy. The undertaker or the electrician at the crypt touched the push button.
Ramsey! Ramsey!
Good Lord, I forgot. The bells hung right above the bed where she was asleep. Come on.
Oh, Ramsey! Dr. Rutledge, the bell.
Oh, it doesn't mean anything, Martha. Don't be frightened.
Oh, thank goodness. I was asleep and it hit me like a blow when it rang. For a moment, I couldn't even move. I felt paralyzed like in a dream.
There, that's all right. Go on back to bed. You'll fall asleep again with the stuff I gave you. The bell won't ring anymore. I'll go right on down to the vault and see if the coffin is closed. Get her back into bed, Ramsey, and let her have another teaspoonful of that medicine tonight.
You just get over to the vault and stop there monkeying. I'll tend to her.
See that you do. And remember, don't leave this place for 7 days.
Oh, what's the use?
Is it morning, Ramsey?
No.
Can't you go to sleep?
No.
I'm asleep.
Sure, you've got things your own way. Go on, sleep. Don't mind me. I'm just a hired man around here, just a hired man. Can't you at least make a cup of coffee a man can drink? Slop, that's what it is. Filthy slop.
I haven't been able to get into town and get anything fresh, Ramsey, and you know it. It's just that you're nervous and not sleeping well.
I'll drive into town.
No, Ramsey. We've still got 5 days to go.
$4 o'clock. Why can't I sleep? Why? 3 nights of it now. 3 nights with that bell hanging over my head. Oh. Martha, you asleep? It must be that stuff Rutledge gave her. I'll take some. I can't stand it any longer. Now, maybe I'll sleep. I tell you, Martha, there's only one thing to do with the place. Sell it.
You're wasting your time, Ramsey. I will not sell it. I'm not getting any younger. I want a roof over my head. That's what Uncle Alex intended.
But now's the time to sell for it. We can get a good price.
To begin with, Ramsey, it doesn't even belong to me.
Well, it will in 2 more days, won't it?
Yes. If that bell doesn't ring.
I've got to sleep tonight. It's the last night. Tomorrow, the place is ours. I'll take some of that medicine that worked before.
I won't sell the place, Ramsey. I won't sell.
Talking in her sleep.
I won't sell.
She's dreaming. Having a nightmare. Too much of this dope, maybe. Your Martha, wake up. Martha! She's dead to the world. The stuff Rutledge gave her must be powerful. That gives me an idea.
Don't trust you, Ramsey. Never did.
You won't have to trust me much longer, you dried-up old fool. Let's have a look at this bottle. I guess it's all right to turn the lamp on. She won't wake up. There. Now let's see what the label says. Maximum dose, 1 teaspoonful every 12 hours. Caution. Overdosing may be fatal. Overdosing may be fatal, eh?
Never sell the Jordan place. No.
We'll see about that. Maximum dose, 1 teaspoonful. I could put 3 in her coffee tomorrow morning. She'd never know the difference. That stale coffee's bitter as gall anyway, and that'd fix everything. Yes, I'm her only relative. If she dies, I get the place. Oh, why didn't I think of this before? Why did I wait 6 days and nights with that bell hanging over my head? Why did I? Oh, good Lord! Am I dreaming? No, it can't be. It can't. Stop! Stop that ringing!
Ramsey! Ramsey! The bell!
I can hear it, you fool!
Quick! Ramsey!
Stay where you are! I'll stop it!
Ramsey, what did you do?
What do you think I did?
The wires. You pulled out the wires.
Get back into bed.
Are you out of your mind? The key to the vault, where is it?
What?
The key. Uncle Alex must be
You're
alive.
crazy.
He rang the bell, didn't he?
You were dreaming. Get back to bed.
Give me that vault key, Ramsey. Give it to me.
Now, take it easy.
Don't stand there telling me to take it easy. Uncle Alex may be fighting for breath, breathing against the coffin. Get the key.
All right. I'll go down there.
I'll go with you.
Doesn't need 2 people. Just let me get into my clothes.
I don't trust you, Ramsey.
You've got no right to say a thing like that, Martha. What difference does it make to me whether Alex is alive or dead? I don't stand to gain anything. He left the Jordan place to you. Oh, now where did I put that key? Must be in this drawer.
Hurry, Ramsey.
I'm hurrying. There, here it is.
You took something else out of that drawer, Ramsey.
I did not. Just the key. What's the matter with you anyway? Where are my shoes?
Under the bed. I'll be watching you from the window, Ramsey. If Uncle Alex is alive, yell to me. And I'll phone Dr. Rutledge.
Let's take a short break. We'll return to Creeps by Night in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com.
And now let's return to Edmund Gwenn in the conclusion of The Strange Burial of Alexander Jordan on Creeps by Night.
There's a storm coming up. That wind's from the east. Now, let's see if this key fits. It fits all right, but it won't turn. Ah, there we are. Now, where's that light switch? Here it is. Yeah, that's better. Oh, it's foul in here. Even smells dead. There's the coffin. Hope they didn't screw down the lid. No, it comes right up. Yeah. He hasn't moved. He's dead. Yes, just the way he was when they put him in there, with his hands folded over the bell button. He didn't ring that bell. Who did? Oh, now I know. The storm. Lightning shorted the wire. Sure, that's what it was. It must have been. Still, I think I'd better make sure while I'm down here. Yes. Oh, Martha almost caught me taking this darning needle out of the drawer. I'll work it under his shirt and jab it through his heart. You're going to stay dead, Uncle Alex, no matter what happens.
Ramsey!
Martha! You followed me.
I told you I didn't trust you. What are you doing with that darning needle in your hand?
Nothing.
Get out of the way. Let me look at him.
Dead. Stone dead.
Who rang the bell?
Well, how should I know? Maybe his ghost.
You were about to do something with that needle. What?
You really want to know? All right. I'll tell you. I was going to jab it through his black heart. I was going to make sure he was dead. And I'm still going to do it.
Ramsey, you're out of your mind.
Am I? We'll see.
Keep away from that coffin.
Shut up.
I'll scream, Ramsey. The Prestons will hear me.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. Help!
Oh, so that's how it is. Wait till I close this door. Now, scream your lungs out.
Ramsey, don't do anything you'll regret.
Regret? Matter of fact, why waste this needle on old dead Alex? I might do much better using it on you. Jab it into your heart.
Ramsey!
Why not? Then I get to own the place and sell it.
Ramsey, listen to me.
I've listened to you plenty these last few weeks. Ever since he made you the high and mighty boss. But now, it's my turn.
Ramsey!
They'll never find you down here. No, you'll dry up and rot, just like he's rotting in that coffin.
Ramsey, no. Ramsey!
Fainted before I could touch her. Wait a minute. That gives me an idea. There's a better way of doing it. Carry her up to the house, pour that medicine down her throat, give her an overdose. She'll be dead by morning, and no one can pin it on me. Oh, this is beautiful. Everything's working out fine. You're going to be rich, Ramsey. You're rich. Get the door open first, and then... Lord, the key's on the outside, and it's a snap lock. No! Oh, what am I going to do? I'm locked in here. I can't get out. The door is solid oak. 6 inches thick. There are no windows. No air. The bell. The push button's in his hands. I'll keep ringing it. Yes. Sooner or later, someone will hear it. Yeah, this should do it. The Prestons or the McCarters, they're bound to hear it and investigate. I'll keep ringing it all night. I'll... Oh, the wires. Wires in the bedroom. I ripped them out. The bell won't ring. Look out! I'm trapped! I'm trapped in here! I'm trapped! Trapped!
That was The Strange Burial of Alexander Jordan, starring Mr. Edmund Gwenn. For our next exploration into the darkness of the human mind, I have invited the celebrated exponent of the Mysterioso, Peter Lorre, to be our guest. So join with us when once again we raise the shadowy curtain of the unknown and look deep into the souls of men. Until then, this is your master of mystery, Dr. X, leaving you with Creeps by Night.
Creeps by Night is produced by Robert Maxwell. Original music composed by Paul Creston, conducted by Joseph Stopak. Supporting Mr. Gwenn in tonight's presentation were Everett Sloane as Alexander Jordan, Abby Lewis as Martha, Gregory Morton as Dr. Rutledge, and Dr. X as himself. Edmund Gwenn appeared to the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, whose 20-year anniversary picture, The White Cliffs of Dover, is currently being released. George Gunn speaking. This is the Blue Network.
The 16th in a series of dramatic explorations into the vast and unknown labyrinth of the human mind. Tonight, our guest is the internationally known dramatic star, Miss Florence Reed. The story I have chosen is a somewhat weird and spine-chilling narrative of a woman who unwisely looked beyond the shadow of the grave. Creeps by Night, through your Master of Mystery, presents Florence Reed as Hester Southgate in The Three Sisters. As you look north in the southern fishing village of Elmsport, the New England coast is wild and desolate, save for a huge, weather-beaten house that stands like a gray shadow between the salt marshes and the shifting sand dunes. It was built in 1836 by Captain David Southgate, and strange stories have been told about it. None stranger, perhaps, than the story of the three Southgate sisters, which came to the surface one dark, stormy night when Dr. Tennant was hurriedly summoned from the village by Julia, youngest of the maiden ladies. The sea had been running high for days, and the tide was creeping over the marshes, and the doctor mounted the steps of the ancient house and knocked on the heavy oaken door. Oh, Dr.
Julia. Lord, what a night.
I'll take your coat, Doctor.
Something should be done about that road across the marsh. It's a foot deep in water. Twice my car stalled. I thought I'd never get out. Thank you.
The county road commissioner won't do a thing about it. There's not enough people use the road.
Good reason why. Can't for the life of me understand why you three women don't move into the village. Who's sick?
Amanda.
What's wrong with her?
She says she's dying.
What do you mean she thinks she's dying?
Well, she took to bed Wednesday and been there ever since. One of us had to be with her every minute, night and day. Hester's with her now.
What does she complain of? Chill? Fever?
No, nothing like that, Doctor. The reason I called you is because early this evening she said tonight was the night Mother was coming for her to take her to the grave.
That's all ridiculous nonsense.
Well, Amanda believes it, and so does Hester. They believe that the last south to die always returns to leave the next one to the grave. Mother was the last.
Let's have a look at her.
This way, Doctor. She's in the room at the head of the stairs.
How can you stand it here nights with that foghorn blowing and that wind wailing? It's enough to drive a person out of his mind.
Oh, it's not so bad, really. You become accustomed to it. Oh, here we are. Dr. Tennant's here, Hester.
Oh, I'm glad. Hello, Doctor.
Evening, Hester.
Close the door, Julia. Drop.
Did you sleep?
No. Amanda, the doctor's here.
It's no use, Doctor. You can't help me. Mother is coming for me tonight. That's what she's been saying all day, Doctor.
Here you see.
How do you know that your mother is coming for you tonight, Amanda?
She told me. She was here early this morning before dawn, dressed in her burial clothes. She said she was taking me because I'm the eldest. She said Hester and Julia needn't worry.
Hand me my stethoscope out of that bag and feed to you.
Yes, Doctor. Oh, here you are.
Thank you. All right, now, just relax, Amanda.
No use at all.
I know, but I'd still like to examine you. All right, deep breath now. Once more. That's fine. Can you turn over on your back?
I'll help you, dear.
It's no use, I tell you. Mother's coming for me tonight.
Don't bother her, Hester. Cut it out.
You see? Dr. Tennant knows. Even he knows. I'm going to die. Is she, Doctor?
I'll talk to you outside, Julia. Keep her warm, Hester, and see that she gets some sleep. Come, Julia. Goodbye, Miss Amanda.
Goodbye, Doctor. Goodbye forever.
Oh, Amanda, dear.
Come along, Julia.
Yes, Doctor.
You don't have to bother coming downstairs with me, Julia. I can tell you everything I've got to tell you right here on the landing.
Is she terribly sick, Doctor?
She won't die tonight or any other night for some time to come. Her heart is sound as a dollar, considering her age.
But the way she feels and looks and the things she says.
Imagination. Humor her for the rest of the night, and in the morning, when she awakens and finds herself alive, she'll be quite all right.
Oh, I hope so.
I know that she will. As a matter of fact, you worry me more than Amanda does.
I?
Yes. I don't like those circles under your eyes and your drawn cheeks. Now, hold still a minute. Listen to your heart.
Oh, I'm all right.
Yes, I know, but you've always had a weak heart. Now, take a deep breath. Again.
Nothing wrong, sir.
Nothing serious, but you've still got that heart murmur, and running up and down these stairs won't help any.
Oh, I don't do much running, really.
Well, first don't you come into the village and let me check you over. Lord, I wish I could convince the three of you that you'd be better off living in the village. But I suppose it's hopeless. See that Amanda gets some nourishing food tomorrow, and call me if she doesn't improve.
Yes, Doctor, I will.
Good night, Julia.
Good night, Doctor. And thank you. Your coat's in the hall closet.
I know, I'll get it. Good night.
Good night.
Quiet, Julia. She's dropped off to sleep.
Oh, I'm glad.
What did the doctor say?
Just what I thought he would. There's nothing the matter with Amanda. Absolutely nothing. It's all imagination.
I'm not so sure.
Oh, now listen, Hester. We're grown women, both of us. You must be sensible. You know as well as I do that no one's coming to lead us to the grave. Now time comes, we'll die like other people do.
You don't remember the night our mother passed away, do you? You don't recall what she said on her deathbed?
Oh, Hester, you know well enough that poor mother wasn't quite right in her mind.
Julia, you've no cause to say that.
Well, she wasn't, and you know it. That's why I argue about it. Dr. Tennant says Amanda will waken tomorrow morning and find herself alive and forget all about it.
Dr. Tennant doesn't know.
Well, he knows enough to tell whether she's sick or not. 10 o'clock. So you stay with her till 2. I'll try to get some sleep in the meantime.
All right, Julia, I'll wait till 2.
What is it, Hester? Is it time? No, it's only midnight. I must have fallen asleep. I woke up about a minute ago and what, Hester?
Julia, Amanda's dead.
No, Hester. Julia, what's the matter with you? Julia, speak to me. Open your eyes. Julia!
I can say, Julia, is that it's about time you came down to the office for a complete examination.
Oh, I've tried and tried to get her to come, Dr. Tennant.
Oh, now,
well, you know I have, and in a way it was hard. What with Amanda's funeral and all.
That's something I'll never understand. Amanda's death.
I understand it.
We won't go into that again, Hester. Well, Julia, you're in pretty fair shape. Only don't go getting any more shocks and fainting spells like you did the night Amanda died.
Well, that was my fault, Doctor. I should have known better than to stop before Julia.
Oh, don't be silly, Hester.
Well, I should have.
Tell me, when are you two moving into the village?
Why should we move into the village? Doesn't cost us a penny to live in the Southgate house. I will not just waste money for the privilege of living in the village, and that's final.
That old barn that you call a house isn't fit to live in.
Just the same, it's our home. Grandfather Southgate built it, and he meant for the Southgates to live in it. You may do as you please, Julia, but I'm staying there.
You know very well, Hester, that I wouldn't for one moment let you live there alone. But don't tell me I may do as I please.
Well, all I've got to say is that you're making a big mistake. You can't live like hermits. You've got to get out and see people. If you don't, I'm warning you, you'll get yourself into the same state Amanda was in. And maybe with the same result.
What on earth are you doing in the kitchen at this time of night? Just baking some pie.
Hi. What for?
There's a church supper Friday night, and I pledged 4 apple pies.
4 apple pies? Are you out of your mind? Don't you realize butter and sugar and flour cost money?
Oh, Hester, for heaven's sake, it's only a matter of $2 or $3.
Only $2 or $3? Well, you talk as if we had millions.
We have enough.
Yes, enough for ourselves, but not enough to feed a lot of worthless people in the village.
There are people in the village who need help and must have charity. And I'm working with the Reverend Evans to give them as much help as I can.
I believe you've lost your mind.
Oh, stop it, Hester. Before you know it, you'll be taking the money out of the bank and counting it. Dollar by dollar, over and over again.
I'll do something, you can be sure.
Come up for one evening, I planned to go into town.
They had to one bit stay home and help with sheep mending, Julia. Oh, that's the wind makes the lamp flicker so I can't follow the needle.
I meant to buy a new lamp chimney. That one's cracked.
Well, you're not to go on buying any new chimneys. We can do with it.
Oh, goodness, Hester, these sheets are in shreds. Can't we get some new ones?
No, we can't.
Oh, Hester, what's the matter? What are you staring at? I suddenly thought of something. What?
It's just this kind of a night when Amanda died.
There's nothing strange about this kind of a night. I can recall dozens of them in this house. Where did I put those fists? Oh, here they are.
You remember what Amanda told us, Julia? But when it came time for one of us to die, she'd come. Just the way Mother came for her.
Esther, I thought you were finished with that nonsense.
Just because you call it nonsense doesn't make it so.
Oh, right, Esther. Only for heaven's sake, don't get into the state of mind Amanda was in.
What do you mean?
I don't like to say it, but Amanda wasn't quite herself before she died.
Oh, yes, she wasn't.
All that talk of coming back for us and leading us to the grave. If the dead are dead, you know it.
Then how did Amanda die? Dr. Kenneth told you himself there wasn't the slightest reason for her dying. But she did. She had the word that Mother was coming for her, and that's what happened.
Oh, fiddlestick. Esther, where in the world do you get this poor thread? I declare to goodness it breaks every time I pull on it.
Same thread of all with you.
Sorry, Esther, but this last clip is too much to sew by. Tomorrow when I'm in town, I'll buy a new chimney and some decent thread.
And what else?
Anything else I decide might make life a little pleasanter. Well, I'm going up to bed. Good night, Esther.
Good night, Julia.
Who's in my room? Who is it, I said? Esther, is it you? Answer me. What sort of nonsense is this, Esther? Oh, all right, if you want to make me get out of bed, I'll get out of bed. Now, Esther, what's the meaning of... Amanda!
Not Amanda. These aren't burial clothes I'm wearing. These were torn sheets you wouldn't work on this evening. And I put my hair up the way Amanda used to wear hers. Have you listened to Julia? Or was the shock too great? Let me see. Was too much of a shock, wasn't it? Your eyes are open and you're not breathing. I'm going to leave you right where you are until morning. Too bad you won't be able to buy a new lamp chimney or sewing thread or anything you decide might make life a little pleasanter. It isn't necessary anymore. And you know why? Because you're dead, Julia dear. You're dead.
She went to bed about 8, Esther?
Yes, Doctor. She complained of not feeling well.
And you found her on the floor this morning?
Yes. Such a shock.
Yes, I can imagine. Chances are she had a heart attack, tried to get out of bed, and collapsed on the floor.
Poor sweet Julia.
Now, pull yourself together, Esther. This is bound to happen sooner or later. Would you like me to arrange for the undertaker?
Yes, please, Doctor.
Nowadays, they handle everything from start to finish, and quite reasonably, too.
How reasonably? As I recall, Amanda's funeral was quite expensive.
No, I'd say $150 should cover it.
$150?
Well, that includes the coffin and the burial clothes, and I think a small headstone. Suppose you let me worry about it.
I don't see the need for anyone worrying about it. $150. Why, it's outrageous. All that money just to bury a person. I certainly will not spend it. Matter of fact, I'm sure Julia brought the funeral right here from the house.
Suit yourself, Esther. I should think you'd want someone to take care of things for you, but go on. Find your own coffin and burial clothes and headstone. I suppose the Reverend Evans will take care of the service.
Of course he will. Probably without charge, after all Julia did for the church. $150.
All right. Forget it. I'll send a man up to embalm the body. Got to do that. Public health law. Don't worry, though. Only costs $10.
I tell the Reverend I'll be down to see him this afternoon.
All right. Good day, Esther. Good day.
gone, Julia. Dr. Tennant's gone. You didn't hear what we said, did you, dear? Of course not. You're dead. But I'd still like you to know that the Southgate money is not going to be wasted on an expensive funeral. You'll be buried right from the house. Not only is it cheaper, but much nicer. I'm going into town now to see the Reverend Evans about leading a service. I'll be back before dark.
So far as I am concerned, Miss Hester, it makes little difference whether Miss Julia's funeral is conducted from the house or the church here in the village.
I'm quite sure you wouldn't mind, Reverend. I've already arranged to have a coffin built. Julia will lie in it, dressed in the burial clothes I shall make for her. The coffin will be in the parlor where people can come and see her if they wish.
Very well, Miss Hester. Shall we say the day after tomorrow for the funeral?
The day after tomorrow will be very nice, Reverend.
Shall we say 10 o'clock in the morning?
10 o'clock will be lovely.
The rain beating against the windows, so I got up to see how you were resting in your coffin.
It's a lovely coffin, don't you think? Old Caleb made it for me. Did you know Caleb Filsey? Only charged $10. And do you know what that undertaker wanted? 35. Can you imagine? Tomorrow's funeral, dear. I shudder when I think of all those strange people tramping through the house, but I suppose it can't be helped. Good heavens, what was that? Must have been the door to my bedroom. Room probably lit up. Well, I hope the storm does let up before morning, Julia. I'm going to leave this lamp burning at the foot of your coffin, dear. It doesn't use much oil. And it's so much nicer to have a little light. I'll be down bright and early in the morning, too. Who's there? I see your hand on the doorknob. Who is it? Answer me. Oh, right, I'll find out for myself.
Good evening, Hester. You didn't expect to see me, did you?
No, can't be.
Oh, but it is.
A man.
Yes, your sister, Amanda. You better close the parlor door. There's a draft blowing through the hall, and it's making the oil lamp flicker. Oh, a wind comes. Well, how are you, Hester?
Amanda.
Yes, of course. It's a drag night out. The grave was wet and cold. Tell me, Hester, what kind of a coffin did you get for Julia?
Oh, now I remember. You told us. You can't for the next one to go. You come for Julie.
Answer my question. What kind of a coffin did you get? I know something about coffins, Hester, and that one doesn't look very good to me.
It was built specially, Amanda.
Let me look at it. Just as I thought, you never could bring yourself to spend an extra nickel. Could you, Hester? This coffin will be full of water the first stormy night. And where did you get the burial clothes?
Well, I made them myself. All hands. Amanda, it's brand new material.
Cotton. How do you expect anyone to keep warm in cotton?
I couldn't afford anything better, Amanda. I didn't know, Auntie, what Julia's been up to since you died and left us the Southgate money. She was spending it like water.
So you murdered Julia to keep her from spending Southgate money.
What do you say?
Don't lie to me, Hester. I can see right through you.
Julia died of heart failure. Dr. Cummings was here. Everyone knows what happened.
No, everyone doesn't. But I do. You frightened Julia to death.
Amanda, no.
Yes, you did. You frightened her to death because you wanted the Southgate money for yourself. You didn't want to be expensive.
What else could I do, Amanda? The money was left in cash. This is your money.
I left it to both of you equally.
But you were squandering it, throwing it away.
You killed her. You murdered your own sister.
No, don't say it like that, Amanda. You're right. Yes.
You are.
Yes. If you came for Julia, take her and go.
I didn't come for Julia. Julia's dead. I came for you.
No. No, I don't want to die.
I lead you to the bed. That's nice for dying.
What will happen to the suffering money if I die, Amanda? I've been so careless, Robert. You know what I did.
What?
I threw the money out of the bank this morning. There's a penny of it. I've got it in my room where I can watch it. That's how careful I am. But if I die, Amanda, they'll find it. They'll send it over to the county poor. People we never heard of will be spending it. You wouldn't want that, Amanda.
You learn, Hester, that money means nothing beyond the grave. Come with me, dear.
No. Let go of my wrist. Let go, I said.
The oil lamp. You'll knock it over.
Sarah! Please, I'm Sarah! Amanda! Your lamp fell over in the room, caught fire.
Where did we find her, Fred? On the big stock, about a mile west of the inlet. The tide was out this morning, so I figured maybe I'd get an extra chance. Now we're sitting on the beach, talking like she is now.
You had no right to fire for me, Amanda.
Didn't recognize her first off. Sound of her hair being snow white. And sound of I heard she just caught in the fire. Her hair turned over now. The minute I got closer, I knowed what it was. Took her back to my car. She found me easy enough and brought her here to his lawn. Yeah, that was the best thing, friend. Hester. Hester.
Someone calling me.
What happened at the house last night, Hester? How did the fire start?
The lamp. Yes, the oil lamp. At the foot of Julia's coffin. Amanda touched me. And it's over.
Amanda's been dead and buried for months, Hester.
Yes, I know. But she came back last night. She came to take me to the grave. Because I frightened Julia to death.
Good Lord.
Yes, I frightened poor Julia. But I need to keep her from spending all the money.
Hester, who was at the house with you last night when the fire started?
Julia. Julia was in her coffin. I was talking to her when a man became from the grave. And then the lamp turned over.
Gone crazy, turned out. Talking about the dead coming from the grave. Hester, are you sure that no one else was with you?
No. Just the three of us. The same sister.
Poor critter. You don't know what she's saying. No, I'm not so sure of that, Fred. They brought two bodies out of the Southgate house this morning after the fire had cooled off. We thought they were the bodies of Julia and Hester. But Hester is sitting here in front of us, alive. God be dark. You don't think? I don't know, Fred. I examined the bodies less than an hour ago. They were badly burned. And now that I've been sat on it, one of them looks as though its heart has been buried for a long time.
That was The Three Sisters, starring Florence Reed. We invite you to join with us again when we unfold another strange and terrifying story of the human mind. Until then, this is your Master of Mystery, Dr. X, leaving you with Creep by Night. is produced by Robert Maxwell. Original music was composed by Jeffrey Crawford. Supporting Miss Reed in tonight's performance were Grace Teddy as Julia Southgate, Eleanor Audley as Amanda Southgate, Everett Sloan as Dr. Tennant, Ted Osborne as Fred, and Dr. X as himself. The Three Sisters was dramatized by Hector Chevigny. This is the Blue Network.
Good evening. This is Peter Lawrence. Man kills passionately out of hunger or anger, out of fear or love. But man also destroys life coldly and impersonally, without rancor, unemotionally, and with but one purpose, to gain. It is of greed and murder that you hear tonight in a mystery playhouse. Oh, yes. Guilt has been known to lie heavily on the soul of the coarsest and unregenerate of human beings. And conscience is an unseen but terrible demon to those whose hearts are set in evil, exerting a grim and unrelenting power over their minds. Tonight our story concerns itself with a price of greed and revolves about a strange and almost fateful phenomenon that forced a man to stand ghastly trial before a jury of the dead. Listen as we tell you of Captain Bull Harrison and the 6 who did not die.
Far below the equator, where the blinding sun beats with fierce hatred on the endless surface of the sea, lie the lonely islands of the Gambier archipelago. There is no movement in the white, hot expanse of sand and ocean, no movement save the brief, fluttering excursions of flying fish and the few palm fronds that wave languidly above precarious footholds in the scanty soil. Barren and lonely are the Gambiers. And lonelier than most is the atoll of Mangariba, a strip of sand and gray coral rising from the sea like something foul and festering. For at high water, the tide sweeps over it, and retreating, leaves on its sloping beach all manner of snails and shellfish that, helpless, broil and putrefy under the blazing sun. No trader has ever visited Mangariba, for there is no one with whom to trade. And the gunboats of the Australian Territorial Patrol give it wide berth, for there is no one to watch. Only an occasional pearling vessel with its crew of native divers ventures within sight of Mangariba. Such a vessel is the sloop Nancy Hale, 4 days out of Sydney. A weather-beaten hulk with caulking oozing from her open seams, she lies at anchor in the lee of the island. It is sundown, and her small boat is returning from a day of pearl diving. The oars stroked by 6 dark-skinned natives, the Cockney mate standing in the bow. As the boat swings broadside to the sloop, the mate clambers aboard.
All right, Kamali. Make her fast to the stern cleat. And mind you don't lose one of those oars overside.
Me not turn. Now it is 10. Me do same work all time.
Go, blimey, stop your even babbling. I don't care whose turn it is. Make her fast and ship them oars. If it ain't done by the time I get back from seeing the captain, I'll take the eyes off you. And you mind what I say. beggars always getting their ends up about something. It ain't one thing, it's another. I'd give £10 right here and now to be lifting a pint down in the Red Dragon Crawl, blimey I would, instead of sweating me blood out in a million miles from civilization. Hi, Captain. Like as not, these 3 sheets in the wind. I'll take a look.
Who's there?
Keep your shirt on, Bull. It's nobody but me, Foggy.
Oh, back already?
Well, it's been 10 hours under that blasted sun. Ain't that enough?
Close the door. How'd you make out?
Not bad. You might invite a chap to have a nip of that there gin sitting on the table.
Go ahead. That's the last of it.
Oh, blimey, the last of 60 bottles we took on at Sydney. You ain't been bashful about drinking it, have you?
You got any objections?
Oh, now, don't be getting your end up, Bull. No offense.
While you're drinking, let's see what you got for your 10 hours.
Well, no, I think we've done pretty fair at that. Here's mud in your eye. Nothing like a spot of Dutch gin to set a chap right. Oh, good at that. Too bad there ain't more of it for the old back to Sydney.
What makes you think we're hauling back?
I thinks we are, Mr. Addison. Fast as the old trouble takers. I thinks we are.
Come on, out with it. What'd you get? A handful of stinking seed pearls?
Seed pearls, is it not on your life? Give an eye to these, if you please.
Good Lord.
Not bad, eh, Mr. Addison?
Where'd you get these, Foggy?
50 yards southeast of Manga River in 2 fathoms of water.
You know what they're worth? God, they must weigh 50 grains apiece. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4,
8
5,
by my
6.
count.
That's right. 8 times 50. 400 grains. All perfect, too. Hardly need peeling. There's 1,000 pounds here, Foggy. Maybe more the way the market is today. By heaven, you're right. We are hauling back. I can do a lot with 1,000 pounds.
Ain't you forgetting something, Captain? As about me and the natives.
What do you mean?
Well, the natives get half the catch according to the agreement with their chief, and I get 10%. Well, figuring rapid and not intending to be accurate, I should say that leaves you 400 pounds, not 1,000.
Trouble with you, Foggy, is you don't know how to figure. Now, listen. When we took on this batch of divers, we never dreamed we'd run into a haul like this, did we?
Can't say as we did.
All right. We figured maybe we'd come back with 50 or 100 grains, not 400.
What are you leading up to?
How far can I trust you, Foggy?
Well, now, I'd say that all depends on how much it's worth to be trusted.
If we get what I think we should for those 8 beauties, your cut will be 300 pounds, $1,500.
God, blimey, enough to take me back to England in style, ain't it?
More than enough.
Well, it sounds most attractive. How do you plan to work it?
Right now, 8 people know about this catch. You and me and the 6 divers. Chances are there are plenty more pearls where these came from. Must be a natural bed. We got to fix it so's only you and me know the location of that bed. Savvy?
I ain't interested in the bed. All I'm thinking about is getting enough to ship back to England.
Okay, this is how to get it.
You still ain't giving me no details like it, if you understand what I mean.
There's nothing to it. We lay over here tonight. Tomorrow morning we tell the boys we're making one last dive and hauling back. I'll go along with you in the small boat so's I can mark the spot. I'll take a belaying pin with me. They'll all dive in pronto because they've been there before. And when they come up one at a time like they always do, wham! You get me, Foggy?
I get you, Bull. We ain't going to no tea party.
You say no more dive. You say we go back.
Mind your babbling tongues, you heathen. We got the captain with us today. He wants to see how you dive. Ain't that right, Mr. Addison?
That's right, boys. This is the last dive, and then we haul back. Good catch this trip. Plenty gin.
For the likes of them as is left to drink it.
Shut up, you fool.
We make only one dive, then we going back.
How about that, Mr. Addison?
Yeah, one dive, then you're through.
They likes that. They're poor beggars.
What in your lip, Foggy, and tender business? Well, we're southeast of Mangareva, about 50 yards off. This the spot?
Close enough, I'd say. Shivers! Heave that anchor, Taru. Over with it.
Sure, this is the spot, Foggy.
As near as I can come to it. She holding, Taru?
Yeah.
All right, let us swing with the tide, what there is of it.
Water slack. Okay, get him over, Foggy.
Here we go, boys. You first, Kamuli.
No dive. Ear hurt.
He's got to dive.
Here, let's have a look at your ear.
No can see. Hurt deep inside.
Why'd you say something about it before we left the sloop?
Wait a minute, Foggy. I'll handle this. Come, Ollie.
Ear hurt bad, Captain. Very bad.
One dive won't do it no harm. I come out here special to see you and your boys go down. Tell you what I'll do. Anything you bring up this dive belongs to you. No split. All pearls yours. How's that? Well, what about it, Kamali?
No dive.
Stand up in the boat. Stand up, I said. Now, for the last time, Kamali, you're going to dive or not?
No dive. Ear hurt bad.
Well, maybe this'll cure it. Now, the rest of you get over and make it fast. Go ahead. That does it. They're over. Hold the boat steady, Foggy. I'll work the belaying pin as they come up.
What about this one, you slug?
Leave him be till we get rid of the rest. Hold steady now. They won't be staying down there long, I can promise you.
I got a funny feeling no good's going to come of this.
Stow your feelings and keep the boat steady. That's all you got to do. I'll take care of the rest. One little tap of this belaying pin as they come up will be enough.
Here comes one. Right aside the boat.
Steady. Steady. That does for him. Went down like a rock.
Two more coming up.
I see him. That makes three. See the others?
Not yet. Water got roughed up in my... Hold on. Here they come. Two together.
That'll make it easy. Steady now.
Blimey, did you see the way them two's eyes rolled up? Like to send the shivers through me.
Give me a hand with this one and stow the gab.
What you gonna do with it?
Heave him over. Wait till I tap his skull to make sure he don't come to.
There ain't nothing finicky about you, is there, Bull?
Grab his feet. Lift him now. You're all right. Heave. Now, get that anchor up. The job's done. All neat and clean.
It ain't done for me. I'll be seeing them poor beggars' eyes rolling up for a long time to come.
You'll forget about it once we hit Sydney. There'll be plenty of gin and rooms in the best hotel in town.
All I want is to book passage on the first boat back to England.
Don't worry about that, Foggy. You'll go back to England a rich man. I got another idea. The money we get for those pearls is gonna be nothing compared to what we end up with.
Now what's on your mind?
You'll find out. Get that anchor up. All set?
Right.
Bend two on the oars. We're gonna be rich men, Foggy, you and me. Plenty rich.
£1,200 you got for them pearls, and me supposed to get my share, and I ain't seen a shilling, and I'm not going to now.
Shut up and open the door. You got the key?
No, I ain't got nothing for killing 6 men.
Pipe down, you stupid fool. Like to get us hanged? Here's the key. Open the door.
We're going to be rich men, Foggy, you and me. How's about that, Mr. Harrison?
Open the door, I said.
£1,200, and now we ain't got nothing.
Close the door.
£1,200 lost.
Stop talking about it. I've heard all I want to hear.
Oh, you have? It don't bother you that I ain't got no passage money, does it?
You think I figured on losing it? I had a system to beat that roulette wheel. Something happened. Didn't work.
I told you to stop.
You told me. What do you know about it? All I was trying to do was to build that stake up, make us some real money.
Yeah, now we ain't got nothing. Gamble it away, you did.
There's more where that came from. I've got 20 pounds left. Enough to pay for this hotel room, dock charges on the sloop, and provisions. We'll go back to Mangareva and get ourselves some more of them big pearls.
I ain't going nowhere near Mangareva. Not on your life, I ain't.
Why not?
Because it ain't got pleasant memories, that's why. I'm quitting. I know a rum deal when I sees one. 1,200 pounds left in a gambling house.
So you're quitting, huh? What makes you think I'll let you quit?
You ain't got no right to stop me.
Now I got a right to see that you don't open that big blabbing mouth of yours. I got that right.
I knows when I'm well off. I ain't doing no talking.
Maybe I'd better make sure of that.
Yeah, always one for making jokes, aren't you?
This don't happen to be no joke. We murdered 6 men back at Mangareva, you and me. We're the only ones knows about it. I think you better ship with me when the Nancy Hale pulls out in the morning. Yeah, I think you better.
I ain't shipping on no more pearl boats, and I ain't going nowhere near Mangareva. Now, that's final.
All right, Foggy. That's how you feel about it. Open the window, will you? It's hot in here.
It ain't a bit hot. You've been drinking too much.
Open it anyway. Thanks. Yeah. Nice view of the harbor from there, Foggy.
Pretty with all them lights blinking. Bull, how's about giving me half the 20 pounds you've got left?
Sure. Why not? Yeah. 2 5-pound notes.
Much obliged, Bull. If I wasn't so set on going home, what are you holding my wrist for?
You're going out the window, Foggy. You're going to fall out.
No, I ain't done nothing.
I want to make sure you won't do anything.
Let go of me, Bull. Let go.
So long, Foggy.
Bull.
12 stories to the street. You won't talk now, Foggy. Not at all. Ease off on that jib halyard, Dave. More! Okay, reefer up. Stand by to heave anchor.
Aye. You, Manu. Lend a hand with that winch. All right, let her go. Anchor down and holding, sir.
Make her fast.
Aye, sir. Make her fast, Manu. What, sir?
Yeah, this is it. We stole the aye and the sir business, Dave. We ain't formal on the Nancy Hale.
That suits me all right. So that's Mangareva, is it? Ain't much to look at.
Best pearl bed in the South Seas right under us. Won't even bother with a small boat today. Work right from the sloop. Get the divers over.
Okay. Manu!
Yes, boss.
Get your boys over.
Oh, no good first. Me, headman, goes first.
You'll learn, Dave. First dive's taken by the head man. These boys are new to this spot and won't go under till he comes up and says it looks clear.
Sorry. All right, Manu.
Got 8 beauties out of here last trip, Dave. You're gonna be real glad you shipped with me.
Manu, come.
Give him a hand.
Here you are.
Take boat out of here, quick. Bad water.
Shut up! What's the matter with you, Manu?
Me dive. Go to bottom. 6 men down there. Dead.
You're crazy.
No, crazy. 6 dead men. They stand up like they live. My boys no dive here. Bad water.
Hey, wait a minute, Manu. What do you mean there's 6 dead men down there standing up?
Like live, they standing up. But they dead.
That's enough from you. Shut up. Now the rest of you'll listen to me. You'll dive or I'll know the reason why. I came here to get pearls and you're gonna get them. There'll be no acting up on my boat. Dave, there's a diving helmet and lead shoes in one of the starboard lockers. Get them out. Test the air hose and the pump. Know anything about diving equipment?
Plenty, but I never went down myself.
You won't have to. I'm going down. I'll prove to these beggars there's nothing wrong down there.
Everything okay, Captain?
Yeah, just about touching bottom. Ease up on the rope a little.
Let the rope go, Manu. Easy. Easy. Take a bite in it. That better, Bull?
Yeah, much better. Keep that air pump and hand generator going.
Don't worry. Yeah, how's it look down there?
Can't see much yet. Gotta get used to it.
Lean forward when you walk. You need more rope?
Okay. I ain't doing any walking. All I want to do is stay down here a couple of minutes and prove to those native beggars that...
Captain, what is it?
Hold me up!
Hold on that rope. What is it, Bull? What happened?
Get me up, Dave! Get me up! Now, don't come near me. No!
Rope stuck. No can pull.
It can't be stuck. Lay on it, all of you.
Dave! Hold me up!
We're doing our best, Bull. What's down there?
6 men. One who's right. They're standing in the water grinning at me. For the love of heaven, get me up!
We're trying to, Bull, but something's holding you. What is it?
I don't know. My feet are sinking down. Maybe it's death walls.
Oh, no. Lash that rope to the windows. Move fast.
They got me. I can't get away.
We're lashing the rope to the windows, Bull. We'll get you up now. Hold on.
No, let go. Let go. You...
No can do. Rope stuck.
Get back to that air pump.
Air. Gotta have air.
Oh, no. Man the pump.
No. Captain Bad. Stay in bad water.
Aye, you. Bull, they won't man the pump. We can't budge you. Bull!
You're stuck just the same as I am, aren't you? Stuck in the asphalt. That's why you're standing there grinning at me. You can't move.
Bull! Bull, listen to me!
Sure, I killed you. And I killed Foggy, too. I wanted it all for myself, and I'm gonna get it. Pearls, the biggest pearls you ever saw. They're down here all around me. I'm not afraid of you. You're dead. Dead, you hear me?
Bull, for the love of heaven, listen to me!
Pearls all around. Big ones. Go ahead. Bring your dirty devil's grin. You can't beat me. You can't.
Captain Bull Harrison, a watery courtroom, facing his jury. The jury with good reason to pronounce him guilty of murder and greed. Poor Bull. Down there with the pearls he wanted so much, and the men he murdered to get them. Funny, isn't it? Or is it? Please don't go. Come with me to the green room where the players are rehearsing our next performance. Come. Come.
Hello? No, I'm not Pamela North. He hung up, as usual. Maybe I'd better practice up on my falsetto. In a hurry this time. Hello? I am not... Dead. Oh, the door. Maybe he didn't believe me. No, I'm not Pamela North.
Well, of course not. I am.
Hello, Pam.
Oh, I'm glad to be home, darling.
Wasn't the reunion fun?
It was awful. Everybody sat around noticing how much older everybody else looked.
Postmortems, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Darling, is there a man in your life?
Of course, dear. You.
There must be somebody else. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't been calling myself up and asking me if I weren't Pamela North.
Darling, you're not well.
I'm in perfect health. Listen, some goon has been phoning every hour and asking for you. As soon as I convince him that I'm not you, he hangs up.
Well, that's funny.
Well, it's reasonable enough,
I
but...
wonder if it has anything to do with the little man.
What little man?
The one who followed me home.
Maybe I should have asked you about the men in your life.
Frightened me, darling. The street was so dark and he was so gray, sort of, and indistinct. I ran.
Did he run after you?
I don't know.
I would have.
You did.
But you slowed up for me.
Oh.
You answer it. I wouldn't want to disappoint him again.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes, this is Pamela North. What did you... hello? Jerry.
I know, he hung up. Probably thinks it's good, clean fun.
You know, darling, I am getting scared.
Nothing to get scared about. You're beautiful and... Near to the window.
All right, darling.
is that your little man coming down the street?
Yes, Jerry. He's looking up at the house numbers. I thought he was only a nasty little old man, but...
Come away from the window.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
Oh, I may just be imagining things, Jerry. My imagination can't be that vivid.
May have been a car backfiring.
I know those were shots.
I'll take a look.
Jerry, don't you go near that window.
Relax, darling. No one could see me up here. Honey?
What is?
Seems deserted.
The little man?
He's gone, too. Maybe that was a car backfiring. At any rate, most people would think so.
Darling, we've heard guns being fired too often.
Well, whoever fired those shots isn't there anymore. Neither is your little man. I sort of suspect he's disappeared from our lives. I hope.
That was our doorbell.
Uh-huh.
Let's make believe we're not home, Jerry.
It might be important.
That's what I mean.
I'd better see who that is. It's silly being terrified by nothing, Pam.
You can answer the door if you wish, darling, but I'm going to keep right on being terrified.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, no. No, I'm going with you. I want to be terrified in company.
All right, but get over to one side. I'm going to open the door.
All right, darling. It's the little man.
So it is. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
Shut the door, darling.
Uh-huh.
Are you Pamela North?
Yes, I am. Jerry, he's ill.
Not ill. Please, let me speak. They will kill you, Pamela.
You need a doctor. You better not bring yourself by speaking.
Must speak. Don't need doctors. Must speak. I had them red line bar. Kill Pamela North. That.
Jerry's phone.
I've got him. He collapsed suddenly. Hot wraps up. I'll lay him down here on the sofa. Get his coat open.
Shall I phone for a doctor, darling?
No. There's nothing a doctor can do for him.
Dead?
Chest full of bullets. Yes, he's dead.
Oh, the poor little man. But who...
He came here to warn you against a murderer, darling. But the murderer got to him first.
Well, what is all this, do you suppose? Why do you think anyone would want to kill Mrs. Pamela North? She seems to be a perfectly harmless young woman, don't you think? But there must be a reason. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for our next performance. Then our guests will be the famous amateur detectives, Mr. and Mrs. North. Oh, incidentally, we are interested in your reaction to our shows. So why don't you write to the Mystery Playhouse, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA, telling us what you like or don't like or anything you care to say. Would you do that? We'd appreciate hearing from you very much. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
I'm your host, Claude, your guide through these uncharted waters of the terrifying, the unexplained, the mystifying. What could be more mystifying than the classic incarnation of evil? Call him Mephistopheles, Beelzebub, Satan, or Devil. By whatever name, he is the human form of the ultimate temptation. It is proverbial to cast evil in the guise of a mysterious stranger with horns and a pointed tail. But if the devil were to take human form today, what might he be? A politician? A salesman? Or perhaps something more subtle, even diabolical? Tonight we explore the possibility of doing real magic. And what would happen if a modern-day Faust were given too much power? I'll be back in a moment with the first act of For My Next Trick.
Come join your lung association and discover the facts of life and breath. Learn how air pollution is affecting you and your children and what you can do to breathe easier. That's what the Lung Association is all about. They've almost licked TB. They're battling smoking and other breath robbers. And with your assistance, lung associations across the country can help clean the air.
Write for free information on how you can help. Your lung association brings you this public service message because they care about every breath you take.
Throughout history, many people have been accused of being in league with the devil. But what is evil? Who creates it? Does it remain the same from generation to generation? Or does it change form, method, indeed character, from one age to the next? A full-time carnival, one of those conglomerations of freaks that in the middle of this country's depression would miraculously appear in the small hamlets of mid-America, exhibit its collection of novelties, and then just as suddenly vanish.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! Witness Mystic Martin, the magical marvel. See feats of magic never before performed for civilized man. It's all on the inside, and it's all yours for 1 thin dime, 1/10 of a dollar. Hurry, hurry, hurry! And now, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest magician of modern times, Mystic Martin.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For my first illusion, I should like to borrow a man's hat. Well, now, any hat will do. Thank you, sir. My assistant, Millie, shall fetch it from you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, every magician is supposed to produce a rabbit from a hat. But I intend to produce a rabbit, not from my own hat, but from this hat so kindly donated by the gentleman in the third row. Now, with a few magic words and a wave over the hat, I shall produce a live rabbit. Alakazam, alakazam, and here we have, somewhere we have, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll just have a little bit of patience here, I'll be able to. There's the rabbit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you give me another chance,
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll just give Mystic Martin a few more moments, I'm sure he'll be able to. Forget it.
What's the matter, Michael?
What's the matter? Millie, didn't you see?
Well, yes, but...
Well, then what are you asking for? That's the third time in 2 days Chester has stuck his tail out of my coat.
But the sawing a woman in half trick went all right at the last show, didn't it?
Sure. But that's only the second time we've gotten it right this week. Somehow something goes wrong at every show.
Michael, it'll get better with practice.
Millie, we don't have time to practice. The carnival owner said that unless we get the act together by the weekend, we're fired.
But what would we do then?
I don't know. Magic is the only thing I know, and jobs aren't easy to come by these days.
Hey, Martin, you've got a visitor.
A visitor?
Yeah, some fan, I guess. Don't ask me how. Even I don't like your show, and I'm paid to like it. Want to see him?
Why not? Right now, I guess I need all the fans I can get.
Okay. Hey, mister, the great Martin will see you.
Gee, Millie, do you think somebody liked the show?
Michael, I don't know.
Hello, Michael. Carl Owen. Millie, it's Carl Owen. Remember? He built the Saw Woman in Half cabinet for us.
Of course. How are you, Carl?
Fine, Millie.
Well, what are you doing in these parts, Carl? I thought you stayed pretty much in Los Angeles.
I do ordinarily, but Blackstone is opening a new show in Chicago, and I delivered some props to the theater. When I heard you were playing the area, I thought I'd drop in and see what you were doing.
Pretty much the same old stuff.
Yes, I see.
Oh, did you see the last show, Carl?
Yes.
Well, you should have seen the one last night. We finished that one. What I mean,
Michael, I'm afraid I know what you mean.
No?
Yes.
Carl, it's really not as bad as...
Don't worry, Millie. I'm not here to recall my illusion. But I would like to have a talk with Michael.
All right. I'll set up the next show. Nice to see you, Carl.
Nice seeing you, Millie. Well, Michael?
You don't need to say it. I know.
Michael, when I built the Sawing a Lady illusion for you, I thought you might have some talent. I thought you might rise above the poor showings you had in Los Angeles. I thought that on the road, playing to audiences that hadn't seen a lot of magic, you might make a go of it. But let's face it, Michael, you just don't have what it takes to be a great magician. I'm afraid you aren't even a good one.
What you're saying is, I'm not even a bad one, right, Carl?
Yes, I guess that's what I mean, Michael.
But isn't there any way I could get better?
I don't know, Michael. After what I saw today, well, my best advice to you is to try to find some ordinary job and give up the idea of being a magician.
Give it up?
That's it. Because the only way you could be a good magician is if you could do real magic.
Real magic?
Real magic. Well, good to see you again, Michael. Say goodbye to Millie for me.
Huh?
I said, say goodbye to Millie for me.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Goodbye, Michael.
Real magic. What if I could do real magic? No phony boxes, no screens, just real magic. Just wave my hand and it happens. Blink an eye and it happens. Don't do anything and it happens.
Michael?
Huh?
Has Carl gone?
Carl? Oh, yeah, he's gone, huh?
Well, what did he say?
He said I should do real magic.
Real magic?
Well, think of it, Millie. I could do it anywhere, anytime. Just point a finger and make anything disappear. Point it again and it reappears.
Michael, calm down.
Nobody would know how I did it. Not even other magicians. Why, I'd be the biggest thing in show business.
Michael, please.
I'd have the whole world at my feet.
Michael!
That's it. Real magic. I'd sell my soul to do real magic.
Mr. Martin?
What?
You are Mystic Martin.
Oh, well, yes, of course.
I thought so. A pleasure to meet you.
Well, how do you do? This is my assistant.
Yes, Millicent Hendricks. I know that also. A pleasure.
How did you know?
Your name. In my business, it's good to know a lot of things about a lot of people, Miss Hendricks.
Your business?
Yes, Mr. Martin. I'm what you call a talent scout. I search out promising people of all types and recruit them.
Michael, I think I'll go reset the props so you and Mr.
DeVille.
Yes, Mr. DeVille can talk alone.
A charming girl, Mr. Martin.
Yes. Now, what was it you were saying about me?
That's what I like. Someone who gets right to the point. And so shall I. I overheard you say something about doing real magic.
Overheard? From where?
An advantageous position. Real magic, Mr. Martin. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Well, yes, but that was just wishful excitement.
Perhaps. But what if it could be true? Imagine, just for a moment, that it were really possible.
But it isn't.
But what if it was? Imagine the power to do anything you wanted, anywhere, anytime. That's what you were thinking about, wasn't it? That's what you'd sell your soul for, isn't it?
Well, yes. But just a minute. All that's impossible. What are you getting at?
I want to make you the greatest magician of all time. I want to give you the ability to perform real magic. I want to see your name up in lights on every marquee from east to west.
But why?
As I said, I recruit talented people for special assignments. I am recruiting you, Mr. Martin. All I need is your signature on this contract.
Say, where did that come from?
I know a few tricks myself, Mr. Martin.
Wait a minute. You want to do all of this for me. But what's in it for you?
Well, now, that's fairly well known, isn't it?
What did you say your name was?
Ah, you finally guessed.
DeVille.
Well, DeVille is what I call myself in this century. In past years, I've been called some harsher-sounding names. Perhaps at the turn of the next century, I'll have changed again to keep modern.
And that contract?
The usual. Your name goes on the bottom line. I make you the world's greatest magician with the power to do real magic. When the time comes, I claim your soul and your mind. Simple.
Now, hold on. Not so simple. Now, I'm not sure I want to trade in my soul just yet.
Well, of course, not right away.
Yeah, well, maybe not ever.
Come now, Mr. Martin. A moment ago, you were ready to relinquish everything just to do real magic. I'm offering you even more. Not just the power, but all the things that go with it. Fame, money, excitement. And you don't give up anything now. I just put it on account, so to speak.
Am I crazy? Here I am talking to whatever it is you are, and actually believing that you're him. That you really can do all of that. But you're not real. I'm just daydreaming. I must be.
Well, then, what have you got to lose?
What?
If I'm no more than a flight of romantic fantasy, then what can you lose by putting your signature on this contract? If I'm a mirage, then I'll fade away and you'll remain just what you were a few moments ago.
Just what I was.
But what if I'm not a daydream? What if I really can do what I say? Is a simple little soul so much to pay for what I offer, for what you really want to be? Hey, Martin, boss gave me a message for you. Says I should wait till you're alone to deliver it. So here it is.
Alone?
Sure. Don't see anybody else here, do you? Anyway, boss says don't bother moving on with us to Keokuk. Says he's going to get a better act for the rest of the tour.
What? But he said that I had to the end of the week to...
Sorry, pal, but he saw your last show. Said he didn't figure you'd ever get any better.
Yeah, but... Where can I go? What can I do?
Beats me. See you around. Well, Mr. Martin, what do you think of my proposition now?
He couldn't see you. Maybe you are. Maybe you can do what you say.
Of course.
What was that? How did my signature get on that paper?
Once you've convinced yourself, anything is possible. Come now. Leave those cabinets and cylinders and other trinkets. From this day, no illusion is too impossible for you to perform. The power of real magic is yours. The world is waiting for you. You are what you never were before.
You need no specialist to tell you about air pollution. You're a professional expert with almost every breath you take, particularly if you live in the city. Your lung association would like your help in trying to clean up the air, starting with the use of mass transportation and cutting down on car use.
For free information on how the ordinary citizen can do extraordinary things to clear the air, write to your lung association. They offer you this public service message because they care about every breath you take.
What would you give for your most dreamed of fantasy? What is absolute power worth? And given that power, how far can it take you? Hello, Millie.
Hello, Carl. Thank you for coming.
You sounded so worried on the phone, I had to. But why meet here in front of the theater? Why not in your dressing room? You must have a big one, judging from the size of Michael's show.
Yes, it's all right. But I don't feel I belong there. I don't feel I belong with Michael at all anymore. Have you seen the show?
Yes, I saw it last night.
And you didn't come backstage to say hello?
I wanted to, but I had an odd feeling that the Michael Martin inside this theater isn't the same one I knew.
I've had the same feeling lately, Carl. That's why I called you. I've been losing touch with Michael. It's like I'm no longer his assistant or his friend.
What do you mean?
Well, he doesn't seem to need me anymore. I'm still in the act, but I'm more stage dressing than a real assistant. I don't handle anything anymore. He says I don't have to because everything works itself. He won't tell me how any of the new illusions operate. And the few I've been able to look at closely don't give a hint of how they work.
Yes, I've been hearing how Michael has devised all new methods for his show. He's been fooling the other magicians pretty badly.
Carl, please come inside and see Michael. Maybe you can tell what's come over him.
I don't know, Millie.
Please. For me.
All right. The palace. The pinnacle of show business. An awful lot of magicians would give anything to work here.
I think one may have given too much. This way, Carl. Here's Michael's dressing room.
A star on the door. Pretty good. Guess Michael isn't here, Millie.
I don't understand it. He almost never leaves his dressing room between shows.
Well, apparently he did this time.
I guess I've wasted your time, Carl.
It's never a waste of time to see an old friend.
Oh, we didn't hear you come in, Michael.
Well, in a way, I didn't. How are you, Carl? You haven't changed a bit.
Well, you certainly have. Goatee, mustache. Your face looks thinner, too.
Well, one must keep up one's image of the world's greatest magician. Now mustn't one?
Indeed. You seem to have hit the right formula, all right.
Well, not really a formula, Carl. I just decided that if I was going to make it big in the magic world, I had to produce my miracles in a way that no other magician could. I succeeded in discovering a new method, and it's worked very well.
Yes, it certainly has. But has it been worth the price?
I don't think I understand.
You changed, Michael. Millie knows. What's more, I can tell just from your manner at the performance last night. The Michael Martin I knew wasn't much of a magician, but he was a pleasant, friendly, humble person. Now you're a great show business phenomenon. But what has happened to the man behind the black cape? Is he the same person?
So what makes you think I've changed?
I'm not sure. But there's a different feeling about the new Michael Martin.
Come now, Carl. Are you really interested in me? Or are you just jealous because I've been fooling a lot of people with illusions you didn't create?
Michael!
It's all right, Millie. That's another thing. I saw your show last night.
You didn't like it?
No, I didn't say that. It was very entertaining, very astounding. But it bothered me. Take the trick with the elephant, for instance.
Ah, yes. One of my better illusions. I march the elephant on stage, pass a large hoop over her, and as the hoop descends, the elephant dematerializes into thin air.
Michael, that trick is impossible.
Impossible?
Yes. I've been building magic illusions for 50 years. I've seen them all, know how they all work. There's no trick any magician can do that can fool me.
So?
So last night, you fooled me. Not with one trick, not with a couple of tricks. With every trick.
So I fooled you. What are you so upset about?
Because if anyone can perform a trick that fools me, then it isn't trickery. It isn't an illusion.
Oh? Well, what is it?
It's magic. Real magic. It's real magic or it's evil.
Carl, I'm afraid you've reached a time in your life when things are happening you cannot understand. And when you can't understand them, you assume they're, well, evil. I've simply developed a new way to do magic, Carl. A way that fools even you. But that's progress now, isn't it?
Progress? I wonder. But I must go. It was nice seeing you again, Millie.
Must you go?
Yes. I can be of no use here.
Carl, I regret if I've upset you.
Upset me? No, not really. Concerned me, yes.
Concerned?
I'm concerned that even you may not know how deeply you've paid for your new power. Goodbye, Michael.
Michael, is it evil?
What?
Carl said that if your illusions aren't trickery, then they're evil. Are they?
Millie, Carl distrusts what he doesn't understand. An attitude from the Dark Ages, unfortunately.
Michael, you haven't answered my question.
Millie, what's evil to one person is merely expedient to someone else. Now, why don't you go to your dressing room and get ready for this evening's performance?
All right.
She doesn't understand. But then how could she? Well, better get ready myself.
My, you're getting to look more like me than I do.
Oh, DeVille. I didn't hear you come in.
Well, in a way I didn't. But you are becoming almost the image of me, Mr. Martin.
Well, I decided that if I'm in league with the devil, I might as well look like him.
I suppose. But that phrase, in league, I've never thought.
I'm sorry, Michael. I think I left
Come in, my dear.
Millie, you remember Mr. DeVille, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, it's been almost 3 years, hasn't it?
I guess so.
Look, we've got to get ready for the evening show. What is it you want?
I'm afraid there isn't going to be an evening show, Mr. Martin, tonight or ever.
What?
Yes, your contract has come due, and I'm here to collect. Your soul is mine.
Oh, no! It's only been a few years. Now, my career is just starting. I could go on for years.
Yes, you could probably, but not now. In some future life, perhaps. If I choose.
But I've got lots of new illusions that I haven't even tried yet. I thought of making someone in the audience disappear. Or even having the whole audience disappear.
Spectacular feats, I'm sure, but I'm afraid they will never be seen. Your audiences can imagine them as something you might have done had you not so suddenly disappeared.
What?
Of course. What did you think? I was going to kill you or something much too violent. No, you shall simply disappear, leaving no trace.
Well, what about Millie? Now, she's heard. She'll know.
Yes, that could present a problem. Of course, I could take her with us.
No!
Yet I think I shall just leave her. The story she would tell would be so fantastic that no one would believe it. In fact, that's been a saving grace during my entire career. No one ever believes the eyewitness accounts of my escapades.
Yeah, but look,
Look, Martin, you made a bargain with me. You got what you asked for. More, in fact. Now it's time to settle up. Your soul is mine, and I want it now.
What if I said you couldn't have it?
Others have tried that tactic, and it's never worked. They're all mine now.
Well, I'm not going.
Oh, he's not going. My Hades, listen to that. He's not going.
Don't laugh at me.
Why? What are you going to do about it?
Michael, why are you looking like that?
Real magic, Millie. I can do real magic. People have sold their souls to the devil before, but no one has ever asked for the power I have.
What are you doing, Martin?
The ultimate trick, DeVille. You gave me the power to do real magic. But do you know how much power that really is? I never knew. But now we're both going to find out.
What are you doing?
No! Stop! You can't do this! We'll see just what I can do, DeVille.
I'll give you more time. You can. Go on. Stop! Stop! Stop!
Michael! Where did he go?
Away.
But all you did was wave your hand at him.
I know.
Michael, you look strange.
Strange?
Yes, like you're a different person.
Different?
Yes, you look the same. Mustache, goatee, but you seem different.
Well, maybe I am. Maybe I am.
Come and go, temptation and evil seem to adapt to changing circumstances. But if temptations change, who is to say that the tempter does not change also? Who is to say that the highest office of hell does not have its contenders to the throne, and that the current occupier of that office is merely an incumbent, holding sway until the next election comes around? I'll be back in just a moment.
Put a good dream to work and get real action. Citizen action. We can clean up the world, starting with each and every community throughout the nation. Cars tuned away from pollution, the use of public transportation, the support of clean air laws. That's the big road to a real clean air dream come true. Help that dream now. Write your lung association for free information on how you can help. They bring you this public service message because they care about every breath you take.
Next on Darkness.
Hello, Miss Agnes, Mr. Josephine.
Officer Lyons, what a pleasant surprise. Can you stay for tea?
Thank you kindly, but I only stopped by to see that you were safe.
Who would want to harm either of us?
I don't know. But them gold watches in the front window, well, they can attract the wrong element.
If we don't display them, how can we get customers?
I may be stepping out of line, but, ladies, the neighborhood isn't the same as it was. We don't have your kind of genteel society anymore. These days, it's full of junkies and thugs.
We've never had a speck of trouble here, not in 52 years.
Anyhow, please make sure all the doors and windows are secured. You don't want any unexpected guests.
Next time, we meet two elderly sisters who run an antique shop in their home. Unfortunately, their once refined neighborhood has changed quite a bit. Poor dears. They're perfect targets for... but you'll find out. It's a chilling darkness drama by Ken Gerard called Catch Kill. Don't miss it. For my next trick was written and directed by Roger Rittner. Featured in the cast were Michael Rye, Joey DiAria, Wendy Allen, and Art Dutch. Also heard were Bill Irwin and Bob Farley. Sound patterns by David Surtees. Darkness is a Ken Gerard, Roger Rittner radio production. Now, until next time, this is your host, Claude, wishing you good night forever. Welcome to Darkness. Good evening. I'm your host, Claude. A funny thing happened on the way to the studio tonight. I bumped into an old friend. Nothing really strange about that, except that he's been dead for several years. Reminds me of a song. The last time I saw Harry, his skin was gray and green. Da-da-da-dee-da. But enough of this entertainment. You've got problems of your own. But you don't know about that, do you? Well, he's very angry with you. He's decided to do it. Be careful, especially if you're walking to your car alone or riding in an elevator. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. For tonight's story, it's a simple study in charm called Catch Kill.
It's about two elderly sisters who run an antique shop in their home. Unfortunately, their once refined neighborhood has changed quite a bit. Poor dears, they're perfect targets for... But you'll see.
Hello? Anybody here? Miss Agnes? Miss Josephine?
Coming.
Afternoon, Miss Agnes.
Oh, Officer Lyons. What a pleasant surprise. Who is it, Aggie? Well, it's that nice patrolman. Come to pay us a visit. Oh, yes. Oh, the new one on the beat. And so handsome.
Miss Josephine.
Can you stay for tea? I've made some apple turnovers. Maybe some coffee. Yes, do stay. It's so cold out. I don't know how you can stand this weather.
Well, thank you kindly. But I only stopped by to see that you were safe.
Oh, isn't that considerate? Yes. Officer Kenyon did the same thing. Poor dear. Oh, that's all right, Joe. I'll never get over it. Shot him. Just like that. What's this world coming to? Oh, please, be cautious, Officer Lyons.
Oh, I can take care of myself. And it's the two of you that need protection.
Oh, rubbish. Oh, we've never had a speck of trouble here, not in 52 years. 51, dear. 52. Father built the house in 27, but we didn't move in until 28. Yes, but I'm still correct. You are.
Anyhow, please make sure all the doors and windows are secured. You don't want any unexpected guests.
Well, why would anyone want to harm either of us?
Well, I don't know. But them gold watches in the front window, well, they can attract the wrong element.
If we don't display them, how can we get customers?
I may be stepping out of line, but... Ladies, this neighborhood isn't the same as it was. We don't have your kind of genteel society anymore. These days, it's full of junkies and thugs.
We know.
And I'm sure you could sell this house and move to a nicer neighborhood.
You sound just like our niece, always telling us to move. Well, we're not. We like it here. I'm not going into a rest home. And neither am I. We fully intend to stay. And we'll thank you not to meddle in our affairs.
And I didn't mean to,
Do you think we're two doddering old ladies? Unable to take care of themselves? Well, we're certainly not. Oh, dear, I have a headache. Oh, now, Joe... I would never move. Now, you see, you've upset her.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, indeed, you should. Now you'd better go.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like him anymore. Neither do I. Next, he'll be telling us what to eat. Oh, police are so meddlesome today. Always interfering. Well, we'll go on about our business like nothing happened. Of course. Aggie? Yes, dear? Can I feed the fish next time? Isn't it your turn anyway? No. I'll trade with you. You can make the cherry cobbler. All right. Oh, goody. There's something about feeding them. Well, I enjoy it. You're such a good sister. Oh, fiddlesticks. You always could twist me around your little fingers. Aggie, when can I do it? As soon as the opportunity presents itself. Now, don't stand around lollygagging. There's work to be done. Change the display in the window. Oh, yes. I'll put out the gold coins. Right. Oh, there's such an eye-catcher. I'm sure someone will stop. My. Hello? Hello, Aunt Aggie? Oh, Carol. How are you, dear?
Fine. Is everything all right?
Never better.
You sure?
Oh, yes. Joe and I are just going to rearrange the window display.
Did Mr. Newmark call?
Who?
Mr. Newmark, the real estate agent.
Oh, yes.
Did you make an appointment?
Why should we?
Because he has a client interested in your property.
I'm certain of that.
Aunt Aggie, I don't mean to meddle, but...
But you are, dear. Now, Sister and I are not selling.
Just talk to him.
Carol, I know you mean well, but we're quite firm.
It's not the money. It's your safety. Is he starting again?
Just a moment, dear. I'll handle it. Give me the phone. Now, don't be rude. Carol? Dear, we've told you before we're not leaving this house and going into some old lady's home. Please cease this discussion.
If you wish.
That's better. Come see us for tea.
I'll try.
Anytime this week, dear. Bye-bye. Oh, I'm glad you weren't impolite. Once a lady, always a lady. Customer Joe. Pity steaks will never have tea. I'll get it. afternoon. Can I help you?
Hiya. How you doing? I noticed the stuff in the window. Let me look at them watches, huh?
Of course. Which one?
Oh, the big one. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, it's a beauty. Belonged to my father.
Nice. Solid gold case?
Naturally. All our watches are gold.
How much?
$350.
Uh-huh. And the small one?
$450.
That's a lot of bread.
Pardon?
Very expensive.
Oh, not really. There are real rubies on this cover, and I don't think it's overpriced.
Maybe. You run this shop alone?
No, with my sister.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps I could show you something more moderate. This one with the sapphire is appraised at $350, but I can let it go for $200.
Oh, looks pretty good. I saw some coins. Looked interesting. They gold, too?
Oh, yes.
Well, let me see some. I'm looking for a gift.
Oh, how thoughtful. Let me get them. Here we are.
Nice. Just the two of you run this shop?
Yes. Joe and I have lived alone for years.
No pets?
Oh, no. We're allergic to animals.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can't choose. I like everything here.
Oh, well, you know, so many people say that.
So I think I'm going to take the whole lot. Don't move, lady.
Don't shoot.
Smart. Get your sister.
Oh, Joe. Josephine. Would you come out here, please?
What is it?
Oh, my.
Do as I say, or else.
Oh, yes.
Get a bag. Start putting the stuff in it. Move!
Even the coins we have in the pantry, Josephine.
Yeah, them too. Oh, no. We all go in together. I ain't falling for that one.
You shouldn't have said anything.
I'm sorry.
Where you got him?
Oh, please, don't hurt us.
Just give me the coins, huh?
Oh, Aggie, do something.
Let's have the money.
Here, in this box.
Give it.
If you insist.
My eyes! My eyes! My face is on fire.
Get his pistol. I have it.
What'd you do? My eyes!
Give him a damn towel, Joe.
Isn't that chemical spray marvelous?
Yes.
I love the name. Nace. It sounds so fine.
Oh, my eyes. I may go blind.
Too bad.
Look, I didn't mean any harm.
Fiddlesticks. You would have robbed us and maybe killed us.
And you're going to get what you deserve.
Hey, don't call the cops. I'm a two-time loser. This trip could be for good.
Oh, we never call the police.
Huh?
Josephine and I dispense justice right here. Precisely. Now, let me think. Assault with a deadly weapon, grand theft, and rudeness. That's plenty.
Look, don't point that at me, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't shoot you. Not yet.
How do you plead? Guilty?
Yeah, I guess.
Therefore, you must pay the penalty.
Down those steps.
What?
Do as she says. Down the cellar.
No, listen, can't we talk this over?
Move. I know how to use this.
Okay.
This way, young man.
What the hell is that?
A pond where Joe keeps the fish.
Get in, please.
You crazy?
Get in.
It's only up to your waist.
No way.
I said get in.
Yeah. Don't point that. Sure. I'll get in. Jeez. Now what?
Just wait.
Hey. Something bit me. Jeez. Oh, no. They're eating me alive. Help!
Weren't they hungry?
Oh, yes. You know, we didn't even ask his name.
Well, maybe we'll find a wallet when we clean out the pond.
Oh, yes. Like we did with the others.
You remember that Arthur Bedford?
Oh, wasn't he a horror?
Oh, he pushed you against the brake front.
I still have the bruise. Oh, look. The piranha are gnawing at his head.
They love brains, so full of protein. Well, show's over.
All too soon. I wish
they wouldn't eat so fast. Shall we have tea? Yes. And it's my turn to pour.
The Markham girls are no shrinking violets, are they? Feed the fish, indeed. Well, time for a commercial message. Don't go away. On second thought, why not slip into the kitchen for a bite? Glad you're back. Now we can all settle down for the final act of Catch Kill. Aggie and Joe's niece, Carol, has come to tea. I wonder what the Markham girls have cooked up for her.
Another petit four, dear? No, thank you, Aunt Jo. I know you don't want to discuss this.
Well, then let's not.
We haven't had a peaceful tea in days.
Customers arrive at the worst time.
Just the other day, this nice man wanted to take almost everything.
But we wouldn't come down on the price.
And he left us. You haven't sold anything in months.
9 months and 17 days, to be exact.
This isn't the kind of neighborhood to... Aunt Jo, watches and coins only attract thieves.
We've never been robbed.
Yes, I can't understand that. Aunt Aggie, I would like you to consider...
Absolutely not. We were raised here, and we shall pass on from here.
Father said we should never sell our home.
Precisely.
Things have changed. It's not the same. Oh, if anything happened to either of you, I'd never forgive myself.
We can take care of ourselves. And we have that wonderful chemical spray to protect us.
Oh, my. I don't think there's much left. I'll buy you another.
Why not two?
Oh, just in case.
Good thought.
Oh, I'm going to be late for the hairdresser.
Are you seeing your young man this evening?
Yes. We'd love to meet him, dear.
Oh, now, Joe, why should she bring her beau to see two old biddies?
I'd love you to meet Charles. Why not Sunday for tea?
Oh, wonderful. This is too exciting. We can use the good silver.
And the lace tablecloth.
Oh, yes. Now, scoot. Young lady, you must look your best for your Prince Charming.
I'll bring the spray for you on Thursday. In the meantime, please be careful.
Oh, don't fret, dear. We'll stay inside.
And feed the fish. Always something.
Finish polishing the silver. I'll get it.
Anybody here?
Coming. Hello. Can I help you?
Yeah, those watches, the ones I seen in the window. They run?
Perfectly.
They real gold?
24 karat. That one belonged to my father.
That's so. How much?
Well, it's worth $350, but you can have it for $200.
Expensive.
Our gold coins are more reasonable.
Yeah?
Well, let me show you. There we are. Now, those are double eagles, and those are commemoratives. Solid gold.
Sold to the gent with the switchblade. No noise, I'll cut your head off.
Oh, don't hurt me. You can have everything.
No kidding. Call your sister. Call her.
Joe, please come here for a moment.
All right.
Oh, no.
Stand over there. Try anything, and I'll put this in her eye. Clean out the case. That's it.
Even the gold coins we have in the bag?
Oh, Josephine.
Them too.
Well, why did you tell him?
I'm sorry.
Where you got them?
In the pantry.
Go ahead. The two of you. Move it.
Here.
Guess I hit the jackpot.
You certainly did.
raw in my eyes. I can't breathe.
Take his knife.
I'm blind.
Club him, Joe. Club him.
Oh.
Wake up. Wake up, you.
What's going on?
You're captured.
Hey.
Oh, no. You won't get away.
Untie me, huh? I won't bother you no more.
Oh, indeed. Threaten us with a knife, will you? Oh, don't be too harsh, Aggie. Did you see the size of that blade? I demand punishment.
The firing squad. Or the electric chair.
I can't decide.
What are you talking about?
How you're going to be executed.
You're dippy.
Hardly.
Can't we use the electric chair? I love to see the body jerk. Just like modern dance.
Well, all right. But only if he can have a last meal.
Listen, don't fool around, huh?
Oh, of course, he must have a final meal. Just like they do on death row.
You're joking. This is a gag, huh?
Not at all.
I'll get the cherry cobbler. Will you take tea with us?
I just want to clear out of here.
That's impossible.
Here we are. My specialty. I'm known for it. And the cherries are fresh, not canned.
I ain't hungry.
Eat it, please. Just for me.
Yeah, okay. Untie me.
We're not that silly. Just undo one hand, Joe.
Are you left-handed or right?
Come on.
I'll untie the right. Here's a fork. Now, doesn't that look nice? Homemade.
Swell.
Go ahead.
Good. Real good. Tastes more like almonds than cherries, though. Oh, my mouth. It's on fire.
I love it when they convulse.
Oh, he's turning red.
The cyanide worked so fast. But I don't think we can do this again.
Why not?
Cherries are getting too expensive.
Good point. Well, grab his legs. Time to feed the fish.
Aunt Aggie? Aunt Joe? Hello? Must be in the kitchen. Hello? Strange. Oh, cherry cobbler. My favorite. Just a bite.
Don't touch that.
You scared me.
Don't eat that.
All right.
What are you doing here?
I brought you the tear gas spray.
Aggie, I can't do this alone. You've got to help me. He's too heavy.
In a minute.
What is she talking about?
Don't go down there.
Agnes, could you please give me a hand? What are you... Who is that man? Carol! Is he dead?
Go upstairs, Carol.
Oh, my God. You're going to drown him. He passed away. We've got to call the police.
No, dear. That would cause problems.
I'll tell her. We poisoned him.
Cyanide.
In the cobbler.
You what? He was going to rob us. Now we're disposing of the body.
I'll give you a hand, dear.
Yes. No.
More. A little more. Watch, dear. It's very exciting.
The piranha are starved.
Piranha? Of course. You're insane. You've gone mad.
Not at all. It's an eye for an eye.
You can't do these things.
We must.
The two of you promise me you won't leave the house.
Where would we go?
I'll be right back. What's wrong with her?
Joe, I think she's going for the police.
Oh, my. That means we'll have to put our final plan into effect.
Yes. We'll be ready for them when they come.
matter, young lady? Oh, Miss Collier. Is anything wrong at the Markham house?
Please, you've got to come. Please.
Oh, well, sure.
It's horrible. Horrible.
Oh, my Lord. Their house.
Oh, no.
It's an inferno.
Aunt Aggie. Aunt Joe.
Well, we're too late. Oh, what a pity. Oh, the sweet old ladies. What a terrible way to die.
Josephine. But after it was all over, well, they never found their bodies, or the watches, or the coins. That tells you something, or does it? Are they or aren't they? Only the piranha know for sure.
You're listening to KLON, Long Beach.
It's a web like a spider web made of silk and light and shadow, spun by the moon in my room that night. It's a web made to catch a gleam.
Betty Caulfield starred as Agnes and Josephine Markham. Featured in the cast were Virginia D'Auria, Tom Allard, and Bill Ratner. Also heard were Joey D'Auria and Bob Farley. Sound patterns by David Surtees. Darkness is produced in Hollywood by Excalibur Enterprises. Now, until next time, this is your host, Claude, wishing you good night forever.
Welcome to Darkman.
Good evening. I'm your host, Claude. There's good news tonight. I'm leaving this program. After all, who wants to be hanging around here? I've been selected as the host for a TV series called Make Me Scream. Audience participation, of course. An interesting concept. Don't faint, and you're a winner. Wonderful prizes. A year's supply of lady fingers. Real ones, naturally. Or a trip to the Embalmers Convention. One way. Don't miss the first show with our special guest, a celebrity who hasn't been seen in years. Oh, we've had a hard time digging him up. Well, enough of my urbane wit and charm. Tonight we have a wonderful treat, a delightful tale. Stay tuned, if you dare.
Jazz, America's original art form. Hi, this is Bob Ringwald, and every Friday I bring you the Bourbon Street Parade. 90 minutes of Dixieland jazz, early swing, and ragtime. That's Fridays at 3 p.m. for the Bourbon Street Parade, right here on 88.5 FM, KCSN Northridge.
Back so soon? You ready to have your hair stand on end? Good. Our story is entitled Fun House. A fascinating drama that's going to make your blood run cold. All right, folks, step this way for the one and only Fun House. 50 cents for the ride of the night. Hurry, hurry. How about it, partner? You and the little lady only a buck? Hey, what do you say? 50 cents. Only 2 quarters.
Oscar.
Florio, in the middle of the jam. Another time, huh?
The manager wants to see you.
Now?
That's what he said.
Oh, geez, a hell of a time.
Now, Oscar.
Oh, all right. Frank, take over for a minute, huh?
How much you make so far?
About 100. What's he want? More dough, is that it?
Be silent.
Florio, if there's any hassle, it comes out of your operation. Oh.
We are in this together. Remember that. My museum and your stupid ride are as one.
Sure, Florio. Sure.
Ah, Madame Florio. Your Grace, my humble office.
How kind.
Not at all, dear lady. And Oscar, how are you, my boy?
Okay.
Some wine, perhaps?
No, thank you. I don't imagine this is a social visit.
Ah, right to the point. As always.
Listen, we got a lease. The rent's paid.
Quiet, you fool.
Well, I shall dispense with the civilities of negotiation. Yes, I'm quite dissatisfied with your display.
Hey, the Funhouse has always made enough money to cover both joints.
Precisely, Oscar. You put your finger right on it. Madame Florio's wax museum is a source of concern.
I'm working on some new ideas. It takes time.
And time, dear lady, is running out. Your displays, those disgraceful wax figures, misshapen by the elements and gowned in tattered costumes, a sad commentary on your past greatness.
New figures cost a fortune, which neither Oscar or I have at this moment.
Indeed, indeed. However, I want a new concept, a new idea. In short, I demand a change. Horrors, thrills. Give the public what it wants. Blood. You will produce a new display within 3 months, or you're out.
I will not stoop to the mundane or the base.
90 days. Or else.
Or else? Or else? All right. Florio give you new concept. Yes, I show you. Florio shall produce a chamber of horrors that will make your blood run cold.
Hurry, right this way. The Funhouse, only 50 cents. Zip right up. What about it, girls?
Come on, Sue. Oh, no way. Those places frighten me.
Oh, be a sport, young lady. Where can you enjoy yourself for $50 these days?
You're not getting me in there. Don't be a party pooper.
Tell you what I'm going to do. Take a ride. If you don't like it, if you ain't happy, double your money. What do you say?
No, I don't like spooky rides.
It ain't scary. A couple of wolfhounds, skeletons. To tell the truth, it's pretty run down. Please take the ride. I need customers.
Susan, come on. Oh, all right. But I'm closing my eyes.
There you go. Okay, here, into this car. Tighten the seatbelt. Remember, keep the fingers in. See you later.
Welcome to the Funhouse. This is idiotic. Oh, relax. Welcome to the Funhouse. It sounds like my brother. Look like him, too. Oh, this has got to be the worst ride. No wonder they don't have any customers. Whoa, a laughing dummy. Wow.
We stopped.
Big deal. We're not moving at all. Do you hear that? I don't like this. Hello?
Why don't you get out of the car?
Why don't you go to hell?
Step out of the car. But first, let there be light.
Oh, no. Don't move. Don't move.
Like my friend?
Joyce! Joyce! Get this door moving now! Help! Someone on the left is moving this way!
Oh, you don't like my little pet. All right, you may proceed.
Oh, Phil. Hold on! I'll never get out of here. Never! That was horrible. Horrible. Help! Somebody! What was that? What? Listen.
Stereo!
I don't think you're funny. Get us out of this stupid place.
Yes, certainly. Follow me.
I'm going to report you to the police. You and your dumb tricks.
Sorry, dear. I think snakes are delightful.
Get us out of here.
Of course. We're almost out.
I don't see an exit.
Must have lost my way. Sorry.
Look, Creep. We want out now. Hey, turn on the light.
Oh, my. Must be a power failure. Perhaps she's here? Or there?
Susan, where are you?
This way. Or that way. She can't help you in the darkness. Maybe she's with the snakes. Imagine reptiles slithering over your body. A cobra moving across your mouth. A rattler working up your leg. All right, dear. This way. That's it. No, turn left.
When I get out of here.
Here. You get out of here. A little more. More. Stop.
This isn't the way out.
Of course not. It's the way to Susan. She's waiting for you.
Sue, are you all right? Where are you?
Turn the corner. She's there. Oh, let me turn on the light. Nothing. But the cobra certainly made an impression. I hope you're enjoying my...
Fun house, fun house, fun house, fun house, fun house, fun house.
Isn't he a barrel of laughs? Stay tuned, won't you?
This is Bob Edwards, co-host of National Public Radio's All Things Considered. From 3 Mile Island to Catalina Island, All Things Considered talks to people from all parts of the nation and all parts of the world. Join Susan Stamberg and me each weeknight as we introduce you to new people, new places, and new ideas on National Public Radio's All Things Considered.
All Things Considered airs Monday through Friday evenings at 6:15 on KCSN Northridge.
play. I guess Oscar has invented a whole new concept. Too bad he's taking the fun out of the girls' lives. They tried. Some joke, eh?
And you'll do what, my darling? Where are you, my angel? I want to see you, to touch your soft skin. Hello. I want to hold you in my arms. Kiss you. Don't hide. Oscar loves you. Love you. I want to run my fingers through your hair. I want you!
He's almost gone. Man gone? Do I see man gone?
I see you!
This way. There's the door.
Darling! Darling!
Oh, he comes! He comes!
Welcome to Madame Florio's Hall of the Immortals. You have entered the world of the famous. This way for scenes of great moments in history.
Hello? Hello? Anybody here? No wax people. Afraid. Stop it. Stop. Come here, Memphis. I can't take any more. Sorry. Snakes. Across the floor. Nearly touched me. We're almost out of this. It's over. Over. Do you understand? Over. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Who is it? Who's in here? We are. Oh, it was horrible. Man with snakes. You poor children. It's over. I know who did this. That simpleton Oscar. I'll take care of him. Scared. I want that thing put away. Without doubt. Come with me. That's the 5th time this month. The man is insane. Only Tuesday, he almost... what's the use? Those little boys will never be the same. We're going to call the authorities. Can she lie down? Yes, right there. Easy, Sue. We're all right. Hello? This is Madame Florio. I want to speak with Detective Colton. Thank you. Officer Colton. That man Oscar is up to his disgusting tricks again. This time, young girls. One of them is in shock. She needs medical attention. They're in my office. Yes, they are safe. Thank you. They're coming. How is she? I don't know. He chased her with snakes. That imbecile. I want him behind bars. You cannot imagine the half of it. Frightened 2 boys almost out of their wits. I won't go into it. Why don't they stop him? I've been after the management for months. But at least you are safe. The police are still looking for an elderly couple last seen entering his vile establishment. Lucky you found the fire door that connects our exhibits. Your wax figures are marvelous. Hardly. Once they were the talk of 2 continents, seen by kings and queens. Today, laughable relics. Who cares about moments in history?
Yet, they seem so real.
Merely wax and wire. Now, most of the gowns and hats in tatters. Would you like to see? No, you had enough excitement for one night.
Night?
Certainly. It's almost 2. The park has been closed for hours.
What's keeping them?
I'm going to call again. This is disgraceful.
Joyce, are we safe? We're fine. Just rest.
Strange. The line is dead.
What?
I cannot get a dial tone.
Try it again.
Nothing.
You think that man has done something to the wire?
No, I've had phone trouble all this week. Don't worry. They're on the way.
Oh, not soon enough. Oh, I can't sit still. Why don't we look at your figures? It's a fantastic concept.
All right. Let me show you my treasure.
Oh, don't leave me, please. Can't you rest? No. I want to go with you.
Of course. I think that is sensible. Come with me. Come. Over here is the prize of my collection. Marie Antoinette.
Oh, yes. How beautiful.
I know. Her face twisted from years of heat. And her gown. Sad. Once the gem of my museum.
Her wig looks so real.
It's made from human hair. My, I think you would fit right into her gown.
Maybe.
No one wants to see beauty or elegance anymore. Who cares about style or grace? Today, the commoners want violence, blood, torture.
I wonder what's keeping the police.
Today, gore. My Marie with her head chopped off. Jack the Ripper. I told him Florio would never stoop to such circus tricks, but he said he wants a new concept. All right, I give him thrills.
Can we go back in your office?
That's all they're used to. Murders, limbs hacked off, brains oozing out of a skull.
Joyce, let's get out of here.
No! You are part of my concept. I'll never let you go. My dear, you are the Marie I have been waiting for.
The police will be here.
No, I never really called them.
You're crazy.
All geniuses are crazy. Oscar!
Hiya, girl.
Here we are. Marie, and you can be Lizzie Borden.
Oh, keep away from us.
Don't you want to be immortal?
Oscar can make you live forever. Yes, and we need you.
I need you.
Don't come near us. Don't.
Just like the others. The little boys screamed and screamed.
Until I took them.
You see, dear girls, Oscar is a wonderful embalmer.
I love to touch dead skin. Oh, I'll give you rosy cheeks and new eyes.
There's no escape. I want you.
Are we getting out of here?
I don't think so.
Oh, yes, we are.
Put that blanket out. Move back.
Now stay close to me, Sue. Back or everything goes up in smoke.
I'll kill her.
Stay away from them.
You! Stay away from the door.
Don't you want to be immortal? The centerpiece of Madame Florio's Chamber of Horrors?
Joey! Oh, I should burn this place to a crisp.
We can't let them get away. They'll tell everything.
No! Come on, Sue, this way.
Never!
My dear Florio, the displays are brilliant, magnificent,
You like my Chamber of Horrors?
delightful, especially Lizzie Borden and Marie at the guillotine. So realistic. I feel the eyes following me.
Oscar and I have further plans. A torture scene from the Inquisition.
I look forward to that one.
We have to find the right elements to make it authentic. Young men on the rack, twisted limbs, that sort of thing.
Take your time. Indeed, now that the people are flocking to your door. Look at the time. I must be off. Madame, you're the finest attraction in my park. I bid you adieu.
Okay. What do you say? Step right up. The one and only Funhouse, 50 cents. Hey. Just because I like clean cut college boys, come here, fella. Tell you what I'm going to do. Double your money if you ain't scared. Straight out.
I guess the girls did stay, after all. Sort of a permanent home. Next time you're in one of those places, make sure you can find the nearest exit. By the way, Oscar told me he's been looking for someone just your size.
Today, good jobs require specialization. This education beyond high school is expensive, but there is help. The federal government now provides more grants, low-interest loans, and work study to more students than ever before. Just contact the Financial Aid Administrator at school or write Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. Apply yourself.
This message has been brought to you as a public service by this station and the U.S. Office of Education.
Next on Partners.
I don't care what data you've got. That woman is not 83. Listen, Charles, you don't have to con me.
I'm not. Damn it, Newmark, we've hit on a vaccine that prevents aging.
Oh, forget it. It's a switch. Whoever she is, pay her off and tell her to get lost.
We started her treatments 3 months ago. Nothing happened until the 23rd.
When the real Angela Renwick died and you brought in the shill.
On the 25th, her metabolism changed. Since then, her skin, her hair, everything became rejuvenated and hasn't stopped.
Want to stay young? Then tune in for our next Darkness drama by Ken Gerard. It's called Lifespan. Don't miss it. Funhouse was written by Ken Gerard and directed by Roger Littner. Featured in the cast were Barbara Kerr, Wendy Allen, Gregory Snagoff, and Sandra Kenworthy. Also heard were William Irwin, Michael Emmel, and Bob Farley. Sound patterns by David Surtees. Darkness is a Roger Littner, Ken Gerard radio production. Now, until next time, this is your host, Claude, wishing you good night forever. I'm your host, Claude. Tonight I feel very musical. Oh, I love punk rock, don't you? It makes the blood boil. And what could be better than a nice goblet of warm blood? Our entire family is quite musical. Lucas amuses himself at the organ, and Anne plays the piano by ear. Anybody's ear. And we went to a concert last night. Absolutely thrilling. Everybody wanted to get stoned. I obliged two ladies. They never knew what hit them. Another young man said, "Hey, baby, want to drop some acid?" I asked him, "On who?" Oh, the show was sensational. My favorite group, the Grateful Dead. Oh, I could have listened to them for centuries. Some hippie asked if I could dig it. Little does he know, I've been digging it for years. Hang around. We'll be right back.
For just 10 glorious evenings, the great dream palaces will live again with the lights, the excitement, the thrills of their opening night splendor. And you're invited. Come, sip champagne. Meet the legendary stars and directors and see 10 classic films as they were meant to be seen in the golden age of Hollywood. For an illustrated brochure, write to the American Film Institute, 501 Doheny Road, Beverly Hills, or call Ticketron. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
And now for an enchanting tale about a woman who wants to live forever. Interesting concept, isn't it? Let's see what happens to dear Angela Renwick in this first act of Lifespan.
I don't care what kind of strings you have to pull. Do it. Mm-hmm. Listen, Newmark, I'm paying you and your high-priced lawyers to get those people off our backs. Uh-huh. Well, fella, get to the top man. Hey, everybody's got his price. And the hell with the medical board. Mm-hmm. So the SEC's commencing a study. So what? Well, I don't give a damn if the stock goes to zero. Uh-huh. Well, listen, counselor, you made a bundle and I made a bundle. The public is going to get stuck. Big deal. What should you tell the panel of doctors? Oh, jeez. Okay, tell them the new anti-aging serum is still in the exploratory stages. Well, sure, we're testing it. Call it Geravax. That's the name. Goodbye. What a mess.
Should I cancel your round?
No. What do we have in the bank?
A couple of thousand in the operating account, about 200 in CDs. We can sell our stock.
Our stock. Southern Geriatrics. You know what that's worth? Nothing.
It's that bad?
Yeah, it's that bad. It'll be a miracle if we can squirm out of this one.
We've survived. Even that business in Ohio. Oh, people are suckers. Anything to avoid growing old.
But this time was different. The serum, I thought there was a chance.
Charles, it's snake oil. A con. Those injections are useless. Baby, you can't stop the process. Nobody lives forever. If worse comes to worse, we'll clear out and start all over again.
You're right. Let's make the tour. Time to feed the animals. Good morning, Mr. Rowan.
How am I doing? Is it working? Is it?
Absolutely. Your vital signs seem to be strengthening. What's his cardiovascular readout, Miss Morris?
74 with a vein improvement of 7.
I don't believe it.
Look at the computer charts for yourself.
That's good. Is that all right?
I should say so. We've retarded the tissue deterioration. Your system is approaching a strong reconstruction pattern.
It's quite evident. Mr. Rowan, in 2 weeks, you'll be as vital as a 50-year-old.
Wonderful. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, Dr. Lang. Thank you.
And now for your shot.
Yes.
I'll just roll up your sleeve. Fine. Syringe? Thank you, Miss Morris. And now.
Oh.
All over. Have a nice day, Mr. Rowan. but a rich one. It's Dr. Lang. May I come in?
Yes, yes.
Good morning.
Give me the injection and get out.
Did you rest comfortably?
I'll rest when I'm dead.
Now, Mrs. Renwick, you mustn't consider that.
I'm 83, and I'll think what I damn please.
It's not what your chart shows.
Ah, I know what you are. You and this doxy. Fakers. Charlatans. Your stupid vaccine is worthless.
Let me see her computer chart. Oh, there is considerable improvement. Ah, yes, indeed. Pressure good. Quite good. Metabolic rate good. Something quite positive is happening.
Liar. I've thrown thousands. No, tens of thousands away. Miracle serum. Youth vaccine. Huh. It's a fake.
You knew the experimental nature of the drug. Nothing was withheld from you.
No, give me the shot and get out.
Yes, of course. Nurse, thank you. Hold your arm out a little more.
Ah!
Oh, finished.
That hurts. It burns, you damn fool.
Miss Morris, would you give Mrs. Renwick a sedative?
With pleasure.
I don't want your filthy pill.
It would calm your nerves, Mrs. Renwick.
You take it, Miss Morris.
Please be cooperative.
Get out and stay out. I want to grow younger in peace.
As you wish. Disgusting crone.
Let me see her report.
I should have stuck that needle through her arm.
Is this printout accurate?
Yes. I won't be sorry when she's dead. At least we tapped her for almost everything.
You're positive about the printout?
Of course.
Check it again.
Do I have to?
Yes. Her pulse rate is stronger. The biopsy shows unusual cellular activity. And there's a variation in her estrogen level. I want her monitored every 12 hours.
Ridiculous.
Don't question me. Just do it. She's bordering on a regenerative pattern. She's stopped aging.
Dr. Lang's office? Oh, yes, put him through.
More trouble.
Newmark, returning your call.
Counselor, we've made a breakthrough. Geravax works. I'm telling you, it works. Like hell, I'll back it up with hard medical data. Computer printouts, blood tests, skin samples, anything the medical board wants, we'll supply. We've got proof. An 83-year-old woman that looks like 60. Mm-hmm. Don't take my word. Come over. See for yourself.
Yes? Who is it?
Dr. Lang, may I come in?
Please do.
I didn't mean to bother you.
It's all right.
No, I'll come back when you're finished.
I'm only styling my hair. Please, sit.
Thank you. Everything satisfactory? Is the staff being cooperative?
No problems. However, one small request. It's Miss Morris. I don't like to make trouble, but, well, she's rather heavy-handed.
Oh?
Would it be possible for you to give me the shot?
Well, naturally.
That's quite a relief. Do you like my hair? Not too youthful, is it?
Stunning. Quite an improvement from a month ago.
I was much older then, and very frightened.
Oh, now you're vibrant, ready to meet the world.
Hardly. I'm still an old woman. Do you think... how long will it last?
Unlimited years, if you maintain your treatment.
I'll never give it up. Never.
Time for your shot. Oh, Dr. Lang, I didn't know you were here. Roll up your sleeve, please, Mrs. Renwick.
I'll give her the injection.
As you wish.
Here we go. And finished.
That didn't hurt at all. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mrs. Renwick.
Angela. Please call me Angela.
crazy.
It's the same woman.
Listen, Lang, I represent you. I'll keep the SEC off your back, even squeeze you in this cockeyed hospital past the state medical board, but don't ask me to believe that woman is 83.
Diane, show him her charts.
She's 83.
Oh, the hell she is. Look, nobody her age looks like she's in her 40s.
It's Geravax. The serum works.
Then why didn't it work on Rowan or the rest of these decrepit relics?
I don't know.
Well, that's really scientific.
Look at her tests, her medical history, her fingerprints.
We'll prove everything.
I don't care what you've got. That woman is not 83. Listen, you don't have to con me.
I'm not. Damn it, Newmark, we've hit on a vaccine that prevents aging. And I want you to get those smart-mouth doctors and scientists up here.
Forget it. Look, it's a switch. Whoever she is, pay her off and tell her to get lost.
We started her treatments 3 months ago.
Oh, please, let's not rehash this.
Nothing happened until the 23rd.
When the real Angela Renwick died and you brought in the shill.
On the 25th, her metabolism changed. Since then, her skin, her hair, everything became rejuvenated and hasn't stopped.
It's impossible.
It isn't.
But you want to play Dr. Frankenstein, be my guest. However, we are finished.
Suit yourself.
Let's not make any quick decisions. I want you to monitor Mrs. Renwick for the next week.
Diane, I'm a lawyer, not an internist.
Don't be stupid. If the serum works, it's worth millions. Hundreds of millions.
All right, I'll go along for 2 weeks. Then I'm bailing out of this clinic.
Good morning, Doctor.
Mrs. Renwick,
Angela.
you look quite attractive.
Like the dressing gown?
Very chic.
I ordered all new clothes. Something more youthful. Do you think that's wrong?
Not at all.
Has my progress pleased you?
Absolutely. I am delighted. The entire staff is quite pleased.
Even Miss Morris?
Certainly.
She hates me because I'm young and beautiful.
That's not true. Diane is very interested in your case.
Is my skin softer than hers?
I suppose so.
Am I more attractive now?
Yes, you're a beautiful woman.
I like that. Do I excite you? Would you like to touch me?
Mrs. Renwick.
Kiss me. Make me feel really alive.
Angela.
Oh, hold me tighter. Tighter. Yes. Yes, I love you. I want you.
Seems Angela Renwick has turned the other cheek. An 83-year-old who looks like 30? Interesting. Or deadly. We'll find out soon enough.
This is Bob Edwards, co-host of National Public Radio's All Things Considered. From 3 Mile Island to Catalina Island, All Things Considered talks to people from all parts of the nation and all parts of the world. Join Susan Stamberg and me each weeknight as we introduce you to new people, new places, and new ideas on National Public Radio's All Things Considered.
All Things Considered airs Monday through Friday evenings at 6:15 on KCSN Northridge.
Welcome back. Did you miss me? No? But I wanted to be your friend. Almost as good a friend as Angela Renwick has become with Dr. Lang. You could even say they're an item. Now, the final act of Lifespan.
What is going on? Why must you be with that woman constantly?
Jealous?
Don't be juvenile.
Stay out of this, Diane. Mind your own business for a change.
Charles, don't push me. Don't.
Is that a threat?
She's 83. A medical freak.
No. Angela's in her mid-20s and beautiful.
Keep away from her. I'm warning you. Don't start anything.
color.
Come here.
Why should I?
Don't tease me.
Charles, when can I leave?
Leave?
I want to go home to start my new life.
Aren't you happy?
Oh, who wants to hang around here? I need excitement, music, people my own age.
I thought we had an understanding.
Oh, baby, this place is nowhere. I want to swing. I'm bored, get it? I want out.
You can't. You've got to continue your treatment.
So I'll check in. Once a day, a week.
It's more complicated than that.
Turn it off, huh? Besides, I paid you plenty. What was the tab? 50 grand?
Angela.
Save it. Buzz off. I want to change.
What did I do?
You're too old for me, Charles. I need somebody with more beef. Close the door on your way out, huh, Cookie?
I don't care what you do or what it takes. That thing you've created stays in this clinic until after the medical board review.
You want me to strap her to the bed?
Why not?
Shut up. Listen, Counselor, you've got to delay the hearing.
Charlie, too much is riding on this. I'm not stopping any.
She's not ready.
Look, we produce Angela Renwick as she is, and you make medical history, and we all make millions. Millions. Get that woman set for the medical team, then the press.
Yes, Charles. Get her prepared. Be assertive. I understand Angie likes assertive men.
What do you mean?
Maybe you're not the only pebble on the beach, Doctor. Oh!
You two are fighting? We're sitting on top of the world. Hey. Forget this old bag. Look, she's chemistry. She's merchandise. Now cut it out.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Smeary old witch.
Where's Dr. Lang? Charles! Put that syringe away. Stay there.
Oh, no.
Charles!
I'll have you strapped down.
Don't touch me.
I hope this serum kills you.
It won't.
No. After we're finished with the medical review, it's the end. Charles won't need you anymore.
Charles! Come here!
What the hell's going on?
You wouldn't give me the injection.
Are you insane? Give me that.
She's lying.
Get out of here.
She's hiding something.
Get out!
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, Charles. Charles, she wanted to kill me. She wouldn't give me the serum.
It's all over. Shh. Sit down. I'll take care of everything.
It was horrible. Get rid of her, Charlie.
Let's take care of this first.
Charlie? What's the medical board?
Nothing. Just a routine survey by some doctors. Roll up your sleeve.
My arm hurts. Later.
Nothing to it. Your hands look different. They seem larger.
Sit beside me.
Angela, are you feeling all right?
Now that you're here, I'm going to be fine.
Be serious. Do you sense any change in your body?
Don't be a pill. I'm sick and tired of this place. Forget the shots. I want out.
Answer me. Do you feel different?
Yes, I do.
When? This week?
Yesterday. The day before. I don't know.
Tell me. Exactly.
Tell you. Charlie, baby, I'll show you. I'll roll up my sleeves. You want to see? Okay. Look. Take a good look at my arms. I'm covered with hair. Thick black hair.
It's impossible.
Really? See for yourself. He's in there now.
Does anybody else know?
No. We've moved her to a special room. Room. Cage.
What went wrong?
Ask the genius. It's his serum.
Any other guinea pigs?
2.
Well?
Both dead.
Good.
Their metabolism went haywire. Their hearts couldn't withstand the shock.
Diane?
Naturally. I hope you've got a strong stomach.
Come in.
You all right?
Just great.
Where is she?
In here.
Who's that? Get him out! Out!
What is that? Well, What is it?
Fur.
Jeez. When did this happen?
Over the last 5 days. I can't stop the process. She's retrogressing.
She's a damn ape. Ape! Hate you! Hate you!
Stop it. Get back.
You! Angela! How much for your wonder drug? She's a freak. Sideshow freak.
Don't. Can you give her something? What? Well, how should I know?
We can put her in a circus.
Don't be stupid. Listen, Lang, this has gone too far.
Want a banana, honey?
Charlie, kill it. What? It's the only way. You've got to get rid of this ape.
I can't. It's not right.
Are you crazy? That's an ape. It's not human. If anybody learns about her, we're finished. Kill her.
Do it. With the hypodermic.
I can't.
You will. Pretend to give her an injection and plunge it in her heart.
All right. Time for your serum, Angela. It doesn't hurt. What a pretty girl. Yes, pretty girl.
Pretty.
That's right. Oh, a nice fur. Yes. Charlie likes soft fur. Give me your hand. Good girl. Isn't that a wonderful girl? Want me to scratch your head?
Yeah.
Doesn't that feel good? Angela's a pretty girl. Nice fur. Lie down. That's right. This will help you.
Oh, no.
Wasn't that exciting? Well, what do you expect if you monkey around with chemicals? Poor Angela. She only wanted to be younger. You could say she went ape. I'll be back in a moment. First, I'm going to make myself a banana split.
Look out. As a consumer, you have to look out for yourself. For instance, when you hear,
"We'd like to send you a valuable gift,"
look for the catch. Or,
absolutely free.
Or,
below dealer's cost.
If it sounds too good, look out. Check with your local Consumer Affairs Office or Consumer Protection Agency. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Consumers Education.
Next on Darkness.
Dr. Maxwell, we discovered something about those cylinders we unearthed.
What about them?
We were examining them, trying to decipher what their strange markings meant.
And I noticed that if they were set side by side in a certain order, the markings formed ancient Toltec words.
Let me see. Yes. It seems to be a description of how to find the ancient treasure of the Toltecs. The treasure of the Toltecs?
But that's supposed to be a myth.
Yet here's proof that it exists, and how to find it.
Senores, there is something you should know. Legend says a spirit watches over the treasure, and there is a curse.
Oh, surely you don't believe in curses.
What is it? It is stated, he who seeks the treasure of the Toltecs has death at his shoulder.
Next time, an archaeological expedition to the jungles of central Mexico discovers a long-lost treasure and mystical forces had guarded. It's a darkness drama by Roger Rittner called Toltec's Tomb. Don't miss it. Lifespan was written by Ken Gerard and directed by Roger Rittner. Featured in the cast were Sandra Kenworthy, Bill Ratner, Robin Riker, and Tom Allard. Also heard were William Irwin and Bob Farley. Sound patterns by David Surtees. Darkness is a Roger Rittner, Ken Gerard radio production. Now, until next time, this is your host, Claude, wishing you good night forever. Good evening. I'm your host, Claude. I've spent the week redecorating my humble lodging. The people who lived here before me had such terrible taste. Bright colors, flowers, children. All right for some, but certainly not me. Now it feels more like home. The colors, black on black. Furniture, early mortuary. And it's so nice to hear the patter of little feet once again. Wonder what they're attached to. Yes, it's just the type of place for cozy get-together, like stabbings and strangling. But enough do-it-yourself here. We have to get to our story. See you in a moment. Won't I?
National Public Radio for the Valley. This is KCSN Northridge.
South of the border. Yes, tonight we visit our neighbor to the south. But not the tourist spots. We're going into the jungles of central Mexico on an archaeological expedition to the last unexplored temple of the ancient Toltecs. And what will we dig up? You'll see. Here's the first act of Toltec's Tomb.
Will this ever end? Excuse me? I said, will this incessant scratching at the earth never end? When will we explore the inside of the temple?
Senor Hernandez, archaeology is a science of slow discovery. Didn't your government advise you?
Dr. Maxwell, my government told me to accompany your party into the interior and supervise the excavation of this temple. They did not inform me that it would take so long to dig up some old Indian pots and pans.
You should be pleased we're being so careful. You're here to make sure nothing we discover is damaged or removed from your country.
Yes, but...
Plus the fact that it is we who are doing the physical work, yet you will no doubt be praised by your government.
That is untrue, Dr. Brown. I ask for nothing from this miserable assignment. I only do my job.
All right. Let's not get into another argument. We still have months to spend together. We might as well tolerate each other.
Very well.
Dr. Maxwell,
What is it, Richard?
I found another cylinder.
Bring it over, will you?
That makes 8 altogether.
Yes. One at each of the digs, 100 meters apart.
They seem to be forming a pattern around the temple. Have you noticed?
Is that significant, Professor?
It might have something to do with the Toltec method of agriculture or the creation of an ancient calendar.
Is that all?
Why? What more would you want them to be?
Nothing.
Here it is, Doctor.
Yes. Almost an exact duplicate of the others. Light, hollow, about 40 centimeters high. And with those curious markings around the outside.
The ancient symbols?
Yes. They seem to be characters from the Toltec alphabet. But they don't form recognizable words. Even reading around the cylinders backwards or up and down means nothing.
Well, just another curiosity, eh, Hernandez?
Eh? What did you say?
I said just another curiosity. If you weren't so intent on trying to read those markings, you'd have...
Now, Richard, we found a cylinder at each of the digs. Why don't you and Carolyn move on to the next one and see if the pattern holds?
Yes, sir.
Playing Cupid again, Doctor?
Me? If my daughter takes a liking to young Stevens, that's her decision.
Yet you do put them to work together often.
Let's say I think young people enjoy the company of other young people more than us oldsters.
Enough for this drivel. When are we going to discover something of interest?
You don't find the cylinders interesting, Hernandez?
Worthless trinkets. They tell us nothing.
What had you hoped they would tell us?
I don't know. That is your concern. But let us continue. Perhaps something fruitful will come of the day's work yet.
Caroline,
Over here, Richard.
your father wants us to move to the next site.
All right. I think Tolan is over there now. Oh, what's the outcropping there?
All right, give me your hand.
Why, Richard Stevens, is that a proposal?
Could be. Last night is a sample of things to come.
It was nice.
I'm beginning to look forward to nights with you more than days with your father.
I should hope so.
You know what I mean.
I think I do.
There isn't a lot for him to do until we want out again.
He certainly has it easy.
At least he helps a little. Hernandez doesn't do anything but sit in that chair all day long and grouse.
I can't understand his uneasiness.
He's a bureaucrat.
Yet he seems so genuinely angry that we haven't found more. And Tolan seems upset that we found so much.
He mentioned that to me. He isn't very happy that foreigners are ravaging the tombs of his ancestors.
But Hernandez is here to make sure whatever we find remains the property of the Mexican government.
I think Tolan would like it left buried right where it is.
Well, there he is. Tolan!
See, senorita, I put the stakes around the hole like you say.
Dig, Tolan. Huh? Dig. Archaeologists call it a dig, not a hole.
That makes it more than a hole?
Enough for technical jargon, Richard.
Yeah. Well, let's get to work.
Nothing like a good meal after a hard day's work.
You call this a good meal? Food from cans only slightly warm?
That's what we eat most of the time on an expedition, Hernandez. You'll never make a dedicated archaeologist.
I do not intend to.
That's good.
You insult me again, Senor Brown. I do not take this from you.
And just what do you intend to do about it?
That's enough. I want this bickering to stop. You go on taunting each other and we'll never get anything done.
Another insult, and I am not responsible for your safety anymore.
As if you ever were.
Dr. Maxwell, Dr. Brown.
What is it?
Caroline and I have discovered something. Come look.
What have you found?
We were in the tent examining the cylinders, trying to decipher the markings.
You examined them without my permission?
We didn't harm them. Just looking. We lined them up on the shelf there, in the order that we unearthed them.
I noticed that a couple sitting side by side formed ancient Toltec words if the characters were read across both cylinders.
We moved them around, forming different combinations.
Let me see. Yes, it does form phrases in the Toltec language. There are a few strange words here, but I think I can decipher it. In this temple lies the treasure of the Toltecs, sent with our king to heaven for sacrifice to the god of the sun. The rest seems to be a description of how to get to the treasure room.
The treasure of the Toltecs. What does that mean?
There is a legend. In the 12th century, the Aztecs swept out of the north to subjugate the Toltec Empire. The king of the Toltecs was killed in battle. His body was carried to the tribe's hidden burial tomb for a proper funeral before the Aztecs could defile the temple.
But what's that about a treasure? It was part of the Toltecs' religious custom to send the spirit of the king to heaven with enough riches to buy favor from their god of the sun. The legend has it that since the Toltecs knew their empire was about to be crushed, they put the tribe's entire fortune in the burial temple to preserve their wealth for use in the afterlife.
Was it ever found?
Most historians agree the legend is a myth.
Yet these cylinders are proof that this is the lost temple, and they show where the treasure lies.
Why so excited, Hernandez? Does the prospect of treasure suddenly make our dig more interesting?
Certainly not. I mean, the idea of a major discovery is exciting. From an official standpoint, of course.
Of course.
Senores, there is something more you should know.
What's that, Tolan?
There is more to the legend. They say the spirit of the god Kukulkan watches over the wealth of the Toltecs, and there is a curse.
Oh, Tolan, surely you don't believe that.
I only know what is legend, senorita.
What is the curse, Tolan?
It is stated, he who seeks the treasure of the Toltecs has death at his shoulder. Nonsense. Perhaps not. Most myths have a basis in some sort of fact. Curses may too.
Well, are we going to search for the treasure?
No. What? No one is to set foot in the temple until I say so. I must report to my government.
But that could take days.
You may continue to excavate outside the ruins, but no one may enter until I return from the capital.
Now, see here, Hernandez, you have no right to keep...
I have every right, Senor Brown.
He's right, Brown. Since we are here by permission of his government, he has the right.
This is preposterous. Nevertheless, none of you may enter the temple until I return. I shall leave in the morning.
Richard, do you believe that legend?
I don't know. But I'll tell you what I do believe in.
What?
Us.
Oh, Richard.
Wait, what's that?
Where?
Over there. Going up the steps of the temple.
Looks like a man.
It's Hernandez. He's going after the treasure.
How do you know?
It's got to be. I haven't trusted him since he joined us. Come on.
Where?
After him, of course. We'll catch him at it.
Richard, wait. As the government's representative, he has the right to go into that temple. If we go after him, he could use it as an excuse to end our expedition.
But we can't let him get away with the treasure.
There may not be any. Besides, where could he go tonight? Come on. Let's tell Father about it. He'll know what to do.
Dr. Maxwell.
Father?
Well, what's up with you two?
We just saw Hernandez entering the temple.
He's going after the treasure.
Is he now?
He must be.
You don't seem very upset.
I'm not.
Why?
Hernandez is an opportunist. Dr. Brown and I suspected that from the beginning. But he won't get any of the treasure, if there is one.
Why not?
Because even if he could find his way out of this jungle without Tolan's guidance, he'd have a tough time explaining how he came to have the artifacts.
But still...
And I took the precaution of removing the distributor wires from the jeeps tonight.
The fools. Do they think I'm going to let them get away with any treasure? Or that I'd let it get swallowed up in some government reform project? I'll have it all for myself, even if I have to put them all out of the way. This should be it. Through this doorway and... Who are you? What are you? Stay away from me. Don't come near me. Don't. No. No.
Hernandez should have written a farewell letter before know he went into that tomb, eh? Whom it may concern. But I've got to be shoveling off to make way for a commercial message. Meet you back at the dig in a moment.
If you ever start to wonder why you should listen to KCSN instead of one of the other 75 Los Angeles radio stations, think about this. Most stations air several minutes of commercials each hour. KCSN does not. Most other stations offer the same type of programming 24 hours a day. KCSN does not. What we do offer is a wide range of non-commercial programs, a lot of which are bound to meet your needs and desires. Everything from popular and ethnic music to news and public affairs shows that can help keep you informed as far as local, national, and international happenings. Add to this the fact that our goal is to serve the San Fernando Valley, and you've got the best listening bargain in town. So the next time you're aimlessly tuning the FM dial, stop when you hit 88.5. That's KCSN Northridge, where you can hear the difference 7 days a week.
I hope you're enjoying this story. Personally, I've never done archaeology. But Richard and Caroline evidently do. They're about to go down into the ruins of the temple. And even they don't know what they'll find.
Senor Maxwell. Senor Maxwell. Oh, what's that? Oh, good morning, Tolan. Senor Maxwell, it is Senor Hernandez.
What about Hernandez?
He's not in his tent. His cart has not been sleeping.
Yes, he did try to leave last night.
He didn't use the jeeps. They're still right where they were last night.
Then he must still be in the temple.
In the temple?
What's that?
Caroline and I saw Hernandez go into the temple last night. Now he's missing.
Missing, is he? Good riddance.
Well, shouldn't we go look for him?
Why bother?
Well, we can search the surrounding jungle. But if he's in the temple, we can't go after him. He ordered us not to set foot in there.
But if he's gone in...
No, my boy. We'll give him the rest of the day to reappear. If he doesn't, we'll go into the city and report his disappearance. Until then, we'll continue our digging outside the ruins.
But if I could just...
Outside, Richard. I forbid you to enter that temple alone.
Caroline.
What?
Come over here.
Richard, now?
Don't be silly. Come here.
What is it?
Take the string.
What for?
We'll need it to leave a trail.
Where?
Into the temple, of course.
Richard, you're not going...
Of course.
Father forbid you to go in there alone.
That's what I'm taking you with me.
Oh, no, you're not.
Caroline, look. If Hernandez is still in there, he's either hurt or he's stealing the treasure. Either way, we've got to find him.
And if he isn't still in there?
Then he'll never know we went in. Besides, I'm sure he's after the treasure.
If there is one.
Come on. The place isn't very big. We'll be out in 20 minutes. Your father and Brown will never miss us.
Well, all right. But only 20 minutes.
That's the stuff. Come on.
Boy, there's more room down here than you think.
Yeah. Most of it must be underground, outside the main perimeter of the temple.
Are you sure we're not going in circles?
If we were, we'd have crossed over the string you're letting out.
Well, how's the candle holding out?
Still tight.
Look. What?
Up ahead, a doorway. Not just an archway, a door.
It's partly open.
Keep quiet. Maybe Hernandez is in there.
Richard, look.
My God! Jewels! Gold!
An ancient artifact.
The legend is true. It's the treasure of the entire Toltec Empire.
Richard, don't. Leave it alone.
But have you ever seen so many jewels?
Richard, put it down.
She speaks wisely, senor.
Oh, Tolan, you frightened us.
Tolan, where'd you get that feathered costume?
It is ancient. Left here for the generations of the high Toltec priests.
Huh?
I am Tolan, descended from Topilzin, ancient high priest of the god Kukulkan. I watch over the treasure of the Toltecs and deal with those who defile the temple.
Then Hernandez was you.
The man Hernandez entered these sacred passageways in the night to rob the Toltecs of their wealth. He did not succeed.
But where is he?
Come.
Another room?
This is the chamber of sacrifice. The altars on which those who defile the temple are made to pay for their sacrilege.
Richard, look! Hernandez, pinned to the wall up there.
But he looks ancient.
He has paid the price of sacrilege. Now he joins the living dead. He shall hang there for eternity, not dead, not alive.
Oh, it's horrible.
He paid as you shall pay.
What? We didn't take anything.
You have seen the sacred treasure, and you would tell others of its existence. They would pillage our last resting place just as thousands ravaged our empire in eras past.
You can't do this.
I shall not. The servants of Kukulkan shall see to it.
Richard, Hernandez just fell down from the wall. He's coming towards us. Stone, wait.
Stop it. Come on.
I follow commandments more ancient than yours, senor.
Richard, stop that grisly thing.
He who seeks the treasure of the Toltecs has death at his shoulder. He who seeks the treasure of the Toltecs...
Put down those spikes.
He doesn't hear you. Stop him. Throw something at him. What? Anything. That won't set you in.
Shoulder. He who seeks the treasure...
Just broke up a chunk of his flesh.
Still coming.
Run. Run. Follow the string.
The passageway's are narrower, too.
That's crazy.
Up ahead, the walls are closing in.
Hurry! We can't get through.
Richard!
He who seeks the treasure of the Toltecs has death at his shoulder.
Hernandez is coming!
Look out!
Are you sure they came this way?
Possibly. I'm just following that string.
Why would they have done such a thing?
No accounting for the brightness of youth, Brown.
Look up ahead. Door.
Come on.
Looks like there was a treasure here once, but it's long gone.
Obviously ransacked by marauders centuries ago.
It's like a burial chamber over here, Doctor.
Yes. Decaying corpses perched on an altar.
Look at this.
What?
The faces on these corpses, they're so old and decomposed, it's hard to imagine what they originally looked like. But they seem to have borne a striking resemblance to your daughter and young Stevens.
Notice something peculiar, Brown.
What?
The way the bodies are hung on the altarpiece.
Oh, yes. Can't say I've ever seen anything quite like that before.
Interesting. Huge stone spikes driven through their shoulders. Well, come on, Brown. Let's keep looking. Caroline admits it must be in here somewhere.
Well, looks like Richard and Caroline finally made it to the altar after all. And they'll be spending a long time hanging around together. But that's what happens when you get too deep into your work.
Oh, today was a killer. I tried to get my act together. Comedy, of course. The jokes are a scream. For instance, how does a vampire travel to Europe? By blood vessel. Or where did Frankenstein go when the Wolfman bit off his hand? To the second-hand store. Oh, that's a real groaner, huh? Why did the mortician move to Australia? Because he heard everybody was down under. Start laughing or you'll be permanently laid back. What did the urn say to the coffin? Give up? I ain't got nobody. Anyway, if I can't make it in showbiz, I'll work with my brother-in-law. He has a chain of drive-in taco stands and mortuaries called Eat and Weep. They're so convenient to the cemetery. But enough. We have to get on with the show. Welcome back, friends. Tonight's story is a classic tale about a husband, a wife, and... But you'll see as we open the coffin on the first act of Can't You Do Anything Right?
More coffee?
No, thanks. I'm fine.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
I can't get over what you've done with this room, Edie. You're a wonder. The wallpaper cost me a fortune.
10, 11...
Oh, count to yourself. But I mean, fraction of you had to use a decorator. Decorator? You must be joking. I saved a third on the wallpapers, 20% on the carpeting. There's only one way. Do it yourself.
I couldn't hang flypaper.
That's for sure. Can you imagine George trying to install carpeting? Or on a ladder?
Don't be cruel. I have other qualities.
Oh, we know, dear. It's your sunny disposition and boyish charm that make up for them.
Well, it's easy. Even Philip can install bathroom tiles. Isn't that right, dear?
Yes. Lots of fun.
Secretly, you enjoy it.
Especially during the football game. My bid. Pass.
A spade.
2 hearts.
1 no trump.
The bid is 2 hearts.
Oops. 2 spades. Sorry, partner. Pass.
2 no.
Uh-huh. Leave me hanging, huh?
Care to help?
Pass.
3 spades. 4 spades.
Philip, make up your mind.
I said 4 spades.
Pass.
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 My lead. How's that, partner?
Brilliant. We've set 'em 5.
Put the cards down, Philip. You're the dummy.
Bye. Thank you.
I'll call you tomorrow. Nope, can't. I have my upholstering class all morning.
You never. Give me a buzz.
See you later, Phil. And stay off high ladders.
Oh, please, save the jokes. Come on.
What did I say?
Say goodnight, George.
Good night, George.
Thanks again. We had a wonderful time.
Bye-bye.
Good night. You don't have to clean up. I'll take care of everything, as usual.
Where do you get off embarrassing me in front of company?
Oh, please, I'm tired. Not now.
Oh, sure.
Just bring the cups into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen.
Your bidding was terrible during last rubber. Why on God's earth did you double 3 diamonds?
Just to annoy you.
Oh, that's clever.
And another thing. Don't run down my friends. There was no reason to snap at George. None at all.
I don't like my husband compared to a one-armed paper hanger.
He was kidding.
Listen, Philip.
No, you listen. I won't do everything. I can't work at the company like a horse and be expected to come home and saw 2x4s or paper the dining room or staple fabric to walls.
You could try.
And this damn game room.
I want you to get someone else, a carpenter or a workman, to put up the paneling. You understand?
Oh, forget it. It's a waste of money. I'd rather spend it on a better grade of carpeting. You can put up the panels. I figured everything out.
Edie, I am tired of spending my evenings and weekends decorating this house.
And I'm tired of living like this. No. I need to function in pleasant surroundings.
But must we redo the entire house at once?
I hardly think 6 months is... Oh, Philip, my home is very important to me.
Well, then hire somebody to do the donkey work. We can afford it.
It's money tossed out the window.
We always have to do it your way, huh?
What's the big deal? It's a small house. The papering was easy, wasn't it?
We almost came to blows.
The pattern was off almost an inch.
That's the point. I'm doing something 2, 3 times, and you stand back inspecting the work like a field marshal. Edie, get a carpenter for the paneling.
The hell I will. You can do it. If you want to. I don't care what's on your truck or how many stops you've got to make.
Oh, lady, please.
Please. I want exactly what I ordered, and not that second-grade material. I'm calling your company.
Hey, it ain't my fault. I only drive.
That's apparent. I want to speak with Mr. Stewart. Edith Harmon. I don't care if he's with Cheryl Tiggs. Get him on the phone now.
Oh, boy.
Get up. Oh, take your filthy clothes off my couch.
Sorry.
Mr. Stewart, because of your bungling, I almost had second-grade paneling dumped in my house. No, they are not mahogany. They are simulated pecan. Yes, talk to this driver. Here, you.
Hello? Hey, I didn't load the truck. Okay. Yeah. It was a mistake. I'm going back to the yard and get your panels, okay? Well, based upon their current earnings, I feel that the stock is worth, on the low side, 70. 70? Mm-hmm. It's never traded above 43.
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Harmon.
Tell her I'm in conference.
Yes, sir.
All right. The fund will take a position. We'll purchase 100,000 shares in blocks of 10,000. I know. Over a period of 3 weeks.
Sir,
What is it now?
Mrs. Harmon says she must speak to you.
Go ahead, Phil. She probably needs you to hang some more wallpaper. Oh, funny. Hello?
Hi. How's the Wizard of Wall Street?
In conference. What is it, Edie?
The new paneling arrived.
How nice.
Phil, it's so elegant. You won't have to lift a finger. I'm going to do everything myself.
Well, you can't drive those nails.
Nails? I'm going to glue them to the studs.
What?
I bought them at Turn-A-Bond. It dries in seconds and holds immediately.
Glue won't work.
It does. I put up 3 panels already, and we can finish the job over the weekend. No, move it to the left. It's still overlapping.
How's that?
Oh, no good. Take it off and position it again.
Hey, relax. I'm trying to help.
Put it down.
Don't shout.
Okay. More to the left. That's it. Now press. On the bottom, stupid. Can't you follow the simplest instructions?
The damn panel should be nailed to the studs, not glued.
It was easier when I did it alone.
Then do the rest of this miserable job yourself.
Oh, I don't know how I married such an incompetent.
You say something?
Skip it. Go watch football or play with your stock.
Why don't you shut up?
Bye, Phil.
I never heard of anybody using glue to attach paneling.
Bye, Phil. Finish the game room myself.
Get off my back and you'll get your job done.
Oh, no. I'm tired of your sloppy work and bungling.
Well, I'm not a professional carpenter.
Or a very good stockbroker either.
What the hell does that mean?
Let's not get into it, huh?
I don't make enough money, is that it?
Frankly, no. If you did, I wouldn't have to build my own game room, or paper the hall, or paint the bedroom.
You witch. You little witch. We can afford anything. Don't you lay this on me.
Get out of here, Phil. I've got work to do. You're useless.
Shut up.
Out.
Shut up.
Keep away from me. No. Phil, you're hurting me. I can't breathe. Phil, don't.
That's my idea of a rec room. Stay tuned, won't you?
Hello, I'm Julie Harris, your host on Masterpiece Radio Theater, inviting you to join us for The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, a radio adaptation of the novel by Anne Johnson. We shall listen as a quiet Yorkshire village gossips and speculates as to the identity of the new and mysterious tenant of Wildfell Hall. And Gilbert Markham, our hero and narrator, finds himself more and more attracted to the reclusive neighbor without even really knowing who she is.
Would you be very glad to find you were mistaken in your conclusions?
How can you ask it, Ellie?
I don't say I can clear myself altogether, but would you be glad to discover I was better than you think?
Anything that could in the least degree restore my opinion of you would be only too gladly received.
Masterpiece Radio Theater airs Monday evenings at 5 and Sunday evenings at 9 on KCSN, Northridge.
You're listening to KCSN, Northridge, 88.5 FM.
Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Phil and Edie are in the game room. However, poor Edith, she's losing, isn't she?
Keep away from me. No, Phil. Oh, you're hurting me. Oh, I can't breathe. Phil, don't.
I can't stand it. Nag. Move this. Redo that. Damn you. Damn you.
Please. Please.
Oh, my Lord. Edie. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
My throat.
Water. Do you want some water? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just relax. Here, drink this. Easy now. All right, now raise your arms. All right, now good. Now lean forward, and I'll... Come on.
Don't touch me.
Well, I didn't mean it. Believe me.
Keep away from me. Don't you come near me.
Edie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, you want to kill me?
No.
Never touch me again.
Edie.
I want you out of this house immediately.
No. Listen, it was a mistake. Something you said. It just made me go haywire. I didn't know what I was doing.
Get out of my home.
It's over. The whole thing was...
Abuse. Attempted murder.
You've got to be kidding.
Get out. Leave or I'm calling the police.
Easy. Take it easy. It was an accident. I didn't mean it. I understand. Come on, put yourself together. The next thing I know, George, I had her by the throat. Over. Well, you want a drink? No. What's the matter with me? I never hit anybody. I never did anything like this. You don't have to explain. Why don't you stay with us until the whole thing dies down? No, I couldn't. It's too much of an imposition. I'll go to a hotel. Absolutely not. We've got plenty of room. I want to go home. I know, but let things cool off, huh? Okay. Honestly, I didn't want to hurt her. It just got out of hand. I've never felt like that. It was like a wild animal. What did I do? Did you ever hit Betty? We got into a business once. Over something. I don't even remember it. Probably something stupid. I slapped her. She slapped me back. It happened so fast. And we both started crying. That was a scene. Crying and holding each other. Strange. One instant hate, the next love. I wish it was so simple. Phil, in a couple of days, it'll be ancient history. I don't think so. Edie isn't quick to forgive. Or forget. Ridiculous. She'll bury her sorrows in paneling or making drapes. Believe me. The lady with 1,000 projects. That's for sure. However, she's damn talented. Yeah, and very picky. Too picky, George. I must have moved those panels a dozen times just to get the right pattern fit. The mismatch was so slight that, well, only Edie would have noticed it.
And perfection?
You bet. And to boot, she's gluing them to the studs with this Eternabond. Dries in seconds. Oh, boy.
Don't get yourself worked up. Listen, Betty will give her a call. She can handle Edie.
George, how did you feel when you hit Betty?
Terrible.
No, I didn't. I felt different. As if I wasn't choking her. Like I was watching the whole thing. I was a spectator. And George, I was smiling. I was happy.
Hello?
Hi.
I thought... Well, I suppose you heard.
Yes. Phil's going to stay with us.
That figures.
Edie, please.
He tried to kill me.
It was a mistake.
Oh, no, it wasn't. All of a sudden, he blew up. Started screaming. And the next thing I knew, he was choking me.
He lost his temper.
I'll say.
Perhaps something else was bothering him. Phil isn't the violent type.
Really? If a little thing like putting up panels can trigger an outburst, I can imagine. Well, anyhow, I don't want him near me or this house.
You're making a production out of this. Why don't I come over?
For what purpose?
We can talk, and I can get some of Phil's clothes.
All right. But I don't want him in this house.
That's carrying it too far.
Oh? When his thumbs dug into my neck and pressed and pressed, Phil was smiling. He knew what he was doing and enjoyed every moment of it. Every moment.
Take it easy, huh?
Why is she doing this?
Phil, she's scared and angry. Listen, if you were being...
I didn't mean it. You believe that?
Yes. Yes.
Why doesn't she get off the phone?
Because it's probably off the hook.
I can't stay here any longer. I want to go home and work this out.
Phil, don't push it. Let time heal the matter. Listen, we'll go up to Lake Arrowhead for the weekend.
No.
Hey, hold it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I understand. It's okay.
I can't control my temper anymore.
Yeah, sure. Give it another day. We'll work something out, all right?
Sure, George.
Sure.
Who is it?
Me.
Oh. Betty said you wouldn't be here until 2.
I couldn't wait.
Just a second. Hi.
Hi.
Want to come in?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'll have the rest of your things.
Oh, Edie.
Oh, please. This is difficult for me, too.
Okay. Yeah, okay. How's the game room coming?
Great. Almost finished the paneling.
Oh, the glue really holds.
Like iron. Want to see?
I'd love to.
Not bad, huh?
Looks great.
When I get the carpeting down, it'll be a smash.
Oh, Edie, please. Please, now, let's not do this. I love you. I want to come home.
No, it's impossible.
I'll do anything. Anything. It was a mistake. Don't you understand? A mistake.
I can't tolerate mistakes.
Please.
Stop begging. You disgust me, Phil. Stop sniveling.
Sorry.
Let's get your clothes.
I don't want to leave. This is my home, too.
Oh, I knew this was going to happen. Get out of here. Now.
No.
I'll call the police. Philip, get out of my home.
It's mine, too.
Yours. Oh, I done all the work. Painting, papering. You haven't done a damn thing.
I have. I've tried.
Try. You have to be watched like a hawk. You're incompetent. You botch every job, even the smallest task.
It's not true.
It is. I won't let you mess up my home anymore. Get out.
I'm not incompetent.
Please, let's not go into it.
You're right. Let's not.
They even recognize your inadequacy at work. Passed over twice for branch manager.
Don't start.
People know. They see how inept you are. A timid little man, afraid of his own shadow.
Knock it off.
And here, in my home, oh, Lord, you're nothing. A bungler, incompetent with a hammer, and inadequate in a bedroom.
Shut up.
It's the truth. You're a wimp.
Keep your filthy mouth shut.
Get out, Phil.
Never. Incompetent, huh? Inadequate, huh?
No.
I'll show you. Let's see if this glue can keep your mouth shut. Or fasten you to the floor. I'll put some Eternabond on this hand.
Oh, no. Phil, no, don't.
Yes. And some on this hand. Pin them down. Now, how long will it take to dry, huh?
Phil, please. Please.
Seconds? A minute? Well, I'll just hold them until you can't move, huh? Well, you like this game room so much, you can stay here. Permanently. But I'll be damned. It works.
Phil, oh, please. Get me loose. I'm stuck.
Apparently.
Please. Help me.
No way. Now, how about a little glue to seal that big mouth of yours? Huh? Yeah, a little more on this lip. Right? Yeah. Oh, that's better, yes. Oh, that's much better. Well, don't you look stupid. Glued to the floor. My, how unprofessional. Oh, yes. I'm going to leave you here. I wonder how long it'll take for you to starve to death. Well, I'd better get my clothes. That's what you wanted, isn't it, dear? Well, see you in a couple of weeks. I know you won't want to be disturbed while you're working, so I'll take the phone off the hook. Enjoy yourself. It's your house, and you're stuck with it. This is crazy. Why move to a hotel? I'm imposing on you.
You aren't.
Well, how long can I stay? A week is plenty. No, too much.
Suit yourself. If Edie calls us, what should I say?
Called? Well, her phone's been off the hook since I got my clothes. She doesn't want to talk to anybody, especially me.
What? I can't hear you. Who? Phil, I think it's for you.
Hello?
Phil.
Who is this?
Can't you do anything right?
I guess he couldn't. Now it's Phil's turn to come unglued. What fun. Next on Darkness.
That thing, it wanted to touch me. Don't carry on. It's harmless. Bruce, turn on the lights.
Right. They don't work. I don't like this.
I want to go home. Let's go to the car.
It's stuck. Won't budge.
Hello?
Girlie?
Next time, a simple tale of mayhem about a family who find themselves in an isolated motel. It's a Darkness drama by Ken Gerard called Weekend Vacation. Don't miss it. Can't You Do Anything Right was written and directed by Ken Gerard. Featured in the cast were Wendy Allen, Joey Dioria, Greg Snagoff, and Barbara Kerr. Also heard were Michael Immel, Sandra Kenworthy, and Bob Farley. Sound patterns by David Surtees. Darkness is a Roger Rittner, Ken Gerard radio production. Now, until next time, this is your host, Claude, wishing you good night forever. Remember me? Oh, that's right. You don't. But I know you. How? Oh, I've been watching you. The other day at the supermarket, I was standing right behind you. But don't worry, I'm not planning to do anything. At least, not right away. But enough of this amusing banter. Tonight's story is a simple tale of mayhem. Oh, you can let the kiddies listen. That is, if you want them to be screaming the rest of the night. But if you're alone, why not turn off the lights? Open the front door, just a crack. Then get into bed and wait. Perhaps it may take some excitement out of your life. Let's get to our story. It's called Weekend Vacation. I hope you live to enjoy it.
This is the last time I go on a trip with you.
Ivy, don't talk to your father like that. Apologize.
Why? What was wrong with that hotel? We could have done everything there. Everything. I even selected a boy. Oh, what's the use? Parents.
We did leave rather abruptly, Bruce. I'm sorry, ladies, but it wasn't our sort of place.
Really?
Well, it seemed all right. And Ivy's young man was nice. Just her type.
A lot of good that does me now.
Liz, there was something about it. It made me uneasy.
I thought this weekend was going to be fun. I could have picked out 3, maybe 4 boys.
Next weekend is all yours. You choose the hotel. The works, I promise.
Sure, I've heard that before.
Don't we always have fun?
I guess so.
Then what's the matter?
I'd like to make the plans. I'm not a child anymore.
He's right, Bruce. 16 is quite grown up.
Grandma told me that Mom was choosing her own vacations when she was 15.
Only as a special treat.
Why do we have to take another back road?
Because I'm looking for someplace a little more our style. A cozy little inn or a rustic motel.
Without anybody my age.
Oh, no.
Yep, great so.
Oh, great. What a fun vacation.
We'd better get back on the main highway.
I must have missed the turn.
I haven't seen another car for miles. Not even your cozy inn. That's enough, young lady.
She's right. We should have stayed at the hotel. This rain is unbelievable. I can barely see.
Ah, there's a flashing light.
It's a state trooper. Officer, which way to Route 7?
You can't get through. The bridge is washed away. You'll have to turn around.
Can't we stay here with you till it lets up?
Better not. Too dangerous.
What do you suggest?
There's a motel with cabins 2 miles back. You can stay there till the storm lets up.
All right.
You can't miss it. 5 Oaks Lodge on the right, just past the cemetery. Better get going.
I don't remember seeing a motel.
As a matter of fact, neither do I.
There it is. It looks creepy. I don't like it here. Any place is better than a car. Daddy, let's go. No, we're staying here until the storm lets up.
I don't know, Liz. It's pretty run down.
What was that? Where? I saw somebody running from that cabin. Who'd be running around in this rain?
I'll try the office.
Oh, don't go. Ivy, please. It's getting worse. I hope that trooper's all right. We should have stayed with him. I'd rather be here. At least we'll have a dry cabin and a bed. Mom, I'm getting bad vibes about this place. Oh, it's just your imagination. It isn't. Mom, let's go. No, it's too dangerous. I don't want to stay here.
The office was locked. I think, well, why don't we go on? Maybe we can find someplace else.
Good. This place scares me. Control yourself.
This is no time for an argument.
Oh, no. Try it again.
No use. Something's shorted out. Now we have to stay.
A light went on in the office.
Come on, let's make a run for it. Hello.
Anybody back there? Just a moment. Good. Oh, look at it come down. That's a bad one.
Indeed. The road's almost washed away. We're lucky to find you.
Of course you are. See any other cars on your way? None at all. The bridge was washed out and the trooper turned us back. Trooper, eh?
I imagine you'll get some more customers if this keeps up.
Oh, not really. 5 Oaks is too isolated and nothing like them new motels. Oh, barely get any trade. Not even salesmen. Well, here I'm jabbering on, and you should be in a nice, warm cabin. Well, we can remedy that. Ah, your daughter? Yes. My, what a pretty little girl. Dad, let's go. Long blonde hair. Yes. Beautiful.
How much is the cabin?
Oh, sure. We can settle up later. You won't be going anywhere in this storm. Please. Here you are. It's number 7. The last one on the right.
Well, ladies, shall we make a run for it?
That's lovely blonde hair. Monroe, take a fancy to her.
Monroe?
My grandson loves girls with blonde hair. Shut that door. Got death, Monroe?
Death? Girlie. Blonde girlie.
Don't come near me. He's harmless.
Pretty hair.
Let's go to our cabin. Daddy, let's go. Don't fret. He won't hurt you. Got the mind of a 2-year-old.
And the body of a lumberjack. Monroe like girlie.
Oh, keep away from her, you.
Granny, no tit.
Take away your teddy if you ain't good.
No take Teddy. Monroe loves Teddy.
Should have had him put away, but couldn't do it. 10's 10. You'll take supper with us? Yes, that would be nice.
Fine. Around 6. Enjoy your cabin.
There it is. Down there.
It wanted to touch me. Don't carry on. He's harmless. Bruce, turn on the light.
They don't work. Nothing. I don't like this.
I want to go home. Let's try the car again.
The door's stuck.
Try again.
It won't budge.
Mom, I want to get out of here. Hello?
Girlie?
Oh, no!
Who is it?
Him!
Give me the phone. Hello?
Speak to blonde girlie?
Can I talk to your grandmother? Monroe, be a good boy and get her. Please.
All right. Monroe, get Granny.
Give me that. Behave. I'll lock you in the cellar. Hello?
Look, I don't know what's going on here, but the door is jammed and we want to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Bruce, a tree just fell in front of our car.
Yes, you'll be staying with us after all.
Well, quite a vacation, huh? But not exactly what the family had in mind. Looks like they're in for an interesting weekend. Don't go away. The fun's just beginning. Or is it ending? It appears this holiday's turned into a nightmare. But then, why not? The family has decided to stay for dinner, and Granny's preparing something very special.
Another biscuit, mister. Don't believe I caught your name.
Maeve.
Oh, biscuit, Missy?
No, thank you.
You ain't touched the thing, girl.
I'm not hungry.
Oh, suit yourself.
Dinner is delicious.
Long time since I fixed a real supper, just me and Monroe most times. Never get tourists no more since they put in the new highway.
No right noise.
Hush up. Got that body of a man, but no brain.
Another biscuit, Monroe?
Want Teddy. Granny, take Teddy.
Promise to behave?
Monroe, promise. Be good boy.
All right.
You hand it to him, Ivy.
Mom.
He's awful.
Go on, Missy. He's harmless.
Well, okay. Here's your Teddy.
Girly kind.
Oh, Mom. He's pitiful.
Was he born like this?
No. Happened when he was 6. His pa went wild. Killed his mother with a shovel. Then beat Monroe before folks could pull him off.
How horrible.
Never recovered. They were going to put him away, but I took him in. He's lucky I'm here. Otherwise, well, it'd be like caging a dumb animal.
Oh, you poor thing. I'm sorry. We didn't imagine.
I know. It's kind of spooky, though. Cranky old lady living with a halfwit.
I didn't mean it that way.
Are there any other relatives?
Nope. We're the last of our line. The last of the Strakers.
No more noise.
Easy, Monroe.
Give me your hand, Monroe.
Ivy, maybe you shouldn't.
Bruce, don't. That's a good boy.
You're a right fine girl, Missy.
The thunder won't harm you.
Make Sky stop.
I'll protect you. I can't stand it. What a shame. Monroe, let go of my arm. Monroe, you're hurting me.
Daddy hitting Mommy.
Let go of her.
Hitting Mommy.
He's crushing my arm.
Get your hands up. Daddy, kill. Daddy, kill.
My arm.
Stop him, woman. Stop him.
Monroe. Basta. Mom, my shoulder.
I thought you said he was harmless.
Yes. It was the thunder that scared him. Lie down, honey. I'll massage your shoulder. Just let me rest.
No, we can't stay.
Daddy, I'm drained.
We've got to go.
Bruce, let her relax.
Liz, you don't understand. What the old woman told him. Basta. It's Italian for stop.
So?
And their name?
Strega?
Strega. Means witch. We've got to leave.
I can't go. I'm too tired. Ivy, please. We shouldn't be... Oh, Bruce, she's too weak. And I'm exhausted. This whole day has sapped my energy. Can't we nap for a while?
All right. Maybe I'm imagining the whole thing. Get some rest. We'll sleep in shifts.
You fool! Look what you did.
Sorry.
I should have you locked up.
Didn't mean it.
You might have killed her like you did to... Oh, what's the use? You'll get no story tonight.
Oh, please, story.
No, you've got to learn.
Granny, read. Please read.
No. Go to the cellar.
No cellar. No dark.
I command you. Go.
Afraid. Don't want to be with crawly things.
Oh, right. Oh. And I laid to see us come to death.
Get girly. Girly, Reed.
Girly? Of course. The girl. She's perfect.
Stop your buck.
Granny will get the girlie.
Girly come. Girly come.
Yes, girlie will come. Maybe our line is not extinct yet. Bruce?
What?
I'll stay up. Get some rest.
What time is it?
Almost 1.
Do you feel better?
Not really.
You're cold.
I'm drained.
We should have stayed at that hotel. It would have been better for all of us.
Bruce, is she really a witch?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, what about him?
Well, maybe Ivy can handle it.
But she's just a child.
Liz, our baby's growing up. She has to try.
Hello? Missy? You all right? Yes, I'm fine. I was worried. My shoulder's a little stiff. I punished the boy real good. Well, it wasn't his fault. Next to mind. He's got to learn his manners. I want him to apologize. All right.
Monroe, sorry. Granny punished. No Reed story.
Go to the cellar. No, don't. He didn't mean it. He was just trying. I know, but he hurt you. Let me read to him. No. Please. I want to. I'm coming there now. He's coming, Sonny. It was so easy.
Girly come?
Yes, Girlie reads book. And maybe more.
Happy. Get book.
Yes. Hello? Oh, we're in the kitchen.
happy.
I came as soon as I could. What a sweet child. Let me make you some tea. I'd love that. You behave yourself, mister.
Monroe, be nice. Be very nice.
That was just a mistake, wasn't it? Wonderful. You're the granddaughter I've always dreamt of. I'll be right back.
Girlie Reed?
Of course.
Book. Read favorite story.
Yes, I will. Sit next to me. That's a good boy. Would you like to touch my hair?
Yes. Touch. Hair. Soft hair.
That's it. You can stroke it. Go on.
Long hair. Soft.
Sit closer. No, closer. Which story would you like to hear?
Piggies. Read about little piggies.
Yes, of course. Once upon a time, there were 3 little
What?
Ivy's gone. She's with them.
We've got to help her. It's jammed again.
Break it down.
Come on.
I'm weak. Go and help me.
I'll carry you.
No, help her. Go on. She's so strong.
Ivy! Ivy!
Daddy, I've taken Monroe. Get the old woman down. Keep away from me. I didn't know.
Girlie, she takes my blood. Now, Granny, you're for my Elizabeth.
No. Help me.
Yes, darling, we've saved the hag for you.
Wonderful. No, stay away. Right there. His blood. Oh, it's so warm and sweet.
Yes. Drink, my baby, drink. Renew yourself. He's your type of young man.
I guess you never expected that, huh? Well, neither did Granny. But that's what you get for not being suspicious. You just can't trust anybody these days. Especially when the typical family turns out to be looking for their own blood bag. A word of caution to the men in our audience. Her name is Ivy Primave, and you might be just her type. Oh, that's spelled P-R-I-M-A-V-E. Unscramble it. You might be surprised. Next on Darkness.
We can't let him stay in that house another week. He needs care.
We're talking about putting that away.
You make me sound like an ogre.
He's lived in that house over 30 years. They lived there. You and I grew up there. Take him out of it and we'd kill him.
But her memories are killing him. You think I want to hurt him?
No, of course not. But maybe we can figure out another solution.
There isn't. A sanitarium is the only answer.
Damn it, no.
Rod, you know what we have to do.
Give me a couple of days.
If you must. But he told me this morning that he and Mom are driving up to the summer house this weekend. And we know that's impossible.
Of course we do. Mom's been dead for a year.
Next, an aging widower believes his departed wife has returned and must make up his mind whether to make the ultimate sacrifice for her. It's a darkness drama by Ken Gerard called Trust Me, Darling, I Love You. Don't miss it. Weekend Vacation was written by Ken Gerard and directed by Roger Rittner. Featured in the cast were Betty Caulfield, Art Dutch, Sandra Kenworthy, Wendy Ellen, and Michael Immel. Also heard were William Irwin and Bob Farley. Sound patterns by David Surtees. Darkness is a Ken Gerard, Roger Rittner radio production. Now, until next time, this is your host, Claude, wishing you good night forever. Welcome to Darkness. I'm your host, Claude. I've had a very exciting week, practicing my powers of clairvoyance. It's wonderful to look into the future. I can see so many things. Even now, I'm getting vibrations from some of our listeners. Ah, here's one. A lady with the initial C. Oh, sorry, my dear. You're going to have a slight accident. Somebody's going to strangle you. Oh, I love stuff.
Stop being so stubborn. We can't let him stay in that house another week. He needs care. He should go into a residence.
You mean sanitarium?
I would hardly call a private suite in Las Vegas a sanitarium.
It's all the same.
Frank and I can afford it. You don't have to contribute a dime.
It is not the money. It's the idea. You're talking, yes, you are, about putting Dad away.
You make me sound like an ogre.
He's lived in that house for 30 years. They lived there. We grew up there. Take him out of it? No, it would kill him.
But her memories are killing him. You think I want to hurt him?
No, of course not.
I don't want to see him destroyed by this fantasy. Rod is ripping me apart.
Annie. Maybe we can figure out some of the solution.
There isn't. He wouldn't agree to a companion or a housekeeper. He refuses to move in with us. Las Vegas is the answer.
Damn it, no. Has Frank gone up the papers? Has he?
Yes. You and I are named as joint conservators.
You've got no heart.
That was uncalled for. I want to get him the best treatment, the best psychiatrist.
Well, you finally admitted it. It is a sanitarium, a nut house.
It's a rest home. Rod, you know what we have to do?
Give me a couple of days. I want to sort this out. Annie, it's tearing me up also.
I understand. Every time he tells me he's spoken with Mom or she's upstairs, I die.
Okay. Hey, take it easy.
He told me this morning that they're driving to the summer house next weekend. Rod, we know that's impossible.
Of course we do. Mom's been dead for a year.
Raj, Annie, what a pleasant surprise.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, how you doing, sport? Never better. Come in. Fantastic day, no? Can't wait to open a summer house. You're really going? Oh, absolutely. Your mother and I need a change. Frankly, it'll do her a world of good. And me, too.
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Annie, you all right? Something bothering you? Frank okay?
Dad, sit down.
Well, just for a moment. We want to beat the traffic. Please, don't go. Well, it's impossible. I promised your mother. We're all packed.
Oh, right.
No, Annie, this isn't like you. I'm fine. I know what you're thinking, but your mother has come back. Now, be a brave girl. Shh. Dad, it can't be. It's impossible. You're wrong. Look, we've discussed this with... I know. Your mother told me all about the meeting with Dr. Morgan and Los Villas.
You know?
Certainly. Catherine and I discussed it at length. Oh, but we have. Your mother and I are very happy right here. I am not going into one of those homes.
You heard us talking about Los Villas?
No. Catherine told me.
You can't go on like this. You'll destroy yourself.
Oh, rubbish. I never felt better in my life. Your mother and I are just as happy as before. Now, come on, you two scoot. We've got a slew of packing to finish. I don't want you to leave. You're a good son. You mean well. Do me a favor. Trust me.
Dad.
I want both of you to trust me. Please. Okay. Will you call us when you get back? Without fail. Now, everybody out.
I love you.
And we love you too, baby. Speak with you tonight. Kathy, are you ready?
Not yet.
Always like a woman.
What are you grumbling about?
The time it takes you to put on a new face.
That's the price you pay for not marrying a beauty.
I told the children.
I heard. They're serious, you know.
Suppose so.
Los Villas won't be like home.
You could stop them. It's in your power.
Oh, I wish I could, but it's against the rules.
Make another request. Say it's a special case.
I have, dear, but they won't make any exceptions.
If you could appear to the children just once, let them see you as I do. We could put an end to this whole matter.
You know I can't do that.
They'll try to have me committed, won't they?
I couldn't bear to see you in one of those places.
At least we'll be together.
I won't be allowed to go.
What?
It's another rule.
You mean if they put me in one of those places you...
It's their way of testing you.
But that's unfair. Can't they see we're happy? You've got to tell them.
My darling, they know. They want us to be together. They always want the selected ones to be with each other.
We are. Why change everything?
Simon, I was advised that I've only 3 days left.
3 days? But you said it was indefinite.
That was before this business with a residence home.
This is a nightmare.
But we can always be together.
I can't lose you again.
You don't have to. It would be so simple. Sweetheart, it's painless.
There has to be a different way.
There isn't.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, even for me. For us.
How do I know? How?
That your mind is playing tricks, that I'm not a fantasy?
Yes.
That's the challenge. The ultimate test of your love.
You know I love you. They know I love you.
Do you, Simon? Do I have your undying love?
Haven't I proved myself?
Not to their satisfaction.
Must I prove it that way?
Yes, you must.
Come in. Roger, Anne, glad to see you. Dr. Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Sit down, make yourself comfortable. Have you come to any decision?
Not really. I still think Las Vegas would be ideal.
There has to be an alternative. Of course, there is psychiatry. You know what he said to that? My hands are tied. If your dad refuses treatment, how can I help him?
Suppose he's declared incompetent.
He's not.
Face it, Roger, he is.
I will never sign any commitment papers.
I don't want him walking around hallucinating.
He's harmless.
Today, yes. But tomorrow, the next day, suppose he gets it into his head to join her.
Oh, ridiculous.
Is it? Talking to a dead woman? Seeing her? Dining with her? Is it?
Then let him stay at home. Leave him alone.
Please, arguing won't solve this. Let me visit him. Talk with him. Depending on the outcome of that, well, we can make a decision.
Oh, all right. That seems fair.
Fine. He'll return from the summer house tonight.
Shall we say tomorrow at 10?
It was pleasant. You know, there's something about that cottage.
Memories.
Oh, it's serenity. We've spent some of our happiest moments there.
Yes, darling, I know. Simon, they're going to have a doctor examine you tomorrow.
Oh?
I won't be able to help you.
I understand.
I only have another day.
I realize that.
Oh, let's go back to the summer house. You can do it there.
No, it's too filled with wonderful reveries.
I don't want to lose you.
Please, Catherine, please.
You must make a choice. Be with me. Forever. Oh, please, sweetheart. If you love me, Simon, commit suicide. And we'll never be separated again.
Suicide or the sanitarium? Is Catherine real or is he hearing voices? We'll resolve his dilemma in a moment. Or will we?
For those who just tuned in, you're listening to Darkness, a new drama series airing every Wednesday at 5:30 on KCSN. We invite those who aren't faint of heart and those who are not afraid of bumps in the night to join us on 88.5 KCSN, Northridge.
And now the final act of Trust Me, Darling. I love you.
No. She's real. Don't call him. But how can I be sure? Oh, help me. Help me. Call Roger. He'll know what to do. Catherine. Catherine. I want to know you. I want to be with you. Have faith. You're not seeing things. Oh, it can't be. It's in my head. Call him. Yes, Anne will help me. No, don't have me declared incompetent. I won't. Catherine, I need you. I want you. What should I do? What should I do? I'll call Roger, yes? We'll talk this out together.
Hello.
Hiya, champ. Just called to tell you that we're back.
Hey, great. Enjoy yourself?
You got some time for your old man?
Anything the matter?
Suppose I meet you in your office. Half hour, all right?
Sure. Half hour's fine.
wants me to join her. Dad, this is going too far. Look, you're imagining this. It's a form of grieving. Dr. Morgan explained everything to Anne and I. But I talked with her. We do things together. She even prepares me. Rod, she's real. Yes, to you she is. She is real. Why don't we see her? It's not permitted. Now, she wants you to join her to commit suicide. Is that what you want? Yes. Oh, will you doubt this apparition? Yes, but I'm not sure. I'm confused. Sometimes Dad, we'd like you to consider going into a residency. Never. Just for some tests. Talk with them. Look, it'll only take a few days. Please. I can't. I have to choose tonight. They want it that way. They? Dad, it's in your mind. It's not real. How can you be so sure? You don't know. I don't want ever to lose her. I can't live without her. I can't.
More coffee, dear?
No, thank you, dear.
Did you resolve anything with Roger?
No, he wants them to examine me. Oh, Catherine, reveal yourself just once. Prove to the children that I'm not crazy.
Oh, Simon, I thought you really believed.
I do.
Then come with me. It's painless. And in an instant, we'll spend eternity together.
I can't. I'm afraid. that you're an illusion, and I'm insane.
Oh, my darling, I've come back. I want to take you with me.
I need more time. A week.
Impossible. We have only until this evening.
And then?
I leave, and we'll be parted forever. This has gone far enough.
Sit down.
Why are you stalling? You want him to commit suicide?
Shut up. Stop it, the two of you.
I am not going to let him do it.
He may not. He's not sure.
That fantasy is driving him mad. Rod, I want him committed.
And I don't want him locked up. Nothing will be settled by fighting. Just suppose that she's real.
Don't be stupid.
We may be denying him a life with her.
Rod, if we don't act, he'll kill himself.
And if this phenomenon is from the other side, it isn't. It's a product of severe emotional stress. Wishful thinking becomes reality. Illusion blends into truth. Compulsion to be with her. I've seen many cases like this. Oh, you're so damn sure of yourself, aren't you?
Roger, please, I'm scared.
Why don't we take an intermediate step, just to get over this crisis? Let's have your father admitted on a temporary basis.
Rod?
Okay. Drop the papers.
Simon?
Yes, sir?
They're coming for you. The children want to put you under observation.
Roger would never agree.
He has, and also.
Stop them. We've got to stop them.
I can't. Simon, trust me. It's like going to sleep. When you pass through, you'll be as one.
Give me time. I need more time.
He's almost done listening. Please, now. Do it now. Later, I might be with someone else. Don't you want to be with me, Simon?
Of course, but I'm afraid.
Don't let me go with another.
How long do we have?
An hour or eternity. The choice is yours, Simon.
Dad, go away.
Please, we want to talk with you.
I know why you're here. You're not committing me to an asylum.
It isn't. We don't want to lose you.
You've created this. No. Mother did.
Daddy, please.
I can't fight with you. There, Annie. It'll be fine. Just fine.
You can't do this. Mother and I won't let you. We need you.
That's all. Come on with me. Stay with us.
Frank and I would love to have you. We'll take a trip. Yes, we'll all go on a vacation.
Everybody. The kids, the dogs. Like old times. Even him. Is he waiting for me?
We didn't know what to do. Dr. Morgan, we can't handle this.
Perhaps. Doctor, please, let us speak to Dad. Alone. I'll be in the car if you need me. You really were going to have me committed.
Just pretend.
You were afraid that you might... Well, that's over now, isn't it? My own children. How could you? Well, we didn't want you to do anything rash. You mean irrational? You didn't trust me. You thought I was mad, a raving lunatic.
No.
You think your mother is a hallucination, a vision of a madman, yes?
No, it's just...
Just what? We don't know.
Simon, it's almost time.
All of you. Pressing, badgering me. She wants me. You want me.
We have such a little time left, Simon.
Ask them for another day, one more day. Dad, please. Catherine, please.
Is he here?
Yes.
Come with me.
Oh, stop.
I'm slipping away. I don't want to leave without you.
Don't go.
Trust me. Join me.
Let me be alone with your mother. Dad, I don't... Roger, I'll be all right.
I want to stay.
Look, I'm fine. I just want to talk with her in the study. Let me be with her. No, you wait in the living room.
Lock the door, dear.
Yes, I understand. Now?
Now. It's like floating. Believe me. Take your knife. That's it.
Are you all right?
Hurry, Simon. They're calling.
I don't want to lose you.
You don't have to. Hold it with both hands. Tighter. Put it against your chest. Oh, my darling. You're almost there.
Are you sure?
Don't be afraid. One thrust, and we spend eternity together.
Oh! It didn't hurt.
Now we'll never be separated again.
But don't you try it. You might wind up with an ex-spouse. And that would be hell.
Holiday. Lucifer takes a vacation on Earth and meets a client. begins now.
Well, here we are again, eh? Drooling at the mouth for your old friend Lucifer to recite to you another's fall from grace? I wonder if you'd recoil if I told you that it's only the evil in mankind that makes your virtue of the slightest consequence. Which is why you should be grateful to such as Matthew Binns. Compare yourself with him, and you'll see how good you are, how good you'll always be, until I tempt you as I tempted Matthew Binns. I wonder where you'll be then, eh? Stoking a boiler in my basement, alongside Mr. Binns, no doubt. Oh, yes, it's quite possible. For after all, until he had that dream, Matthew was as eminently respectable as you are. Poor, honest, hard-working, respectable. Matthew worked in the London docks, and in his spare time did good for his fellows. Oh, yes, it's all in the record. But then he had to go and spoil it all by doing the wrong thing twice. His second mistake was in having that dream. And his first? Well, it's happened to others. It might even have happened to you in your younger and less affluent days. He met a girl. He took lodgings with Mrs. Muzzy, and there he met Lily Alders. Lily Alders, who always wore a pink silk scarf. One might call that scarf a fatal fashion.
And now this blasted government's going to undo all the good Clem Attlee did. Sure, don't mention Churchill to me, Mrs. Bawby.
At least Mr. Churchill and his ministers are gentlemen.
Gentlemen? 2 bob a dozen. What this country needs is less politicians with spats on their feet and a few more what will spit on their hands and do some work.
There. Less of that out, Tooley. I'll have no expectorating in my dining room.
That was only a figure of speech like Mrs. Muzzy.
Well, I don't like it.
No more do I. I think I'll go to my room.
There. Now you've gone and upset Mrs. Bawby, and her a regular payer, too. Not like some I could mention. More coffee, Miss Alders?
What? Oh, no thanks, Dux. I'm finished. Excuse me. Got some sewing to do. Good night, all.
Well, anyone would think I asked her for the rent.
What do you think of the political situation, Mr. Binns?
Some other time, Mr. Tooley. I've got some studying to do. Good night, all.
Hey, Lily, wait.
What for?
All them stairs is steep. Yeah, Lily, I want to talk to you.
I'm listening, ain't I?
Lily, tonight at supper I was watching you when Mrs. Muzzy made that crack about the rent. She meant you, didn't she?
Seems I always owe Mrs. Muzzy back rent. For it cost me to live. I can't even buy a new dress to wear in case I go out with a nice fella.
Well, someday I'd do the work for both of us. If only you'd say you'd...
These steps are breaking me back. And what with all the cooking and cleaning. Oh, hello, it's you two. Thought you was going to do some mending, Miss Alders.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Muzzy. We're just talking.
Someday my heart'll stop while I'm climbing these stairs. Who knows it? Have to stop some work. The dressmaking I'd do for ungrateful neighbours, maybe. Or slaving for people what don't pay their rent, maybe. You two are always mooning at each other on the stairs. Why don't you use the sitting room to talk in? Unless you want to be private, of course.
Oh, well, we're ever so happy right here, thanks. Aren't we, Lily?
They've got nothing proud to talk about. They're not walking out together, not likely to be.
You could do a lot worse than Mr. Binns, Miss Lily Alders.
Perhaps I could do a lot better, too.
Hey, what do you mean by that, Lily? You've got somebody else around.
I don't need to tell all the affairs to everybody.
You're a nice young fella, Mr. Binns. But look out for the likes of this one. She's only looking for a chap to work for her and pay her bills.
I'll remind you that I'm a guest here, Mrs. Muzzy.
A guest what owes back rent is a doubtful guest.
I haven't forgotten your money, and you'll get it all. And while I think of it, can't you take that wax dummy what you use for dressmaking out of the cupboard in my room? My room ain't a junk room.
I could make a remark, but I won't.
It was shifted before supper, dearie. She got a cheek. Saying all that in front of you.
Will I see you tonight, Lily, later? We can talk about what to do about everything, eh? What'd you say?
Oh, perhaps. You can knock on the wall, and I'll see how I feel about it just then. Besides, might be going out later.
Seeing somebody else?
Perhaps I will. Then again, perhaps I won't. Ain't quite decided.
Oh, you couldn't go out this late, Lily. It wouldn't be respectable.
I said you can knock later. Perhaps I'll have my mind made up by then. Perhaps.
A little faggot if ever I saw one. Matthew Binns went to his room and laid down across the bed. His hands locked under his head, his eyes creating pleasant and then angry patterns on the dingy ceiling. Later, he would knock once on Lily's wall, and if she answered with 2 raps, he could go to the privacy of her room where they could talk. Perhaps he would tell Lily about his plans tonight. She would be impressed, all right. And that's when he would insist that she marry him right away. Matthew didn't even dream that Lily would refuse. But Matthew did dream. And that's where he made his second mistake. But that's when I came into the picture. He was a pushover.
And I will be somebody, Lily. With you to help me, honest I will. Or I've dreamed and planned on it since I first saw you here at Mrs. Muzzie's. Lily, you will marry me, won't you? No, look, I'm serious, Lily, I mean it. And don't laugh at me like that, Lily.
I'm laughing. But I'm serious too, Mr. Binns. You're handsome and honest, but that ain't everything.
You mean... What I said don't mean nothing to you?
Look, Binsey, I've got plans too. A certain Mr. Wickham is in charge of our factory. He's had his eye on me for some time, he says. He's got a big job. Just came into a legacy. And he wants to buy me nice things. Now, not later on, like you, see? He's asked me to go away with him. Tonight. And I might, see?
Now, don't talk like that, Lily. It makes me all angry inside.
I'll talk how I feel like talking. This is my room, and if you don't like it, you can get out and stay out. See, Mr. Smarty?
No, you ain't going to send me away. And then go out and see your Mr. Wickham. It ain't right. And I won't let you.
I'll do what I like.
No more you don't, Lily. No more.
I don't like the way you're looking at me, Mr. Binns. And I want you to leave here now.
It's you that ain't leaving here tonight, Lily. Maybe not ever.
Lindsay, get out. Go, Miss Go. Go.
I'm not letting you go anywhere again, Lily.
It wasn't very clear in Matthew's mind as to what happened later, but he seemed to be in his own room, the door locked, and with him was the body of Lily Aldhurst, the pink scarf still knotted at her throat.
I'll hide her here, in my room. Get rid of her later somewhere. I've got to hide her coat and hat, and a purse and a suitcase too. It's got to look like she's missing, gone away. I could put her and everything into my big trunk. No, that's no good. It's too simple. All murderers do that. Why not in here? In the clothes cupboard. It's dark in there. Yeah. Here, she'll be hid there. Back in the dark corner of the clothes cupboard till I can get her out somewhere. There. That's done it. Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
In the dim light of a thick, foggy morning, Matthew Binns awakened. He was still stretched out across the bed, his clothes still on. With a start, he sat up. A vague but sharply pointed remembrance came back.
Lily! Oh, I dreamed it. Or did I? I'm batty. I couldn't have done anything like that to Lily. No. Not to Lily. Not to my Lily. A bad dream, that's what it was. Just a bad dream.
And then Matthew Binns, without a care in the world, courageously laughed off his bad dream and went down to eat a hearty breakfast. Why will doomed men do that?
Some more kidney, Mrs. Bobby. There's plenty.
No, thanks. I've had sufficient. But I'll have a bit more bacon. It's done just how I like it.
You, Mr. Binns, kidney?
Yes, please.
I say, where's Miss Aldous this morning?
I was just wondering that myself. Usually down to breakfast by now.
Ask Benzie. He probably knows why she's late rising.
What do you mean by that?
Well, ain't you sweet on her? Don't you keep tabs on her comings and goings?
You can mind your own affairs, Alf Tooley. That's what you can do.
You can all shut up your jokes. This ain't no laughing matter. I'll give that girl a piece of my mind when she gets home.
When she gets home? Do you mean...
I went to her room to wake her as usual, but she wasn't there. And the bed ain't been slept in.
Well, I say. Oh. Where on earth could she be?
Yes. Oh, I wonder where. Aye, Binzie.
She's done one or two things. Either she's skipped out because of her owing her back rent, or she's deliberately stayed out all night. And either way, I don't approve of that kind of conduct. I runs a respectable place, I does. Doesn't I, Mr. Binns?
Suddenly the food choked Matthew Binns. Had Lily skipped out, or what? Was she missing, or was she dead? Matthew Binns' brain whirled madly. He left the table and went upstairs. In his room, he eyed the clothes cupboard with fear and panic racing through his insides. Dare he look in that cupboard now? Dare he? What might he find there? Well, Matthew, going to open it?
With the falling of the curtain on Act 1 of Devil's Holiday, we pause for a brief announcement. We resume our story with the second act of Devil's Holiday.
Well, now, I suppose you're all wondering if Matthew Binns unlocked the door of the cupboard in which he dreamed he'd hidden the body of Lily Aldous. The answer is no. Fearful of what he might find now that Lily had disappeared, he drew back his trembling hand from the door.
No, I can't look now. I've got to be at work. I'll be late. Tonight will be time enough. I'll lock it for now. And, yeah, tonight will be time enough. Tonight.
All that day, while he laboured on the docks, Matthew Binns' mind was afire with feverish worry. A lead brick rolled about inside his stomach. He came back late to Mrs. Muzzie's boarding house that evening, and without going upstairs, went straight to the dining room, tired and exhausted. Again, the subject of conversation at the supper table was...
Lily Aldous. I looked all through her room today. A little snip went off with everything of any value. A coat and hat, a purse, and that suitcase has gone with her. All she left were them rags of her clothes here. Well, Miss Lily Aldous got out on me this time, but I'll fix her. She can depend on that.
Well, perhaps we ought to wait, Mrs. Muzzie. Perhaps there's some other explanation.
Or maybe she'll get in touch with Binzie later. Or maybe she went off with somebody more attractive. Hey, Binzie?
Alf Tooley, you're looking for trouble with me. I warned you this morning.
Here now, you two. Stop it.
You ought to let Mr. Binns alone, Mr. Tooley. He's upset.
He's too upset, if you ask me.
He's in love with her. Why shouldn't he be upset?
If you don't stop making accusations at me, I'll close your mouth.
In my house there'll be no trouble, you hear me? Now just quiet down, both of you. Just the same, Mr. Binns. Perhaps there is some other fella Lily didn't tell anyone about.
Lily, did mention a fella last night, Mr. Wickham. She said He's had his eye on me for some time.
Oh, I bet you didn't like that, eh, Bincy?
Would you have liked it if your girl had said it, Mr. Tooley?
To me, girls is like pebbles on the beach.
Mr. Binns, if you do hear from Lily Alders, I expect you to tell me where she might be found. I want the money she owes me, and I intend to get it. So if you find her, tell me.
At last they reached the Brandy and Nuts. Sorry, we're in the East End, aren't we? At last, Matthew Binns could escape from the group at the supper table. Did he go upstairs? He did not. He went out into the street and gulped in great lungs full of fresh air. For some reason now he had a horror of going to his room, fearful that his dream wasn't a dream at all, and that he had murdered Lily Alders. He found himself walking. An hour later he was back. He had to find out. He had to. He went upstairs and into his room. With sudden decision, he locked his outer door. And then he stood staring at his clothes-covered door. Sooner or later, he would have to look. It might as well be now. Bravely now, he unlocked the door.
She's there. The body. There in my cupboard. Hello? Who is it?
It's only me, Mr. Binns. Sergeant would like to ask you a question or
Sergeant! The police. Oh, yes, all right. Just a moment. Come in.
Thank you.
This is him, Sergeant, Mr. Binns. The one that was so friendly-like with Lily.
You were talking with Lily Alders out on the landing the night she disappeared, Mr. Binns.
Yeah, I was talking with her. Well, what harm is there in that?
Did she make any statements which might lead you to believe that she was contemplating running away from here?
I don't exactly recall nothing like that, sir.
Have you any idea where she may have gone? She's got to be found. People can't go round doing their landladies out of rent without getting into trouble.
£4.10 she owed me 3 weeks.
Look, I've just remembered. Lily gave me some money. She asked me to pay you, Mrs. Muzzy. I forgot to give it to you.
Yeah. Funny you should forget that, Mr. Binns.
And it over, Mr. Binns. Tar.
Well, now it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, about Lily running away.
Oh, doesn't it just? I think you paid that money, Mr. Binns, to protect her. She's got to be found to protect others from her. You paid that money out of your own pocket to save her from the law.
Well, why should I do that?
Oh, perhaps Mrs. Muzzy could answer that.
He was moon-eyed about Lily, he was, Sergeant. Fair stuck on it, he was.
Well, yeah, I liked her, but what of it? What of it?
Don't be afraid to tell us the truth, Mr. Binns. That's all we want, the truth. So, you're in love with her?
I wanted to marry Lily, I did.
Well?
Well, I've been studying hard to get a new position. I thought she'd marry me if I asked her to.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, last night it was. I asked her last night.
Well, I never.
Well, go on, Mr. Binns.
I don't know any more.
You haven't told us what Lily said when you asked her to marry you.
She sort of made fun of it right then, but she didn't mean it, I don't think. Not really.
Why not?
I don't know. Perhaps she did mean it.
Another man, perhaps?
Yeah, Mr. Wickham, the foreman of the factory where she worked. She said he had his eye on her, that he was a gentleman, and he'd come into a legacy. Could buy her things now, not later, like me. He wanted her to go away with him. Last night it was. That's likely where she's gone. She laughed at me. She did.
Ah, little flirt she was. Mr. Binns was too good for her.
Now, wait, please. And how did you feel about that, when she laughed?
Well, I was mad, that's all. Well, how would you feel if your girl laughed at your feelings for her? You'd be upset, too, and... Well, that's all I was, I swear.
Now, calm yourself, Mr. Binns. Nobody suggests...
Well, I didn't kill her, if that's what you're driving at.
I wasn't driving at anything, Mr. Binns. You've been doing all the driving, and I think there's a lot more you could say if you wanted to. Isn't that so?
I don't know what you mean.
Can I have a look through your house, Mrs. Muzzy?
I don't know no reason why not, sir. Would you like to start in her room?
No, we'll start here, in Mr. Binns' room. We'll start with this clothes cupboard. Mr. Binns has been staring at it constantly. You always keep your clothes cupboard locked, Mr. Binns? Have you got the key? Well?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I gotta tell, I can't help it. I thought it was only a bad dream, but it wasn't. I killed Lily Alders, I did. Her body's in there in the back of the cupboard. She's dead. She's dead.
I thought so.
The Lord have mercy on us. Murder in my house. Oh, that poor, dear, sweet girl.
Mr. Binns?
Yes.
Look in here. Is this the body of Lily Alders?
Yes, that's her. That's Lilia. Why? What?
Oh, my stars!
What? It's only a wax dummy.
I guess you did have a bad dream after all. Hey, Mr. Binns.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Binns. I forgot to tell you about that dummy. You see, you've got the biggest clothes cupboard in the house, and with Lily making a fuss about me storing it in her room, I thought you wouldn't mind if I stored the mannequin I use for dressmaking in there, out of the way for a day or two. I was sure you wouldn't mind.
No. Oh, Mrs. Muzzy, I don't mind.
Oh, poor fella. He's had a bad scare. He's fainted. No wonder.
Yes. Matthew Binns had mistaken that cold wax dummy for the body of Lily Alders. It was a dark cupboard, a simple mistake to make. So all was well again, and Binns finally realized he had suffered a bad dream. What a thing to happen. Heart stopped beating over such occurrences. But all was well now, except that Binns took a lot of chaffing from the other lodgers about his dreams, and Lily was still missing. After 2 weeks of it, he told Mrs. Muzzy he'd be leaving that night as quickly as he could. So Binns began his packing. Mrs. Bawby and Alf Tooley dropped in to help and to say goodbye.
Oh, we're going to miss you, Mr. Binns.
Oh, I'll see you as soon as I'm down to earth again.
I miss the excitement of you dreaming murders up, Binnsy.
Al, please don't joke about it.
You'll let us know where you are when you're settled, won't you, Mr. Binns? We're all ever so fond of you.
Oh, yes, I will.
And if you see Lily, will you tell her too?
Yes. Help me pull out this trunk, Al.
Right.
You know, Mr. Binns, you ought to meet my niece, Gladys Beckett. She's a card, she is.
Well, maybe I will later.
Gladys will make you forget Lily, rapid like.
I'll get these tools and things in the trunk and I'm all done. Well, up with the lid.
You know, I guess I will miss you. Good Lord! Mrs. Bawby, look what's in the trunk.
Bless my soul, it's Lily Alders.
Oh dear, poor old Binnsy. What a letdown. He thought it was only a dream, and so it was. Except that after he dreamed he'd murdered Lily, he awoke and went and did it. Awake, he'd been too smart to hide the body in the trunk, because that's what all murderers use. And because he was a murderer too, that's what he unknowingly used when in his sleep he re-hid the body of shabby, pretty Lily Alders. Don't be impatient, Mr. Binns, I'm coming. Why did I do it? Well, don't ask me. I had nothing against the poor fellow. It must be that thing I'm constantly warning you against. That the devil finds work for idle hands to do. Even his own. Going down?
Devil's Holiday is a Donovan Joyce production. Devil's Holiday. Lucifer takes a vacation on Earth and meets a client. Here he comes, now.
Hello. Remember me? Lucifer is the name. Don't jump like that, dear lady. I haven't come for you. Yet. Oh, no. A lot of sulfuric acid has to flow under the bridge before I'm ready for you. But when I am, I can promise you a real bubble bath. A soap, but no hope. I do trust you don't object to mixed bathing because you probably have a companion. Oh, quite a gentleman, really. Gervais Axman, last of one of England's most ancient families. Hopelessly inbred, you know. It wasn't a case of the family needing new blood. What they needed was blood of any kind. Still, there was no excuse for Gervais to seek his share by brutally murdering his neighbour's wife. Why wouldn't his own wife have done? What's a wife for? But then, Felder, of course, didn't appeal to him. He had to go gallivanting among the peasants like a 16th century squire with 20th century results. You know, I was done out of Gervais. They changed the charge to manslaughter, and he got 10 years. Yes. Yeah, but there's hope, because today he was released. The moment I heard the news, I came hot-footing up here to... To what? To have someone pay the devil his due. And as far as I'm concerned, Gervais is not only due, but overdue. On the small, neat Buckinghamshire farm which Felder has carried on, alone, unassisted, for 8 years, all is calm, all is still. Ah, me, a peaceful, bucolic scene. It seems a pity to disturb it. But what has to be, has to be. So...
Go in, you stubborn... Got you.
And very neatly done, if I may say so.
Charles! I didn't know you were there.
No, you were making such an infernal row hitching that plough to your tractor you couldn't hear my car.
Nice to see you anyway. Come and have tea. It's almost time.
Oh, but aren't you going to work? I don't want to interrupt you, my dear. I know how busy...
Work? Oh, you mean the plough. No, that's ready for tomorrow.
Caro started today. I just drove past and saw him ploughing his long field by the road.
Caro works with the calendar. I work with the soil.
Still, ploughing up day is ploughing up day hereabouts.
There's a time for everything. And I plough tomorrow. Now come and have that tea.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, Felder. Looking out from this window, the farm looks a picture.
Yes, I think so, too. It's been hard, but it's been worth it. Here's your tea.
I wonder what Gervais will think of it.
He'll never see it. He's done with it. He told me to sell it when he... I sold it to myself. The money's in his bank in London. He knows it.
So there's nothing to bring him back, is there?
There's you.
I was the first thing he threw away. Now the farm isn't here for him. Neither am I.
And what if he doesn't quite see it that way?
I won't have him here. This is my world. The world I made for myself when he smashed my other. He robbed me of everything, of himself, of his children, of my respect.
Never your respect, Felder. You've kept it and nourished it. You're highly respected, and you know it.
I'll never forgive him for what he did. Never.
My dear, Rita Caro has been dead a long time, and Gervais has paid.
Rita Caro? Do you think it's for her that I'm so bitter? I'm the one he killed. And Gervais hasn't paid. He hasn't begun to pay.
Felder, I have something to tell you. He was released today.
Released? How do you know? He still has 2 years.
Good conduct. London rang me. They thought he'd make for home.
What home?
And as chief constable, they thought I should know. Left it to my discretion to warn Caro.
Warn him?
Your husband has threatened to harm him. He claims it was Caro killed Rita when he found out about her and Gervais.
He always has. Right from the day he was arrested.
There's a train gets in from London at 4. That's why I drove over.
In case he comes here?
I know he'll come here.
There's a train back to London at 7.
And what if he refuses to go?
Caro has remarried. Let him go there.
Oh, my dear.
Well, we shall soon know. If he were on the 4 o'clock, he'd just be getting here.
Well, surely it takes more than 20 minutes to walk from the station.
An hour by the main road. 20 minutes if one uses the lane and cuts across my hollow field. Gervais always comes that way. Used to come, I mean. Remember?
Lucky for William Caro. If Gervais came the long way, he'd see Caro ploughing. And, well, anything might happen.
You warned him?
Yes, as I drove by. He's ready.
And I'm waiting.
Yes, we're both waiting.
It's quite a reception committee for dear Gervais. Oh, what a welcome home. Oh, well, I shall make up for it when it comes to me for the long weekend. I think that should be the lost weekend. Now let's turn the clock back a few minutes, say half an hour, and see what's happening at the equally ancient farm of William Caro, whose first wife was enamored of Gervais' axeman and died for it, and whose second wife is equally flighty. Descriptive word, eh? Wouldn't it be strange if lightning struck twice, eh?
William! Why, what are you doing back at the house this early?
Kerosene? Did I hear a car as I drove tractor up to barn?
Got good ears, William.
Good eyes, too. Hear that, lass? Good eyes.
I don't know what you mean.
You didn't say you were going to village.
I'm not.
You've been?
I haven't been out of the house all day.
Kind of pretty look, then, aren't you, lass?
What's the good of having pretty clothes if I never wear them?
All right behind bar of fox and grapes, then things, Martha. But they don't go well on farm. Get 'em off. They make me sick.
Oh, do they? Well, let me tell you, they don't make everyone sick.
Who's been here with you? Well?
No one's been here with me, as you put it. It was Chief Constable, if you must know.
Chief Bloward, you mean? What did he want?
To tell you a friend of yours might be calling on you. Gervais' axeman.
He's out? They've let him out?
Today. What's the matter, William? You've gone white.
Killed her, he did. Took her from me and then killed her. Let him come. I'll be ready and it'll be my turn this time.
You know, I never did believe Gervais' axeman killed her.
Didn't I catch him there in wood standing over her like the murdering dog he is?
Well, when I was at the Fox and Grapes, some people thought as it was someone else killed her. And he only found her like he said. Some people said you put the blame on him. Only said you'd warned him away from her. So you could get your hands on the farm like you've always wanted.
He killed her, I tell you. And you'd better not go saying any contrary, or I'll...
Lay a finger on me, William Caro, and there'll be another death in your family. I mean it.
You've been a back-chatting faggot ever since I wed you. Be careful you don't try me too far. I got plowing to do. See my supper's ready when I come in. And like I tell you, take off them silks. You're not behind bar now.
No. Not now. Not yet.
You'll note the general air of happy gaiety which pervades this district. These characters had better watch out, or some impecunious author will put them in a play. Well, there you are. That's what happened 30 minutes before Sir Charles Barton, Chief Constable of the county, sat in the low-beam living room of Felder Axman's farmhouse, awaiting the prophesied arrival of Gervais.
5 o'clock. He can't be coming. Not today, anyway.
What made you so certain he was, Charles?
Oh, I wasn't certain. I only thought, well, where else would he come?
Where else indeed, Charles?
Gervais!
You're looking well, Felder. Hard work suits you. Those overalls, too. Quite the land girl, aren't you? Oh, excuse me. Am I interrupting anything private?
Gervais.
Well, how are you, old man? I came to extend the welcoming hand. We thought you'd turn up. But where have you been? Your train got in at 4, didn't it?
I came the long way round by the main road. It takes a full hour, you know. Am I too late for tea?
Felder?
I'll make fresh.
No, don't bother. I'll have a whiskey instead. I trust you've been looking after my wife, Charles, as a good friend should.
Charles has been a wonderful friend to me.
Good. And have you also been a wonderful friend to me, too, Charles?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Queer, but I don't know.
Then kindly don't make insinuations.
Charles!
Look here, Felder. Gervais and I have to have a talk. You run away for a few minutes while
No.
But he's got to be told.
Told?
Told that you're no longer welcome in this house. That Felder regards you with contempt and loathing.
Well, suppose Felder herself tells me this. Felder?
Gervais, I thought... Oh, I don't know what I thought.
You've got a cool nerve, I must say, Axman. Expecting to walk into your wife's arms after serving 8 years for murder. You can see how she feels about you. You caused her enough trouble and unhappiness. Why don't you go?
I'll go when she tells me.
What have you come back for? You sold the farm. You've lost your wife.
And yet they're both still here.
Are they? You'll soon discover there's nothing here for you. Nothing.
Well, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. But by the same token, there's nothing here for you either. Is there, Felder?
Welcome home, Gervais.
Felder, you can't do this. No.
Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes, he's here. One moment. It's for you, Charles.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, Sergeant. Well? Why? He's been what? Yes, I'll come at once, right away. You can't do it, Felder. And I'll tell you why you can't. They've just found William Carew beside his tractor. He's been murdered.
Well, I'm sorry we had to lose old Carew. He was such a happy soul. Now that your loss is my gain. Just wait over there, please, Mr. Carew. Yes, by the elevator. Well, what's Felder going to do now? Pecan situation, don't you think? Fancy her changing the way she did. But then, that's women for you. For you, my friends, not for me. Well, with 2 murders on his hands, I think Gervais needs a rest, don't you? In fact, I think we all need one. So, relax.
With the falling of the curtain on Act 1 of Devil's Holiday, we pause for a brief announcement. We resume our story with the second act of Devil's Holiday.
Oh, my. A pleasant rest from this exhausting business of catching you mortals with your To continue. Scarcely had Felder Axman suddenly made a complete about-face and welcomed her newly released from prison husband Gervais, then came the horrifying news that William Carrow had been done to death. William Carrow, husband of the woman for whose manslaughter Gervais spent 8 years in prison.
William Carrow, husband of the woman you made love to and murdered. The man you swore to do to death as you did his wife.
I can't stand it. I can't. It's horrible. Horrible.
Felder, come back.
Why? So that I can be next? For a wild moment before that phone rang, I thought I'd been wrong. That everyone had been wrong. But what did you do less than an hour after you got off the train? Killed again, went straight for William Carrow and blotted out his life just as you did. Oh!
Lay a finger on her again.
Shut up, both of you. You particularly, Barton. Felder, you're hysterical, but I thank God for it. I know what it means, what you feel and why. It isn't horror at what you think I've done. It's resentment that I may have done something to snatch away the happiness you were just reaching out for. Isn't that it?
I hope they hang you this time.
And they will. Axman, you're under arrest. I have to go, but I'll send a man back, and if you're not still here, or if you've harmed Felder in any way...
Which do you hope I'll do?
Don't try anything. Felder, I must go. I hate leaving you like this, but after all, I am chief constable, and, well...
I'll be all right. I'm not afraid. Not anymore.
Good. I'll hurry back as quickly as I can. Remember what I said, Axman?
I'll try to, but at the moment I'm remembering what someone else said.
What do you mean?
Go and find out who killed Carrow, then come back. I'd like to hear your theory.
You'll hear more than that. You'll hear a death sentence.
Felder, listen to me. You must believe me. I didn't do this. I didn't kill Rita either. And perhaps Carrow's death will help me prove it.
How?
I don't know when he was killed, but I saw his tractor standing in his long field as I came by. He was underneath it, fixing something. At least I suppose that's what he was doing, but... Felder, he must have been dead then.
Gervais, how did you get here from the station?
The long way, the main road. How else could I have seen Carrow's tractor?
The long way? Why?
I had to think. After all, I'd not seen you for 8 years.
You came that way because you knew you'd meet Carrow ploughing.
Darling, I didn't know that. How could I?
It's ploughing up day, remember? Carrow always ploughs on this date, and forget the darling.
Look, it takes an hour of solid walking to get here from the station. What do you think I did? Saw Carrow on his tractor, climbed the fence, biffed him, and walked on? Oh, have some sense.
You could have done that and then doubled back to the lane and come in the short way across Hollow Field. Is that what you did, Gervais?
Yes, I could have done that, couldn't I? But why should I? Why should I kill Carrow?
Hasn't that been your dominating thought ever since the other one? To get even? Didn't you shout it in court? Haven't you said it ever since?
Yes, I said it, and until a couple of minutes ago I meant it.
There.
But would I be fool enough to kill him the moment I'm in the district? When everyone's expecting me to attack him?
Perhaps you've become clever. Cleverer than you were.
Yes. Yes, perhaps I have. And not before it's time. Like to know something?
What?
8 years ago, who was it brought me the message that Rita Carrow wanted me to meet her in Folly Woods?
Why, Charles, of course. Charles? You're not suggesting...
That was reluctantly dragged out of him at the trial. When I got there, she was dead. A minute later, Carrow turned up. Who told him where his wife was?
Charles? But Carrow asked him.
What if Rita was already dead when Charles gave me the message? And Charles knew it.
You're mad. To accuse Charles of... Why? Why would he do it?
Felder, think back. When did he first ask you to marry him? And how often since?
Dear. All this raking over the old murder, while there's a lovely fresh one to be discussed. It's so much time wasting. Why can't the man admit the deed and be hanged to him? Let's get on, that's what I say. Yes, let's visit the spot marked X. Lovely day for a murder, don't you think? But then, so are the other 364. While in leap years...
There he is. just like I found him. Except for the bit of canvas.
The body hasn't been touched, sir. Not since I've been here.
Good. We'll need more men on this job, Sergeant. And some plain-clothes chaps as well. You cut off back to the house and ring through. There's a good chap.
Right you are, sir.
And tell me, Mrs. Carrow, did you actually see this fellow Axman attack your husband?
I didn't see a thing, sir. Except what's here. I heard the tractor stop and stay stopped. So I came out and down the fields. Saw him lying there, under the tractor, dead. That's when I went and rang the police. Who did it, sir? Was it Mr. Axman, do you think?
Seems a strange coincidence if he didn't. This happening so soon after I warned him. I stopped as I drove past, you know, after I'd left your house, and repeated the warning I'd given you. See? There are my footprints leading up to the tractor across his ploughland.
Yes, I see them. But where are Mr. Axman's footprints?
Here, I say, I don't like this. This is not turning out the way I... What's that, Lily? What? Yes, that's right. And excuse me, friends. That was my secretary pointing out that... Well, never mind. From now on, I'm only an interested onlooker, very interested. I was still interested early next morning, when an arrest was imminent.
Oh, yes. I'll admit it's only circumstantial evidence, but it is evidence. Here's what you did, Axman. You left the train and, taking the main road, went straight to Carrow's farm, to where his long field borders the road. You waited in the hedge until he'd finished a furrow toward you and had turned his tractor and had his back to you. And then you struck him down.
Go on.
Then you nipped back down the main road, used the lane, cut across your wife's hollow field, and got here to the house. It takes just 1 hour to do that. We've just timed it.
Supporting evidence? What about footprints? Were mine found on Carrow's ploughland?
You walked on the hard, unploughed land. It's quite simple to prove.
All cut and dried, isn't it? Just like the other. Tell me, Charles, if you wanted to get rid of me, why didn't you just kill me instead of killing 2 others?
That's not very funny.
May I ask a question?
Felder, this must be an awful ordeal for you. Won't you leave the sergeant and me to settle this and get it over?
Somehow, Charles, I don't think it is over. Mrs. Carrow, what time did Sir Charles leave your house yesterday afternoon?
4:45 it was. William drove up less than a minute later, filled up with kerosene and went back and started ploughing again. I could hear him.
That'd be when I stopped him.
Time?
Oh, let's say 5 to 4. I was here by 4, wasn't I?
The train got in at 4. It would have taken Gervais a quarter of an hour to reach Carrow's farm. That makes 20 minutes he had.
Who had 20 minutes?
Carrow, to get on with his ploughing. Only he didn't get on. He didn't plough another inch after Charles spoke to him.
How do you mean?
You admit, so does the sergeant and Mrs. Carrow, that your footprints go right up to the tractor. If William Carrow had restarted ploughing after you left Charles, there'd have been time for a band of untrod ploughing 6 feet wide between your footprints and where the tractor was stopped.
That's right.
So, why didn't he restart ploughing after you left him, Charles?
Oh, how do I know?
Apart from Gervais, you were the last person to see him alive.
That's possibly so.
It is on circumstantial evidence.
So, if you can't prove that Gervais used the shortcut through Hollow Field, the case against him falls down. Because unless he used the shortcut, he wouldn't have had time to kill Carrow and be here by 5.
Not quite. For the case against him to fall down, he'll have to prove he didn't take the shortcut through Hollow Field.
And if he can...
But I can't, Felder. How can I?
Come over to the window. All of you.
Now look out. Over there is Hollow Field. The field through which Gervais is supposed to have taken a shortcut yesterday. As you will see, it's fresh ploughed.
But Felder...
If he crossed that field, his footprints will show in the ploughing. I can assure you there are none.
Well, Sir Charles, looks like this clears him, don't it?
Shut up. Felder, when was that field ploughed?
Why, yesterday morning, of course. It was ploughing up day.
But yesterday at 4, you told me you wouldn't be starting to plough before today.
You must be mistaken, Charles. There's a time for everything, and ploughing up day is ploughing up day hereabouts.
Why, This makes Sir Charles the last person to have seen William alive, doesn't it?
On circumstantial evidence, yes. But I'd hardly think it strong enough to blow out my brains if I were you, Charles. They could never prove a thing. And neither can you.
What a clever boy that Gervais Axman is. Yes, what a recruit he'd make. It's a pity to lose him. But I got William Carrow, and that night I got the Chief Constable, Sir Charles Barton. He left a confession to the murder of Rita Carrow, but strangely denied killing William. How did the miracle take place? All the previous night, while her husband slept peacefully in his bed, Felder Axman drove her tractor and plough up and down Hollow Field, putting a swathe of safety around her husband. Women are funny, you know. While Felder travelled up and down that field, she was crying silently, because each time she came to the middle, the light of her tractor lamp lit the deep, fresh impressions of a man's shoes on the dew-damp ground. Ready, gentlemen? Going down...
Devil's Holiday is a Donovan Joyce production.